Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku met the half-god half-devil girl. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Rain Newport stepped off the plane, finally arriving in Japan after many hours of travel. Excitement and nervousness coursed through her veins. She was here to attend Japan's most prestigious hero school, UA. Rather than applying herself, she had been recommended by an unknown person, and she was eager to discover who that person was. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she scanned the crowded airport for a sign. Someone was supposed to pick her up, and she would soon meet the individual who had recommended her for this school. As she searched the bustling crowd, she finally spotted a sign held high above the rest. Adjusting her half-face mask, she made her way over to the person holding it. The stranger greeted her, asking if she was Rain Newport, to which she nodded. He introduced himself as Torito Tsuneyamo and offered to take her bag, but she declined, insisting she could manage. With a slight smile, Torito suggested they head out, and Rain nodded in agreement. He led her to a sleek black car with dark-tinted windows, opening the door for her before taking his place in the passenger seat. As the driver started the car and pulled away from the airport, Torito expressed his hope that she would enjoy her time in Japan and at UA, the best hero school in the country. Rain responded affirmatively, her tone brief. While they traveled, Torito handed her some paperwork that needed filling out. Most of it was already completed, but she would need to fill in the blank spaces and sign. As she looked through the thick booklet, she noted that it contained a lot of information about her. She quickly filled in the necessary details and read about the school's history and the quirks she would encounter. In the United States, quirks were not as openly accepted, especially in her home state, where many viewed quirk users with suspicion. The next section detailed the classes, which were similar to those in a regular high school but included required hero training. Being a fast reader, Rain finished the booklet swiftly and signed the last page, confirming her understanding of the rules and regulations. Curiosity got the better of her, and she asked Torito if he knew who had recommended her to UA. He replied that the person would introduce himself upon their arrival. Just then, Rain looked out the window and saw the impressive UA building. As the driver pulled through a large gate, she marveled at the various structures passing by. The car stopped at the front entrance of the main building, and both Torito and Rain exited. She gazed up at the towering structure, which seemed more like a large community college than a high school, and imagined the incredible view from the top. Torito instructed her to follow him, leading her through a series of corridors after taking an elevator to the 4th floor. They stopped in front of a door, and after Torito knocked, a deep voice invited them in. He opened the door, allowing Rain to enter first before following and shutting the door behind him. "Sir, I've brought Miss Newport as requested," Torito announced. The man inside nodded in acknowledgement, and Torito excused himself, leaving Rain alone with the stranger. She took a moment to assess him. He wore a stylish gold pinstripe suit, and his bulk and smile were both inviting and intimidating. "Hello, young one. I hope your trip here was exciting," he exclaimed, his grin wide and welcoming. Rain replied that it had been fine and asked if he was the one who had recommended her. The man introduced himself as All Might, the symbol of peace and justice, proudly flexing his muscular arms. Rain recognized him, having done her research. She mentioned that he was quite popular in Japan and even in some parts of the United States. All Might seemed surprised by this, still smiling brightly. She then inquired why he had recommended her to UA. All Might explained that it was actually one of her teachers who had brought her to his attention. He offered a seat, and she sat down in front of his desk, placing her backpack at her feet. He explained that Sandy Geis, her teacher, was a friend of his and had mentioned her. A blush crept to her cheeks, but her mask concealed it. She wondered what else Sandy had shared. The blush faded as silence enveloped the room for a few moments, allowing her to gather her thoughts before he spoke again. He mentioned her quirks, noting how unusual it was for someone to be born with more than two. He asked how many she had discovered so far. She chuckled nervously, admitting she had lost track. He expressed his admiration, commenting on how impressive it was, which brought a wave of sadness over her that she quickly brushed aside. She confessed that she didn't know her parents, causing his smile to falter. He apologized for bringing up painful memories, but she reassured him that it was all right. She had long since decided to leave the past behind and keep moving forward. He commended her healthy attitude and then shifted the topic, mentioning the 2 different uniforms provided by the school, one for regular classes and another for hero training. He explained that her hero costume would be designed by their team based on her own design. She informed him that she had brought her own costume, which made him grin. He suggested that she could always make adjustments as her training progressed. Curious about the entrance exam, she asked if she would need to take it. He assured her that she wouldn't have to worry about it since she was there on his recommendation. She expressed her desire not to receive special treatment, wanting to prove her worth for herself. He nodded, acknowledging her determination, and revealed that he had the written portion of the exam ready. While she completed it, he would set up one of the training grounds. She nodded as he placed a booklet and a pencil in front of her before leaving the room. She scanned the pages, noting the questions, and began writing her answers. By the time she finished, All Might had not yet returned. She glanced at the clock, counting the minutes, and wondered how long it took the other students. After about 20 minutes, she shrugged and pulled out her phone, responding to good luck messages from her friend Sandy and the kids she had left behind in the States. She assured them she had arrived safely in Japan and completed the written section of the exam. Putting her phone away, she noticed All Might returning to the office. He remarked on her quick completion of the test, and she shrugged, saying it was simple. He indicated he would grade her test while she prepared for the physical exam. She nodded and followed him as they walked to the training area he had reserved for her. As they walked, he explained the point system that the observing teachers would use, which was similar to an American test she had read about, except points would be added from 0 instead of deducted. She wondered what challenges awaited her and whether she would face real opponents. Arriving at the training area, he instructed her to change into her hero costume and return. She nodded and quickly entered the locker room. She wanted her hero uniform to be practical yet stylish. After tying her hair into a tight ponytail, she donned a black tank top adorned with various chains, giving the impression that she had broken free from something. She slipped on a pair of black shorts that were short but not overly so, with 2 black leather straps buckled to her right thigh. She finished the look with black steel-toed biker boots that, despite their appearance, were surprisingly lightweight, and added her studded black leather fingerless gloves. Meeting All Might at the large metal door, she noticed his eyes scanning her costume and the tattoos that were now visible. He nodded with interest, and she felt a blush creeping up again, hidden by her mask. He asked if she was ready, and she took a deep breath, cracking her knuckles before nodding. All Might pressed a button on the concrete wall, opening the solid metal doors. She took off running, scanning for any enemies that might appear. It didn't take long for the first one to show up, a robot. Without hesitation, she raised her left hand, taking control of the machine and using it to defeat each robotic foe that attempted to stop her. When Rain could no longer find any robots to defeat, she closed her left hand, causing the robot she had controlled to crumple into a ball of twisted metal. She paused to catch her breath, but suddenly the ground began to shake, and a blast of air accompanied by flying debris sent her body backward. It took a moment for her to regain her balance as her booted feet dug into the pavement, slowing her down before she could crash into one of the many buildings in this simulated city. As the dust settled around her, a deep thump against the ground drew her attention upward. Her eyes widened slightly as she saw a giant enemy robot approaching. A voice filled her ears, pleading for help. Looking down, she spotted a woman in her early 20s trapped under some rubble. Annoyance surged within her as the enemy focused on the trapped person. She couldn't allow the woman to be crushed. Without regard for her own safety, Rain propelled herself toward the towering enemy. After All Might opened the metal door to the training arena, which was also used by other students, he made his way to the control room to join the other teachers and Principal Nizu. He took a seat after greeting his fellow heroes and turned his attention to the large TV screens. He raised an eyebrow as he watched Rain raise her left hand, causing the robot to malfunction and fire its weaponry at the other robots. Impressive, he thought while rubbing his chin. The others seemed equally impressed with Rain's quirk. Once all the enemies were destroyed, the teachers, Principal Nizu, and All Might watched in fascination as Rain closed her hand, causing the robot to collapse. That was entertaining, but let's see how she handles a much larger enemy along with something extra, Principal Nizu said, pushing a button that released the largest robot enemy the examiners had prepared for the students. Everyone watched the screens as a dust cloud provided cover for the principal's helpless victim to get into position. Rain sprang into action, sprinting down the street toward the actress. The young girl with multiple quirks easily rescued the trapped victim before turning her attention back to the robot. The group observed as Rain's demeanor began to change. The camera zoomed in on her as her body transformed dramatically. She shifted from an ordinary girl to one with long, claw-like nails, a fluffy wolf-like tail, and pointed ears poking through her long hair. The claws that extended from her fingertips resembled sharp serrated weapons. In a flash, Rain launched her attack, starting at the base of the robot. Her sharp nails sliced through the metal effortlessly. With remarkable speed, she climbed the robot's metallic body, cutting and slicing until she reached its head. Rain dug her sharpened nails into the neck of the robot, creating a shower of sparks. The massive robot fell to the ground, sending a plume of dust and debris into the air, obscuring the camera's view. As Rain descended with the giant robot after her full-on assault, she braced for impact, knowing that falling from such a height would be damaging. When the robot crashed to the ground, her small, athletic frame slammed down hard. She felt the bones in her left shoulder and forearm crack, along with her left leg. Fortunately, the thick dust cloud concealed her from the cameras, allowing her to activate one of her most powerful quirks, Resurrection. With this ability, any injury, no matter how severe, would heal in 30 seconds or less. True to form, her broken bones reshaped back to normal in 30 seconds. Dark bruises formed on her pale skin but faded quickly as her quirk worked its magic. Before the dust cleared from the cameras, Rain stood back up. The teachers, Principal Nizu, and All Might watched in astonishment as the cameras focused on the young American teen. They noted that she appeared unscathed, and her claws, pointed ears, and tail had vanished. "She certainly has some fight in her, All Might," one of the teachers remarked. "We can see why you recommended her, but why would she want to subject herself to this kind of physicality?" Present Mike commented, scratching his head. "Rain wants to be treated just like any other student here." "It's very admirable," All Might replied. "She has the makings of a great hero." "Well done, All Might. Rain is exceptional, to say the least, and her scores from the written portion of the exam are very impressive," Principal Nizu said, pulling up the written exam on one of the large screens. "She aced it," Present Mike said, his mouth agape. "The highest grade in the entire school," All Might added, his grin widening. He was thrilled that Sandy had recommended he take on this aspiring student. "I assume she'll be placed in my class?" Nizu inquired. "Exactly. She deserves it," Nizu confirmed with a small smile. Everyone turned back to the screen, which still showed Rain. She glanced at the robot she had easily destroyed before looking at the camera, winking at them before disappearing from view. Rain felt a wave of nerves wash over her. It wasn't as if she were standing before a judge. She sighed to herself as All Might escorted her through the halls to her homeroom class. Today marked her first day at UA. While it didn't surprise her that the teachers and principal had been taken aback by her tenacity during the practical exam, she was astonished to learn that her written test score was the highest among all students. Perhaps that was why she felt so anxious. Now I had to meet the high expectations my teachers would have for me. After the practical exam, All Might gave me a tour of the school. We walked around, finding the only class I had after homeroom and the support department, where I could improve my hero costume. Everything was easy to find, but he insisted on escorting me to my homeroom on my first day. During our tour, I noticed the absence of dorms and questioned All Might about it. He explained that Principal Nizu had discussed the idea of having dorms on campus, but they never had the funding. I realized I would need to find a cheap apartment. However, All Might quickly reassured me that it wouldn't be necessary because I would be staying with him. I hesitated, not wanting to intrude, but he insisted he had the room and wanted to help. As I pondered my nerves about the day ahead, All Might broke me from my thoughts by asking if I was feeling anxious. I considered lying but decided against it, knowing he would see through any deception. I admitted I was a little nervous, which he found understandable. He then asked if I had everything I needed as we approached the classroom door. I chuckled inwardly at his fatherly demeanor, wishing he had children of his own, as he would make a great father. We stopped in front of the classroom door, and All Might knocked before opening it with a flourish, announcing his presence and striking a small pose that made the students smile and turn their attention to him. Mr. Aizawa, looking tired and annoyed, acknowledged All Might and asked what he wanted. All Might introduced me as the new student, wrapping an arm around my shoulders and pulling me close. The class began to whisper as they stared at me, and I felt uncomfortable under their gaze. Mr. Aizawa instructed me to take my seat, and I nodded, moving to the only available spot next to a spiky red-headed boy. All Might waved goodbye, promising to see me next class PRD. The boy introduced himself as Kirishima, and I returned the greeting. However, a blonde boy next to him expressed his disdain for having a new student, claiming it was no big deal and that he would easily defeat me in a fight. Kirishima tried to apologize for his friend's rudeness, but I confidently replied that he could try, though I doubted he would succeed. Mr. Aizawa then called for everyone's attention, announcing that we had a lot to do, starting with a test. The class groaned, but he assured us it wouldn't be hard and instructed us to grab our uniforms. Shelves emerged from the wall, revealing numbered cases with our names on them. I waited for everyone else to grab their cases before taking mine. We headed to the girls' locker room, where I quickly changed and neatly folded my clothes on top of my case. As I was getting ready, a girl with pink hair introduced herself as Mina Ishido, along with her classmates, Achiko Uraraka, Toru, Jiro, Momo, and Tsu. I waved to them and greeted each one. Momo asked about the mask I wore, and I explained that I used it to hide the scars on my face. When they inquired about how I got them, I gently mentioned that some foster homes in America weren't the best. The girls looked at me with sympathy, and Mina and Uraraka hugged me, which I awkwardly returned before we all left the locker room. Before stepping onto the field, the boys joined us, and Mr. Aizawa was already waiting. I stood at the back of the class as we lined up in front of him. He explained that we would be doing an observation test, and since we had already taken our quirk assessment test, we would be observing my assessment. He called me up to stand in front of him, noting that I had impressed many with my quirks during the entrance exam. When one of the boys asked about quirks, Mr. Aizawa confirmed it and handed me a ball that had a blue strip around the middle. He instructed me to throw it as far as I could, explaining that the blue strip would indicate the distance. I took a deep breath, looked back at my classmates, and whispered to the ball, urging it to fly 1,000 yards and return to me in 30 seconds. With a swift motion, I threw the ball with all my strength. The class watched in awe as the ball soared away, and Mr. Aizawa's device beeped, revealing the distance. He announced that I had thrown it 1,000 yards, which was further than what Bakugo had achieved. I glanced at him and noticed his displeasure. Curious, I asked Mr. Aizawa how many of those balls he had, and he replied that he had several. I raised my hand, and the ball returned to me, surprising everyone as they marveled at my ability to summon it back. Kirishima expressed his excitement, wondering how the feat was accomplished. The response was that the ball had been commanded to return in 30 seconds. With a focused gaze, the ball was instructed to hover, and it obeyed, floating above an open hand. The onlookers were captivated as the ball remained suspended in the air. A glance at Mr. Aizawa revealed his approval, signaling that something significant was about to unfold. With determination, the hand closed, channeling a unique ability. Gradually, the ball crumpled under the pressure until it transformed into a mere collection of scrap metal. One of the classmates, sporting a striking hairstyle with black lightning bolts, exclaimed how impressive the display was. The crushed ball was handed back to Mr. Aizawa for inspection. He dismissed it casually, suggesting it was no different from another student with multiple quirks. Aizawa's smirk indicated he was intrigued. Confident in her abilities, a challenge was issued, and space was created between her and the class to ensure safety. Bakugo stepped forward, ready to engage, warning that he wouldn't take responsibility for any injuries. A light chuckle escaped, hinting at the playful rivalry. As Bakugo unleashed an explosive attack, it was deftly avoided. The response was a counterattack of explosions, and the two engaged in a spirited exchange, showcasing their abilities. The friendly sparring continued until Mr. Aizawa intervened, sensing it was time to halt the escalating competition. A gesture of gratitude was extended towards Bakugo, but he dismissed it with a scoff, asserting that their rivalry was far from settled before he walked away. A shake of the head followed, acknowledging the ongoing challenge. Today felt unusually long, possibly due to first-day nerves. After the class observed the quirk assessment test, Mr. Aizawa allowed everyone to ask questions. Most inquiries were general until Kirishima asked how many quirks I had. Unable to lie, I admitted to discovering 30. Bakugo, of course, had to interject, questioning whether I had stolen those abilities. I could only glare at him, as the inner beast within me disliked being questioned about my powers. Fortunately, Mr. Aizawa stepped in, explaining to Bakugo and the others that I couldn't steal something I was born with. The rest of the school day passed without incident. Now, I sat at the kitchen table in All Might's home, doing my homework while dinner cooked. I wondered where All Might was and hoped he wasn't getting into trouble with any criminals. My homework was minimal, so I finished quickly. While eating lunch in All Might's office, I contemplated what to cook for dinner as a thank you for letting me stay. I settled on a simple pasta dish. Once the pasta was ready, I grabbed 2 bowls and forks, anticipating that All Might could eat whenever he arrived. I took my first bite and savored it, feeling proud of my cooking skills. After finishing, I washed the dishes, and just as I placed the last one into the dishwasher, All Might entered. He asked what smelled so good, and I informed him that I had cooked dinner. He seemed surprised that I could cook, and I explained that growing up in a foster home taught me to be independent, especially with 7 other mouths to feed. I filled a bowl with pasta and set it in front of him, smiling behind my mask. All Might thanked me and took a bite, humming in satisfaction. When he expressed how amazing the dish was, it reminded him of his time in America, causing my smile to widen and a blush to form on my cheeks. I grabbed my backpack, slung it over my shoulder, and took a soda from the fridge. In that short time, All Might finished his first bowl and began filling it again. I left the kitchen, heading upstairs to my room. As soon as I laid my backpack down, my phone buzzed with a new text message from Kirishima. He asked how my first day was, and I replied that it was interesting, especially the incident with Bakugo. Kirishima apologized for Bakugo's behavior and invited me to hang out at the mall with him and a few classmates the next day. I agreed, though I admitted I didn't know where the mall was. Kirishima assured me it was no problem and that we would go right after school, suggesting I bring some clothes to change into. We continued texting until it was time for bed, and I decided to take a shower in the morning. A month later, I felt off, possibly due to a lack of sleep. As I stepped onto school grounds, I hoped the day would pass quickly. I walked the familiar route to my homeroom, knowing I would be the only one there besides Tenya. He had a cool speed quirk but was a bit high-strung, likely due to his family's legacy of heroes. I understood why Midoriya chose him as class representative. He was a good friend. Upon entering the classroom, I noticed Tenya's desk was empty, indicating I was earlier than expected. I shrugged and decided to study to distract myself from the uneasy feeling creeping in. No matter how hard I tried to focus on my history notes, my thoughts kept wandering, bombarding me with questions. Kirishima's voice broke my concentration, causing me to jump and knock my notebook off the desk. He apologized for startling me, and I assured him it was fine, admitting I had been too focused on studying to notice him come in. He seemed concerned, sensing I looked a bit off. I told him I hadn't slept well the night before, which wasn't a complete lie. Kirishima accepted my answer, though I could tell he wasn't entirely convinced. Soon after, the rest of our classmates arrived, and Mr. Aizawa shut the door behind him. He informed us that we would be taking a field trip and instructed us to grab our cases and follow him to the bus. About a month ago, during All Might's class, we had been tasked with designing our own costumes. I had brought my hero costume from America, so I didn't need to draw anything. I joined Kirishima as he walked with Bakugo, Denki, and Shiro to the bus. Once on board, Kirishima sat next to me, chatting with the others while I gazed out the window, the uneasy feeling returning. I had managed to push it aside for a few moments while Mr. Aizawa spoke. Rain sighed to herself as she watched the scenery pass by. Kirishima turned his gaze from the window to her, concern etched on his face. He asked if she was sure she was all right. She sighed and ran a hand over her jet-black hair, confessing that she had a weird feeling. When he inquired if she had felt it before, she admitted that she had, but it didn't end well. Kirishima pressed for details, and Rain hesitated, unsure whether to share her past experience. She remembered the last time this familiar feeling arose, a day when many people were hurt not only by the criminals but by her own actions as well. Kirishima suggested that Mr. Aizawa should know about her concerns, but Rain insisted it was nothing to worry about, even though the memory weighed heavily on her. Kirishima reassured her that whatever had happened before wouldn't happen again and that he would protect her. She smiled at her best friend, hiding the worry coursing through her veins. As the bus came to a stop, Kirishima wrapped his arm around her shoulders in a friendly side hug. Exiting the bus, they all gazed at the massive building before them, wondering what awaited inside. Mr. Aizawa led them into the building and onto a platform overlooking various disaster scenarios. Rain recalled a similar tour she had taken back in the States with Sandy, who wanted her to see what to expect before coming here. It was fascinating how they could create different scenarios for both man-made and natural disasters. Mr. Aizawa instructed them to change into their hero costumes and meet back at the platform, mentioning a special guest he would introduce. Rain followed the girls to the locker room, where they changed into their outfits. Momo remarked that Mineta would be drooling over Rain's costume, prompting a groan from her as she face-bombed, which made the girls chuckle. Mina added that Mineta drooled over every girl, no matter what they wore, to which Rain responded sarcastically, rolling her eyes. Once they left the locker room, the boys were already waiting for them. Rain admired their hero costumes, feeling inspired by their creativity. Mineta whispered to Denki and Siro about how hot Rain looked, and Kirishima playfully smacked Mineta's shoulder. Rain's gaze was drawn to Kirishima's hero costume, which featured black pants that hung loosely but were snug around his hips, adorned with a big red R. He wore no shirt, showcasing his toned physique, and his shoulders were decorated with large maroon gears, while black spandex covered his upper arms. A blush crept behind her mask as she noticed Kirishima looking at her costume, likely noticing the tattoos. Mr. Aizawa called for attention, introducing their special guest, a hero dressed in a white spacesuit. The only visible part of the hero was her eyes, as black as the night. Midoriya excitedly identified her as 13, explaining that her quirk, Black Hole, could destroy anything SCKD into her finger. Mr. Aizawa confirmed that they were at the unforeseen simulation joint, used for rescue training, emphasizing that fighting crime was not the only important job for heroes. As they walked toward a magnificent fountain in the center of the disaster scenarios, 13 began explaining each training area. However, Rain felt that uneasy feeling return, stronger than before. Suddenly, a black and purple shadow appeared before them, and a hand emerged from it. A figure stepped out, chuckling and asking if he was interrupting something. Mr. Aizawa commanded the students to get back as more figures emerged from the shadow. The villain taunted them, suggesting that taking down a few unfortunate students would be a perfect way to draw out All Might. 13 quickly instructed the students to stay behind her as she activated her quirk. The shadow villain extended a tentacle, preparing to use 13's own quirk against her. Kirishima left Rain's side to join Bakugo in an attack. An explosion erupted, causing everyone to fall to their knees and giving 13 a moment to regain control of her quirk. When the dust settled, Bakugo and Kirishima had vanished, likely teleported to another part of the building, while the villain remained unharmed. Rain looked down at the hero lying on the ground, feeling a surge of determination rise within her. Even though she managed to deactivate her quirk before being consumed, she was still seriously injured. The dark, shadowy mass swirled around them, separating them from one another. As she fell from the sky, she spotted the ship below, part of the zone. Realizing she was about to hit it, she focused on one of her known quirks, slowing her descent until it felt like jumping down from a small step. Coughing filled her ears as she landed on the ship alongside Midoriya, Tsu, and Mineta. She felt relieved not to be alone. She asked if they were all right, and Midoriya confirmed they were fine. Mineta, however, was panicking, expressing his fear about the villains standing between them and the exit. He shouted about their impending doom, but Tsu urged him to calm down. They needed to keep their wits about them, as the villains had come to lure All Might and eliminate him. They had to stop them. Midoriya pointed out their limitations as students, but Tsu reminded them that being students didn't mean they were helpless. Mineta then pointed out the villains with water quirks approaching them. She noticed a pattern among the villains surrounding the ship. She quickly devised a plan, instructing Midoriya to use his quirk to create a wave in the water, clearing a path. Tsu would take Mineta, who could use his sticky ball to subdue the villains, while she would use her control quirk to lead them away. When Midoriya questioned how she would return to shore, she explained that she would walk on water with her quirk. After confirming that her classmates agreed with the plan, Midoriya climbed onto the railing and activated his quirk, punching the water. The resulting wave parted the villains, creating a clear path for them. Tsu grabbed Mineta with her tongue while holding Midoriya's hand, and she focused on her quirk as she stepped onto the water's surface. She instructed Mineta to let loose his sticky ball as she captured several villains in her grasp. As they reached dry land, they were met with an unbelievable sight. Mr. Aizawa was locked in a fierce battle with a monstrous creature and was struggling. The villain with the hands stood by, watching. Mineta questioned what the creature was, especially as it slammed their teacher's head into the concrete. A surge of instinct to protect rushed through her, and she instructed her classmates to stay put while she confronted the creature. She wanted them to ensure Mr. Aizawa's safety. Despite Midoriya's concern about her facing the creature alone, she removed her half-mask, turning her back to her classmates as she dropped it to the ground. She felt her body shift into her controllable animal form and sprinted toward the creature just as it prepared to strike Mr. Aizawa again. She charged into the creature, knocking it away and positioning herself protectively over her teacher. Her red, cat-like eyes darted between the monster and the villain. A low growl escaped her as the villain shouted for the creature to attack her. With Mr. Aizawa clear, she charged at the creature, dodging its massive arm as it swung at her. Her claws raked against its leg, tearing away chunks of its dark skin before she leaped onto its back, sinking her fangs into the space between its neck and shoulder. The creature roared in pain, but it retaliated, grabbing her and causing her to feel the pressure on her back. She let go and was thrown to the ground, but quickly regained her footing and launched another attack. As her teeth sank back into its shoulder, the creature clamped down on hers, and she felt her shoulder being crushed. She was thrown again, struggling to rise but collapsing once more. The villain taunted her, confident that his creation would defeat her. Frustration surged within her as she felt her beast pushing to the surface. She fought against it, determined not to lose control. But adrenaline coursed through her veins, and she felt. Rain responded that he had 30 so far. The doctor glanced at All Might before continuing, expressing a desire to perform a simple blood test to determine if Rain had more quirks, but he would need permission from Rain's parents. Rain shook his head, explaining that he couldn't obtain that permission because he didn't know who they were. All Might and Dr. Hisho exchanged concerned looks, and Dr. Hisho expressed his regret for not knowing Rain's situation. Rain shared that he had tried to find his parents a long time ago while in America but had given up when he couldn't find any answers. He confirmed that Sandy knew everything but had promised not to tell anyone, as people with quirks in certain states in America weren't openly accepted. All Might's smile faded into a frown as he acknowledged Rain's struggles and suggested he rest, promising to return later. Once All Might left, Dr. Hisho prepared to draw Rain's blood, with Recovery Girl assisting him. As the vial filled, Kirishima entered the room and took a seat next to Rain, holding his free hand. Dr. Hisho finished the blood draw with a comforting smile before leaving Rain alone with an unconscious Aizawa and Kirishima. Rain felt grateful that Kirishima didn't question the blood draw's purpose, knowing it was for the best. He yawned, and Kirishima squeezed his hand, deciding to let Rain sleep. When Kirishima started to leave, Rain asked him to stay until he fell asleep, and Kirishima agreed, flashing a toothy grin as Rain slowly closed his eyes and drifted off. Rain was relieved to be out of the hospital and back in his own bed. The previous day, All Might had come to take him home after Dr. Hisho explained the results of his blood test, which had been unexpected. In a flashback, All Might sat by Rain's bedside as he put on his favorite pair of custom-made Converse shoes, a birthday gift from Sandy. A knock at the door interrupted them, and Dr. Hisho entered with his clipboard. He expressed concern about arriving before Rain left and revealed that he had received Rain's test results, which were surprising. Rain insisted that All Might stay for the news. Dr. Hisho explained that Rain had more than 30 quirks, which was unprecedented. When Rain asked how many he actually had, Dr. Hisho informed him that he had over 200 different quirks. Rain was left dumbfounded by this revelation, still processing the overwhelming information. Before leaving the hospital, Dr. Hisho had given him a stack of papers detailing each quirk, which felt like reading a list of quirks from his own class. Feeling overwhelmed, Rain sighed and ran a hand through his straight black hair. He decided to take a break from studying his quirks and headed downstairs to the kitchen, hoping that preparing dinner would distract him. He found All Might staring off into space, deep in thought. When Rain called out to him, All Might snapped back to reality and asked if Rain had been standing there long. Rain explained he had just walked in and asked what All Might wanted for dinner. All Might replied that anything was fine. Rain noticed that All Might seemed preoccupied and gently inquired if something was on his mind. All Might confirmed that he had something important to tell Rain. "Please sit down." Rain looked at All Might, confusion evident on her face, but she complied and took a seat. "Now, what I have to tell you must stay between you, Midoriya, and myself." Rain's curiosity piqued as she asked, "Wait, what does Izuku have to do with this?" "Just promise me first, and I'll explain everything." "Okay, I promise." She nodded, sensing the weight of the secret. And that's the whole story. Rain sat there in shock, unable to believe what All Might had just revealed. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" she asked, her curiosity growing. "It's a secret that has been passed down through those who possess One for All. If the villains ever discovered that this power could be transferred to any quirkless individual, the consequences would be catastrophic." "So, how did Midoriya get your power?" Rain inquired. "When he proved himself worthy, swallowed one of my hairs." "You, All Might," she exclaimed, making a disgusted face. "Yes, I know it's gross, but as you can see, young Midoriya knows how to use his quirk quite well. He's learning faster than I did." "It's hard to believe you were quirkless at one point," she said honestly. "Yes, it has been a long time, but there is one more thing you need to know about me." "What?" she asked, her curiosity intensifying. "This form you see before you isn't the real me." "Huh?" Rain was confused. "Let me show you." As he finished speaking, a puff of smoke surrounded All Might. Rain's senses heightened. When the smoke cleared, a thin, almost frail-looking man stood in place of the muscular hero. He coughed, a small amount of blood escaping his lips. Rain's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "All Might?" she asked, her eyes scanning the man. This is the real me." "No offense, but how do you go from looking healthy to this?" she inquired, tilting her head slightly. "None taken. The reason I look this way is I'm dying." "Dying?" she said, shocked. "Did Midoriya know this?" "Yes." The smaller version of All Might lifted his loose shirt, revealing a sunken scar on his abdomen. "This is why I'm dying. I sustained serious injuries while fighting a hero who turned bad. He used his One for All to steal quirks from others, leaving them quirkless. He needed to be stopped, and I was the only one who could do it." "Seeing that you're still here, I'm guessing you won that battle," Rain stated. All Might nodded, covering the scar. "Yes, but not without consequences. This injury is like a ticking time bomb. With a significant loss of strength, my stomach gone, and my respiratory system severely damaged. I'm not sure when I'll pass on. I still have a little bit of One for All left, but the more I use it, the weaker I become. I can't use it for more than half an hour a day." "And Midoriya knows all of this?" Rain asked. Small Might nodded. Just when Rain thought things in her life couldn't get any stranger, a chuckle escaped her as she ran a hand through her hair. I know what you mean. How about you take a break from cooking tonight and we order something? Sounds good. The time off after the attack on the USJ had finally come to an end. It was only a 3-day weekend, 2 of which were spent in the hospital, but she was ready to return to school despite her body still feeling sore. Sitting in the kitchen with a cup of coffee, All Might walked in. Good morning, Rain. Good morning, All Might. Do you think I could hear what we are doing in class today? She asked, taking a sip of her coffee. Training for the sports festival. What's the sports festival? She inquired, intrigued. The sports festival is a televised event for first-year students, like yourself, at UA. Students are observed by pro heroes for recruitment. Think of it as the Japanese equivalent of the Super Bowl. All right, that just makes me completely nervous, she admitted. Don't worry, young one. Aizawa and I will be teaching you how to better control your quirks. She nodded, finishing her coffee. Would you like a ride to school this morning? The weather is quite rainy. No, I want to walk today. She stood up, placing her cup in the sink before leaving the kitchen. Rain slipped on her shoes, put on her mask, and pulled her jacket over her as she grabbed her backpack by the door. She left All Might's house and began her short journey to school. The rain fell steadily as she walked the streets, her mind racing with thoughts of the sports festival. She would need to learn how to control her abilities. She didn't want to frighten anyone, especially after what had happened at the USJ. Sighing to herself, she arrived at the school. Her feet guided her through the gate and into the building. A few students were already there, but she kept her head down and headed to her homeroom class. Upon entering, she found only Tenya in the room. Rain, right? He asked, standing beside her desk. She nodded. Yeah, that's me, she replied, her voice muffled by her mask. As the class representative, I'd like to be the first to tell you that I have your back. You were brave for saving Mr. Aizawa against that creature. I know I wasn't there to help fight the villains, but word travels fast around here. Thanks, Tenya. Actually, saving Mr. Aizawa was pure instinct. Something just kicked my brain into high gear, I guess, she explained. Well, from what I heard, your instincts are powerful. If you ever need anything, just come to me. She nodded, offering a friendly smile behind her mask. As Tenya returned to his desk, more classmates began to pour into the room. Each student approached, except for Bakugo, sharing the same sentiments Tenya had expressed earlier. It was reassuring to know my classmates supported me. Kirishima was the last to enter the classroom, and upon seeing me, he hurried over. He asked how I was feeling, and I replied that I was still a bit sore in some areas but overall good, smiling even though he couldn't see it. Kirishima seemed relieved and inquired about Mr. Aizawa. I mentioned that when I was discharged from the hospital, Aizawa was still there. Kirishima's excitement grew as he realized that meant we would have a substitute teacher. Suddenly, Aizawa's deep voice filled the room as he entered, commanding us to settle down. His face and arms were wrapped in bandages, leaving only his eyes and a small part of his mouth visible. The class reacted with concern, murmuring questions about his well-being and whether he should be back so soon after such a severe incident. It was clear that Aizawa, like me, was facing a barrage of attention. Aizawa reassured us that he was fine and announced that we would be training with him and All Might for the upcoming sports festival. Just then, All Might made a dramatic entrance, eliciting excitement from the class. Aizawa continued, emphasizing the importance of the festival and the need for hard training over the next month. The higher we ranked, the more internship opportunities we would receive. All Might's enthusiasm was palpable as he urged us to change into our training uniforms. Aizawa pressed a button on the wall, revealing our numbered cases. We each grabbed our cases and headed to the locker rooms to change before making our way to the training field, the same one where the class had observed me when I first arrived. Aizawa and All Might were already there, waiting for us. Aizawa announced that our first exercise would be defensive training, and he and All Might began selecting teams. Aizawa's team included Tenya, Mina, Tokoyami, Koda, Sato, Ojiro, Jiro, Momo, Kirishima, Bakugo, and Denki, while I found myself on All Might's team with Toru, Uraraka, Tsu, Mineta, Aoyama, Siro, Shoji, Deku, and Todoroki. It promised to be an interesting training session. The first battle commenced with Denki and Toru stepping forward. Aizawa commanded them to begin, and the fight was underway. The battles continued, some quick and others more drawn out, providing me with insights into my abilities. I realized I wouldn't know how to approach my opponent until I faced them. One match escalated slightly, prompting Aizawa to use his erasure quirk to regain control. After several matches, Aizawa announced the final battle would be between Kirishima and me. I moved to the battleground, and Kirishima whispered that he wouldn't go too hard on me due to my injury. I insisted I was fine and encouraged him to give it his all. As the match began, Kirishima immediately hardened his body. I focused on the right quirk to use as he charged at me. I sidestepped, causing him to miss, and then used my quirk to take control of his body, turning him to face me. I urged him not to hold back, and when I released my control, he fell to the ground. Shaking off the beastly instincts within me, I prepared for his next attack. Kirishima threw a punch, which I caught, and he followed up with another, which I caught as well. We locked eyes, and I felt the transformation begin as my claws extended. I pushed him back, but he rolled through and regained his footing. I knew I couldn't let my wolf side take over, or I might pass out again. Suppressing that side of me, I raised my hand again, lifting Kirishima into the air and slowly closing my grip. He hardened again, feeling the pressure, and when I heard the faint sound of cracking, I knew I had to stop. I let him fall, and he landed on the ground, holding his sides in discomfort. Aizawa declared the match over, and I knelt beside Kirishima, asking if he was okay. He remarked that I had really tested his rock-hard defense. I apologized and offered to help him heal. Placing my hand on his chest, I whispered a healing command, feeling his body mend beneath my touch. Once he was fully healed, I stood back up, and Kirishima looked at me in astonishment, poking at his sides in disbelief. I extended my hand to him, and with my strength, I easily pulled him to his feet. We agreed to train more later, and I smiled behind my mask, feeling a sense of camaraderie. All Might praised my efforts, and I felt a blush creep onto my face. Aizawa then announced that it was time to return to class. Kirishima and I walked side by side to the locker rooms to change back into our school uniforms. For the entire month leading up to the sports festival, I trained with Kirishima and a few classmates who joined in. Today was finally the day of the festival, and my nerves were running high. I wanted to perform well to secure a list of agencies for internships, and the thought of it all made me anxious about what lay ahead. My leg bounced up and down nervously as the bus headed to the UA Sports Stadium. Kirishima, sitting beside me, noticed my anxiety and asked if I was okay. I assured him I was just a little nervous, and he smiled reassuringly, placing his hand on my bouncing knee. His touch always helped calm my nerves. Soon, we arrived outside the stadium, and everyone piled off the bus, gazing at the massive building. It was larger than any football stadium I had ever seen. Mr. Aizawa, still covered in bandages, led us inside before disappearing, leaving me feeling a bit uneasy. The room we entered was filled with other students in their UA training uniforms. As I stood with Kirishima, I felt the weight of many eyes on me. I glanced around and noticed the other first years staring, so I focused on the floor until an announcement came over the speakers. All students were instructed to report to the arena grounds. I stayed close to Kirishima and my classmates as we walked through a long hallway leading outside. Stepping into the sunlight, I looked up at the stands filled with spectators, including some pro heroes. My nerves intensified, but I took a deep breath to steady myself. My gaze shifted to the platform ahead, where Midnight stood, someone we had met a week prior. She welcomed everyone to the UA Sports Festival and called Katsuki Bakugo to the stage for a few words of encouragement. Bakugo parted the class and approached the microphone, his hands tucked in his training uniform pockets. I braced myself for what he would say. He declared he was going to win, prompting groans of disapproval from our class, while the other classes snickered. Bakugo turned to us, ready to respond, but Midnight quickly intervened, announcing that the first race would begin shortly and directing us to the starting area. Present Mick's voice boomed through the stadium, introducing himself as the MC for the event alongside Eraserhead. His energetic tone was somewhat annoying, but it added to the excitement. Aizawa's annoyed response to being roped into this made me chuckle quietly. Present Mike explained the first race, which included 3 obstacles designed to test our quirks: Robo Inferno, the Fall, and a minefield. He warned that the first 42 students to reach the finish line would advance, raising the stakes for everyone. With the countdown complete, a loud buzzer sounded, and the gate opened. I sprinted forward, but the crowd pushed and shoved to get through the tunnel. Frustrated, I leaped up, using my claws to grip the walls and propel myself forward. I quickly caught up with Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya. Bakugo used his explosions to fly ahead, while Todoroki created a slick sheet of ice. My claws gave me an advantage as I ran over the ice, passing Midoriya and then Todoroki. As I evened out with Bakugo, he glared at me, but I raised my hand and took control of the robots ahead, using them to hinder the others behind me. Bakugo cleared the remaining obstacles as we reached the next challenge. I jumped from pillar to pillar, my claws providing excellent grip. I heard Bakugo growl as he landed on a pillar ahead. He shouted at me, insisting I would never win against him. I taunted him back, feeling a smile beneath my mask. Bakugo retaliated with an explosive burst aimed at me, causing dust to cloud the area. I leaped to the next pillar, using my claws to stay hidden. When the dust settled, I heard him chuckle, claiming he had told me so. I peeked around the pillar just as Midoriya and Todoroki caught up. While Todoroki moved on without a word, Midoriya paused to check on me. I assured him I was fine and took off again, my frustration fueling my speed. I caught up with Todoroki and Bakugo, and as they distracted each other, my body shifted into my controllable wolf form. I took my mask in my mouth and ran on all fours, gaining speed. I easily passed them, determined to finish first and prove my worth to Bakugo. As I glanced back, I saw the shock on Todoroki's face and the fury in Bakugo's eyes. His focus shifted back to me as I activated another quirk, taking control of the mines ahead. I dashed over them, and not a single one exploded until I was far enough away. My head turned to see Bakugo and Todoroki dodging the explosions, but I had a good lead on them. If Bakugo wanted to catch up, he would need to quicken his bursts. I smiled as I watched him do just that. His quick bursts propelled him alongside me, but I pushed my legs to go faster, not allowing him to take the lead. I set off the mines next to him, but he skillfully dodged them. The finish line was just a few feet away. As Bakugo pushed himself harder, I did the same. Just before we reached the finish line, I jumped up and pushed him back with my legs, allowing me to soar forward and cross the finish line. I breathed heavily as my body shifted back to normal, quickly placing my mask on to conceal my identity. Bakugo crossed the finish line right after Midoriya, his face flushed with anger as he stomped past me. Midoriya commented on the race, noting that Bakugo seemed furious. I simply shrugged my shoulders before we were directed to a room where we could rest before the next event. While the judges counted out the first 42 students to cross the finish line, I rested anxiously, waiting to see which of my classmates would walk through the door. To my surprise, the entire class finished within the top 42 spots. I smiled when I saw Kirishima walk in, clearly exhausted. When he spotted me, a bright smile appeared on his face as he took an empty seat beside me. Kirishima congratulated me on securing first place in the race. Our conversation was short-lived when we were called to the arena grounds. The turf was changed to a fine-grained sand-like substance, and the stage was moved to the side. Midnight stood on the stage with a microphone, accompanied by a large TV screen. We all gathered in front of the stage. She announced that the next event was called the Cavalry Battle. The 42 students would group into teams of 4 and form a horse configuration as demonstrated on the screen. The objective was to earn points by swiping other teams' headbands while protecting their own. The value of the headbands was based on the points received in the obstacle race, with the last place worth 5 points and each subsequent position worth 5 points more. The first place headband, however, was worth 10 million points. Every student around me turned their heads in my direction, realizing I would be a target. Midnight explained that headbands could not be worn below the neck and reassured us that losing a headband or having our configuration crumble would not result in elimination. Instead, we would need to regain points or surpass the leading team before time ran out. She urged us to use our quirks wisely, warning that any malicious use would lead to our entire team being eliminated. We had 15 minutes to build our teams and discuss strategy. As the students parted away from me, only Midoriya and Uraraka approached. They must have already decided to form a team. Uraraka greeted me with her usual bright smile and expressed their desire for me to join them. I questioned their choice, considering my high points, but they both nodded, insisting that friends should stick together. I smiled behind my mask, surprised they considered me a friend since we hadn't hung out much. Midoriya then suggested we needed one more person and proposed Tokoyami, who had not yet been chosen. They agreed and we walked over to him. Midoriya nervously asked Tokoyami to join our team, emphasizing that he and Dark Shadow would be great assets. Tokoyami nodded in agreement, and we moved as a group to a spot away from everyone else as the headbands were handed out. Midnight announced that our 15 minutes were up and instructed us to tie on our headbands and get into our configurations. I secured my headband around my head as my teammates lifted me off the ground. I took a nervous breath, glancing around at the other teams, all of whom were looking at me. Midnight signaled the start of the event, and teams rushed to gather points. We went on the defensive as several teams closed in on us, dodging their attempts to grab our headbands. We managed to secure a couple of headbands without losing any of our own. I checked the countdown clock, realizing we had survived 10 minutes, but there were still 5 more to go. Suddenly, Todoroki's team charged toward us. Before we could react, he created a plume of dust, allowing him to snatch my headband. I felt a surge of frustration as our team dropped from 1st to 5th place. Determined, I suggested to my team that we shift our focus to regaining points. We moved around the arena, trying to grab headbands, but the other teams were fiercely guarding theirs. Time was running out, and we had yet to secure another headband. Frustration grew among us as I glanced at the clock, noting there were only 30 seconds left. We pushed ourselves, and dust filled the air as we fought against the other teams. In the final moments, I lunged for a headband belonging to one of Class 1B's students, but he evaded me just as the buzzer sounded. The dust from the intense battle cleared the air, giving the judges time to tally up the points of each team. The team's name had dropped below the top 4 until Tokoyami revealed a headband that Dark Shadow had managed to get from Team Todoroki. With 615 points, they secured the 4th spot. Uraraka hugged Tokoyami while I gently patted Dark Shadow's head. Midnight drew everyone's attention to the big screen, announcing the final results of the cavalry battle. She congratulated the teams and explained that they would take a 1-hour break to rest their quirks. One by one, they would come onto the stage to pick a number from a box. The number drawn would determine their first opponent in the final event. Midnight instructed everyone to form a line, and I stayed with my team until it was our turn on stage. When my turn came, I stepped up to the box and pulled out a number. Unfolding the small paper, I saw it was I reported my number to one of the staff assisting Midnight, who noted it down. They would determine my opponent during the break. After leaving the stage, I rejoined Midoriya, Uraraka, and Tokoyami. As we walked through the stadium, Shoto Todoroki appeared in front of us. Midoriya expressed a desire to speak with Todoroki, and we watched as he stepped aside. I wondered what they were discussing, noting that Midoriya had been gone for a while. Uraraka stirred her ramen, commenting on the time that had passed. I was surprised by the variety of food available. I had expected only Japanese cuisine, but there were American options as well, which made me feel nostalgic about Sandy and the kids she had taken in. Midoriya eventually returned, sitting down next to Uraraka with a takeout box. When asked about his conversation with Todoroki, he hesitated, revealing that Todoroki intended to win if they faced each other. I sensed there was more to the story but chose to remain silent, focusing instead on my food and the back of Kirishima's head. I couldn't deny my crush on him. He had been a great friend since I left America. However, my facial scars reminded me of the past and made me doubt that someone like him could ever be interested in me. Midoriya's voice pulled me from my thoughts as he asked who I thought I would face first in the battles. I shrugged, admitting I didn't know. When he asked who I would like to battle, I realized I had no clear answer. Just then, Bakugo passed by, shooting me a glare that I had expected after my earlier comment. I felt a surge of confidence as I replied to Uraraka, saying that surviving in the American foster care system had prepared me for this challenge. Present Mick's voice boomed, announcing that the first battles would begin in 10 minutes. I looked at the screen and saw my name paired with a green-haired girl I recognized from the cavalry battle. She had used vines during the competition, which I felt confident I could handle. After defeating Ida, I wiped the sweat from my brow. I had surprised the crowd and my classmates by using new quirks I had learned after leaving the hospital. Ida had been a good sport about the match, and we shook hands afterward, with him congratulating me on my victory. Now, sitting in the locker room area, I sipped from my water bottle. I should have been watching the other battles, but I wanted to be surprised about my next opponent. I picked up my phone as it chimed with a message from Sandy, reminding me that I could call her anytime. I chuckled to myself before hitting the call icon. After a few rings, Sandy answered, her voice cheerful as she asked how everything was going with school. I shared that I was participating in the sports festival, my excitement bubbling as I bounced my knee in anticipation. It felt like a long time ago. The ranking was on everyone's mind. Rain had won the first match in the Final Four, smiling behind the mask as Sandy celebrated with joy, calling out to the kids Rain had helped before arriving. Sandy's excitement was palpable, and Rain chuckled, reminding her not to wake the dead with her loud voice. After a moment, Sandy put the phone on speaker so the kids could share their congratulations and questions. One by one, they expressed their excitement and curiosity about Rain's return home. Rain appreciated their enthusiasm, answering their questions as best as possible before Sandy took the phone off speaker. She reminded the kids to focus on their homework and asked Rain about the next opponent. Rain explained that the next matchup would be announced after the remaining battles concluded. The commentary from the teachers in the background faded into the background as Rain pondered the conversation with Sandy, concerned that she might not know about the villains attacking the school. Just then, Bakugo entered the room, his scowl evident. He confronted Rain, asserting that the rooms were not assigned and that he had been there since the previous match. Bakugo warned Rain that their upcoming match would be different, insisting that he wouldn't hold back. Rain rolled their eyes, dismissing Bakugo's bravado while checking a message from Kirishima. Kirishima informed Rain about the final match against Bakugo, encouraging them to give it their all. Rain acknowledged the challenge and agreed to help Kirishima with some assignments after the festival. Before Rain could respond further, All Might entered, announcing it was time for the final battle. Rain smiled and nodded, handing All Might the phone for safekeeping as they made their way to the arena. Upon reaching the entrance, Bakugo remained silent until All Might departed, reminding Rain of their earlier conversation. As the match began, midnight counted down, and Bakugo launched his first attack. Rain dodged skillfully, fueling Bakugo's frustration. The more Rain evaded, the angrier Bakugo became, demanding Rain to stop dodging and fight. Rain recalled the extensive notes from Dr. Hisho about their quirks. While they had used various abilities in previous matches, they hesitated to unleash their controllable wolf form, fearing the consequences. Bakugo fired another blast, which Rain deflected with a force field, advancing toward Bakugo and forcing him back. Just as Bakugo neared the out-of-bounds line, he propelled himself into the air, launching another blast that knocked Rain down. The impact was strong enough that Rain had to dig their claws into the ground to prevent elimination. Frustration surged within Rain, and they transformed into their wolf form, roaring defiantly at Bakugo. The challenge was accepted, and Rain charged at Bakugo, who retaliated with another blast. Although Rain stumbled back, they quickly regained their footing and countered Bakugo's attack, redirecting the blast back toward him. Bakugo's eyes widened momentarily before he dodged, determination evident in his mind. He prepared a massive blast, and Rain braced themselves, digging their claws into the cement once more. Just before the blast struck, Rain used another quirk to create a barrier of concrete, but the force shattered it, sending debris crashing down. In that moment, everything went quiet. Had Rain just passed out? No, Rain did not want to be defeated this way. She struggled to move her legs, but pain held her back. Anger surged within her as her inner beast began to emerge. She watched in awe as her body transformed, starting with her hands and arms. Her stronger limbs pulled her injured form from the rubble, and she heard Present Mic's voice echoing in the arena. Rain was not incapacitated, but her state was dire. She could not possibly continue the fight, he said. Just watch her. As her body morphed into the beast, her broken limbs snapped back into place. All her injuries healed, and the crowd gasped at the sight. The once graceful wolf had become a powerful beast. She leaped down from the pile of debris, facing Bakugo, who simply smirked, igniting her wolf's fury. She reached for a large concrete slab and hurled it at her classmate. He blasted it apart, sending chunks flying to avoid being hit. Frustration boiled within her as she rapidly threw slab after slab. While Bakugo was preoccupied, she moved behind him with surprising speed. When the dust settled, he looked around, confused by her sudden disappearance. Seizing the moment, she grabbed his forearm, sinking her talons deep into his flesh. He cried out in pain and raised his other arm to blast her away, but she caught it, redirecting the blast skyward. The beast locked eyes with Bakugo, a smirk forming on its muzzle. What was she doing? A deep, gravelly voice from within her questioned. This pathetic excuse for a human would learn respect. The wolf released Bakugo and charged, pushing him back toward the out-of-bounds line. Just as he was about to be eliminated, Bakugo attempted to fly up again, but the beast caught him by the ankle and slammed him down onto the concrete, a cloud of dust enveloping them. As the dust settled, the crowd watched intently, eager to see the outcome. Bakugo lay motionless beneath the beast. When the dust cleared, the beast stood over Bakugo's unconscious body, snarling. Midnight announced that Bakugo had been incapacitated and Rain was the winner, but the beast ignored her. Rain struggled to regain control as she watched the beast lower itself onto all fours, hovering over Bakugo with bared teeth and a vicious growl. No, stop. He's not an enemy. Rain pleaded within her mind. The beast responded, asserting its dominance. She began to panic as she saw the beast raise a clawed paw. She needed to stop this. It was going to harm Bakugo. Focusing hard, she felt the crowd's eyes on her as they witnessed her internal struggle. Just before she could fully regain control, she felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, a purple haze surrounding her as her eyes fluttered shut. As consciousness returned, Rain felt sore and utterly exhausted. Faint voices reached her ears. One voice asked how she had gotten her injuries, while another mentioned that she had them when she arrived from America. Was that All Might? Someone suggested putting a muzzle on her, recalling that they had to do the same with Bakugo. Rain felt gentle hands lifting her head, and the coolness of her leather half-mask was comforting against her skin. Then, something else was strapped to her head, definitely the muzzle. Once it was secured, she slowly opened her eyes. All Might greeted her with a smile, and she looked around at the teachers, lowering her head in shame. Mr. Aizawa asked if she was all right, and she nodded without meeting anyone's gaze. She quietly inquired about Bakugo's condition, relieved to hear he was fine, just with a few bruises and scrapes. Midnight held out a metal box contraption with a chain, and Rain extended her arms, wanting to cooperate. Midnight secured the metal box onto her wrists, and Rain understood the necessity of the precaution. All Might then told her it was time for the award ceremony. She swung her feet off the bed, realizing she had been sitting, and followed him to a place beneath the stadium arena. When they arrived, Bakugo was thrashing around, yelling in frustration. All Might led Rain to the number 1 spot, where a thick metal ring was attached to the floor. Without a word, he secured the chain to the ring. All Might reassured her that he knew she had control over her beast now, but this was just for show, to demonstrate their control over the situation. She nodded, and he patted her head, much to her inner wolf's delight. He promised to return shortly and left her with a few technicians. Rain lowered her head again, focusing on the floor as Bakugo continued to yell. His outbursts intensified upon seeing her. Suddenly, the large podium they stood on began to rise, stopping once they were fully visible to the crowd in the stadium. Bakugo struggled against his restraints, casting a glance my way while I remained still, my gaze fixed on my feet. I paid little attention to Midnight and All Might as they placed medals on a stoic Todoroki and the restless Bakugo. The sound of the crowd's applause filled the air. With the muzzle on my face and chains binding me to the podium, I felt a strange sense of confinement, reminiscent of those who faced hardship in the past. No, I reminded myself, I wasn't their prisoner. I shifted my gaze upward as All Might and Midnight approached me. And finally, in first place, the winner of the UA Sports Festival, Rain Newport. Midnight announced, her smile bright. All Might held up the golden medal attached to a ribbon, and I lifted my head. He placed the medal around my neck. Thank you all for joining us for the sports festival. We can't wait to see you again next year. Midnight said into the microphone. The two teachers remained on the large podium as it began to descend back beneath the stadium grounds. Once it reached its original position, All Might had Bakugo escorted away first, likely to give him some time to cool off. Let's get you out of these, Rain. I nodded as All Might removed the metal box from my hands and the muzzle from my face. Thank you, All Might, and I'm sorry for losing control of my quirk. I tried to stop it, I really did, I explained, and All Might wrapped his strong arms around me. There's no need to apologize. I could see you were struggling to regain control. That's why I had Midnight put you to sleep. Thanks, All Might, I said as he released me. So, are you heading home or hanging out with your friends? I'm going home first to change. Kirishima asked me earlier to help him with some homework, so we're going to do that, I replied as we began walking back to the surface. Alright, just be home before dark. I nodded as we emerged above ground. All Might and I parted ways, and I set off to find Kirishima. Alright, let me check your answers, I said as I sat with Kirishima on his bed. I had changed out of my training uniform before heading over to UA. By the time I arrived, Kirishima was already waiting. I had worried he might not show up after the festival incident with Bakugo, but my fears were put to rest when he congratulated me on winning against his friend. Now, we were sitting on his bed, working on assignments that were overdue. For this question, the Trojan horse was used to sneak soldiers into the city of Troy, I explained. Oh right. I feel a bit silly for getting that one wrong. You're not silly, Kiri. You got all the other answers right, I said with a smile. Really? Yes. Now, is there any other assignment you haven't finished? I asked. Nope, that was the last one. Good. Kiri, if you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask me. I know it would make Aizawa happy if you turned in your papers on time, I said as I packed my books back into my backpack. I know. It's just that I don't understand why we have to learn all this stuff. We won't use it when fighting villains. I think it's more about having a backup plan. What if you got hurt while fighting a villain? What would you do if you couldn't be out there taking down the bad guys? The knowledge our teachers give us is important, I explained, and Kirishima nodded. I see your point. I'll come to you if I need help again. I smiled as I zipped up my bag. But remember, you can come to me with anything. It doesn't have to be about homework, I added, noticing a look of confusion on Kirishima's face. What do you mean? He asked. You know, if you have any problems or just want someone to talk to. I'm here for you. I lowered my head, the half mask hiding the blush that crept onto my cheeks. So, you're not afraid of me? I asked curiously. Of course not. You are the bravest person I know. Your multiple quirks don't define you, it's how you present yourself. If anyone is afraid of you, you can count on me to stand by your side. A bigger smile and a deeper blush spread across my face. I had never had someone say that to me so genuinely before. It was refreshing. Kirishima and I continued to chat for a few minutes until dusk settled around us. I said goodbye to Kirishima before heading back to All Might's house. After a few days off from school to recover from the sports festival, it was finally time to return. I took a deep breath as I looked at myself in the full-length mirror hanging on the wall. I felt a bit nervous about going back today. I wondered what my classmates and everyone else at UA would think after the festival. The only person who had really seen me was Kirishima. Hopefully, Bakugo had calmed down and wouldn't want to confront me. A soft knock at my door was followed by All Might's familiar voice. "Rain? I made breakfast if you're hungry." "I'll be down in a moment," I answered. After taking one last look in the mirror, I grabbed my backpack and left my room. I went downstairs and entered the kitchen, where the delicious smell of eggs, toast, and bacon greeted me. I smiled as I set my bag down and sat at the table. All Might had already prepared a plate for me, so I dug in. We ate in silence, and once I finished, I placed my plate and fork in the sink, promising to do the dishes when I returned. I picked up my backpack and slung it over one shoulder. "I'm heading out. See you later in class," I said as I made my way toward the kitchen doorway. "Rain, if anyone gives you trouble today." Rain left the house, her mind racing with thoughts about what All Might had said. She wondered if everyone would give her a hard time, if she would be questioned like a criminal, and if her teachers and classmates would view her differently after witnessing her quirks at the festival. As she approached the large gates of UA, she took a deep breath, noticing a few people gathered outside. Upon entering, she could hear whispers and felt the weight of their gazes on her. She quickly made her way to Mr. Aizawa's classroom, relieved to find only Ida there. Ida greeted her with a concerned tone, but something felt off. Rain's instincts kicked in, sensing his unease. She asked about his brother, who had been attacked, and while he assured her that his brother was fine, she sensed he was hiding something. Ida's silence spoke volumes, and she hoped the authorities would catch the attacker soon. As more classmates entered, Rain was surprised to find them congratulating her for winning the sports festival instead of whispering about her. Bakugo, despite his usual angry demeanor, seemed slightly disappointed, though it was subtle. Rain approached him, checking in, but he dismissed her, insisting he wasn't upset. She shrugged it off and returned to her seat, feeling a mix of amusement and determination. Kirishima joined her, and they chatted about training, their friendship growing stronger. Rain had developed feelings for him, but she doubted he felt the same way. The classroom door opened, and Aizawa and Midnight entered with supplies for a new activity. Aizawa instructed the class to settle down, announcing they would be discussing hero names, which instantly brightened the mood. Midnight explained the significance of choosing a hero name, and the class eagerly began brainstorming. Rain already had her name in mind and quickly wrote it down. She glanced at Kirishima, who was deep in thought, and smiled when he finally wrote something down. As the hour drew to a close, Midnight called for volunteers to present their names. Uraraka went first, introducing her name, Uravity, which received praise. Rain raised her hand and confidently presented her name, the multi-quirk hero, Legion. Midnight expressed her approval, and Rain felt a surge of pride, especially when Kirishima high-fived her. Once everyone had shared their names, Mr. Aizawa shifted the focus to an important announcement. He revealed that several pro-hero agencies had been observing the students during the sports festival, and they would have 3 days to explore potential mentorship opportunities. As Mr. Aizawa called up names, Rain noticed she was the last one left but didn't receive a paper. Confused, she looked at him, sensing something was off. He instructed her to sit down, and her anxiety grew. Mr. Aizawa's serious demeanor made it difficult for her to read him. He began to explain that he had never had to discuss something like this with a student, especially one who had excelled in the sports festival. Rain's heart raced, bracing for whatever news was to come. Aizawa's expression shifted before he composed himself. He explained that when the internship lists arrived, Rain's name was missing. Initially, he thought it might have been a clerical error, but after making a few calls, he confirmed it wasn't. A hint of sympathy colored his voice as he spoke. Rain felt a wave of confusion wash over her. No pro-hero agency wanted her? He encouraged her not to be discouraged. The agencies present at the sports festival were the most sought after, but he knew of a few that might be willing to take her on as a mentee. He handed her a paper with a list of hero agencies, and as she scanned the names, her disappointment faded away. Grateful, Rain thanked Mr. Aizawa. He urged her to check out the agencies, a slight smile appearing on his tired face. She nodded, stood up, and left the classroom. From Aizawa's perspective, He watched Rain exit with a newfound sense of hope. He had never gone out of his way for a student before, but he felt a protective instinct toward her. It frustrated him that her list of agencies had not come through, and it angered many others at the academy as well. He couldn't believe they had overlooked her due to the incident with Bakugo. Rising from behind his desk, he made his way down the hall to Principal Nizu's office, which was wide open. Nizu greeted him cheerfully as he sat behind his large wooden desk. Aizawa wondered how the principal always seemed to know things. He took a seat in one of the cushy chairs in front of Nizu. Aizawa wanted to discuss Rain's internship list. Nizu had anticipated this conversation and asked if Aizawa had prepared a list of agencies for her. Aizawa confirmed that she was currently meeting with them but still had concerns. Nizu acknowledged the puzzling situation, noting that the staff was equally baffled as to why the agencies would overlook such a powerful and dedicated student for a single incident. Aizawa pressed for answers about what would happen if the agencies he had listed did not work out. Nizu admitted uncertainty, explaining that they had never encountered such a situation before. However, if those agencies declined, he would allow the teachers to step in and mentor her, provided Aizawa was willing to work with her alongside a few others. Aizawa agreed, having intended to suggest that himself. Nizu smiled, revealing that he had already spoken with Midnight, All Might, and Present Mike, all of whom were on board should things not go as planned. Aizawa felt a sense of relief. Now, all they could do was wait. Rain left the academy grounds. She looked down at the paper Aizawa had given her. She noticed he had also included the addresses. It was a kindness she hadn't experienced from a teacher before, aside from Sandy. She wondered how Sandy and the kids were doing and made a mental note to call them later. Pulling out her phone, she used the GPS to navigate to her first location. Despite Aizawa's support, discouragement and disappointment crept in as she crossed another name off her list. She scrolled through the information on her phone, searching for something positive about the last agency. It was hard to stay hopeful when Aizawa had worked so hard to advocate for her, yet still, she felt unwanted. The taxi driver interrupted her thoughts, announcing their arrival. She thanked him, paid for the ride, and stepped out, staring at the building before her. With a heavy sigh, she entered. The agency resembled the others she had visited that day, complete with fake plants, chairs, and a receptionist behind a large desk. The receptionist welcomed her and asked how she could help. Rain expressed her desire to speak with Mr. Tisho Sargent about an internship. The receptionist informed her that he was currently occupied but asked her to take a seat while she notified him of Rain's presence. As she waited, her anxiety grew with each passing minute. Finally, the receptionist returned to the open office door and informed Mr. Sargent that there was one more visitor. Rain stood up and walked to the door, greeting Mr. Sargent with a friendly smile. He invited her to sit and dismissed the receptionist, asking her to send his regards to her children. Rain introduced herself, extending her hand for a shake. Instead of shaking it, Mr. Sargent kissed her hand, which took her by surprise. He welcomed her warmly, and the meeting began. So she was there for a potential internship. She nodded in response, confirming her presence. The interviewer had a few questions and pulled out some papers from his desk, asking if she was still attending school. She affirmed that she was enrolled at UA, a prestigious academy. He inquired whether she had applied or received a recommendation. She explained that she had originally been on a recommendation but wanted to earn her way in. The interviewer acknowledged her determination, taking a moment to review her record on his computer. She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, knowing that her performance at the UA Sports Festival might affect her chances. He noted that she had received a recommendation from Eraserhead, indicating that he saw potential in her. He also recognized her name as the winner of the UA Sports Festival, which brought a mix of pride and apprehension. He continued, explaining that it was his job to be tough on students and that he had watched the festival. Despite Eraserhead's glowing recommendation, he regrettably had to decline her request for an internship at his agency. Her heart sank at the news. She had hoped to secure a position from the list Mr. Aizawa had provided. She responded with understanding, though disappointment lingered in her voice. The interviewer suggested that she might benefit more from one-on-one interning elsewhere and wished her luck in her search, his tone lacking sympathy but tinged with uncertainty. She thanked him for his time, shaking his hand before leaving the office. Not wanting to return to All Might's house just yet, she wandered until she found a park. Sitting on a bench, she clutched the piece of paper Mr. Aizawa had given her, glancing over it before tossing it into a nearby trash can. A surge of emotions overwhelmed her, and she felt like a failure. Internally, she berated herself for not being able to control the turmoil within her. Observing families enjoying their time together in the park, she felt a pang of longing. They appeared so happy, and she wondered if a stable life would have helped her keep her inner struggles at bay. The weight of her situation pressed down on her, and for the first time in a long while, tears streamed down her cheeks as she sat alone on the bench. Meanwhile, All Might was concerned. He had reached her voicemail and sighed, realizing he needed to search for her. She should have been home hours ago, and after multiple unanswered calls, he decided to gather help. Just then, he heard the door open and rushed to the entrance, relief washing over him as he saw her. There she was, but he couldn't help but notice the sadness in her expression. He asked why she hadn't answered his calls, jokingly mentioning that he was ready to call in an army of heroes to find her. She replied that her phone was dead, her voice stoic. The worry he felt faded as he noticed her demeanor. He inquired about what was wrong, but she didn't want to talk about it at that moment and walked past him, heading upstairs to her room. He returned to the kitchen, deciding to reheat a plate of food and make some tea for her. Once everything was ready, he carried the items upstairs. Gently knocking on her door, he peeked inside but found she wasn't in bed. He noticed the balcony doors were open and stepped outside to see her leaning over the rail, smoke drifting through the air. Something must have troubled her during her search for internship opportunities. He called out to her softly, asking what was wrong. She turned to him, her expression revealing the weight of her thoughts. "I brought you some tea and food," she stated as she stood beside her. Rain straightened up and accepted the cup. "Thanks," she replied. "No problem. I know you said you don't want to talk about it, but did something happen during your internship search today?" she asked as Rain sipped the hot tea. Rain nodded. It felt unusual to see her without her mask, which she often wore even at home. "Please tell me what happened. I just want to help," she urged. "I let Mr. Aizawa down. He went through so much trouble to speak highly of me to various hero agencies, and not one of them wanted to take me on. All because of this monster inside of me," Rain explained, struggling to keep her anger and sadness in check. "I'm sorry, Rain," she said softly. "It's okay. I've pulled myself up from lower points than this. I'll just have to come out and tell Mr. Aizawa the truth when I return to school," Rain replied, putting out her cigarette and finishing her tea. "Thanks again for the tea. Of course, just remember, you might not have the support of any hero agency, but you do have support from the people around you, especially your teachers." Rain nodded, and she wrapped her arms around her. "I brought you some food too. It's on your desk. You might want to eat it before it gets cold. I'll leave you to it." She took the cup from Rain's hands. Rain nodded and walked back into her room with her. She saw the food and sat down, thanking her once more before she left. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she prepared to make an important call to the others. Another morning arrived, and when Rain woke up, she didn't feel the same as she had 3 days ago, but she knew that seeing Mr. Aizawa would change that. She skipped breakfast and made her way to UA. It was still early, but a few students lingered around, chatting before heading inside. She went straight to Mr. Aizawa's classroom. Thankfully, he wasn't there, leaving her alone with her thoughts. Before long, Tenya entered the class and greeted her. "Morning," she said. "You're here early, Rain," he noted as he took a seat at his desk. "How did your internship search go?" he asked while cleaning his glasses. "It went fine. How about yours?" she lied, not wanting anyone to know about her failure. "I'll be joining my family's hero agency." "Awesome," she replied with a smile. The mention of his family made her wonder what life was like with an actual family. A life with parents who didn't abandon her. Having siblings to fight and argue with. As far as she knew, she didn't have any biological siblings. Sandy was a great parental figure, and the kids she took in were wonderful, but it wasn't the real family dynamic she longed for. If only she could discover who her parents were. Maybe things would change. Perhaps this emptiness buried deep in her soul would be filled. She acted like not knowing her real family didn't bother her, but it did. Every day, it made her question why her efforts were stalled and why everything led to a dead end. "Hey, there's my little pebble. How did the search go?" Kirishima asked, slinging his arm over her shoulder as he entered the classroom. "Great," another person she had to lie to. "It went well. Did you get into where you wanted?" she asked. "Of course. They couldn't wait to take me on," he replied excitedly. "That's great," she said. "So, who did you sign up with?" he inquired with a big smile. She hadn't expected anyone to ask her this question. "Oh, I signed up with, All right class, in your seats please," Mr. Aizawa announced as he entered the classroom. Kirishima patted her shoulder before heading to his seat. "Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. Today we'll be doing some light training since tomorrow you all will head off to your chosen agencies to begin your week of interning. Gather your training uniforms and meet me at Training Ground 1 in 10 minutes. With that, Mr. Aizawa left the classroom. She grabbed her case and followed the others to the locker rooms to change. While changing, some of the girls asked her the same question Kirishima had earlier, but this time she couldn't avoid answering. She mentioned a random agency that wasn't popular, and thankfully, they left it at that. She didn't want to explain herself any further. With a few minutes to spare, they all arrived at Training Ground 1, where Mr. Aizawa was already waiting. He split them into 2 teams for a battle. "Rain, hold up 1 second, he called. "Yes, Mr. Aizawa," she replied, her heart racing. Had he already heard? "I'll need to see you right after school today. Meet me back here." "Can I ask why?" she inquired, feigning curiosity. "We'll see. Now join your team." Just when she thought her heart couldn't beat any faster, she realized he must have heard something. Did all those agencies call him back to inform him they weren't interested in her? The entire day, she couldn't stop thinking about the meeting Mr. Aizawa wanted to have with her after school. When her last class ended, she made her way to Training Ground. Upon arrival, she found Mr. Aizawa was not alone. Midnight, Present Mike, and All Might were there with him. What was going on? Young Rain, you've arrived," All Might exclaimed enthusiastically. "What's going on? You said you wanted to speak with me, Mr. Aizawa?" she asked. "Yes. Last night, All Might called me and informed me that none of those agencies worked out," Mr. Aizawa said, and she lowered her head slightly. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry if I let you down." "You didn't, Rain. I was surprised my endorsement fell on deaf ears. So, with the permission of Principal Nizu, the 4 of us will be interning you ourselves." Present Mike interjected loudly. "Not so loud, Mike. Please," Mr. Aizawa admonished. "You all are going to train me? But I thought a student could only intern under a hero agency," she questioned. "That's correct, but there's a small detail in the fine print that states any agency unwilling to accept a student's quirk or quirks will be under the tutelage of their teachers," Mr. Aizawa explained. "And since you have multiple quirks, you get multiple teachers," All Might added with his usual big smile. She didn't know what to think. All the teachers wanted to help one student excel, even though many others could benefit as well. It felt surreal. Rain accepted the offer to intern, realizing it would be foolish not to. The teachers informed her that her internship would begin immediately. After the meeting with the teachers, Rain reflected on the intense experience, particularly how Present Mic's loud voice had affected her. With her heightened sensitivity to sound, it had been quite overwhelming. The teachers had requested a list of all her quirks, so upon returning to Yagi's house, she started making copies of the quirk list Dr. Hisho had provided. While working on her task, she had a chance to talk to Kirishima. They chatted for hours until it was time for bed. The next morning, she woke up early enough to have breakfast before heading to the train station. She wanted to see her friends one last time before they began their internships. Leaning against one of the pillars on the platform, she waited, surrounded by the bustling crowd. With all her belongings in tow, she wouldn't need to return home. As she looked up from her phone, she heard the familiar voices of her classmates approaching. A smile spread across her face as she recognized Kirishima calling her name. When they drew closer, she embraced him warmly. Mr. Aizawa observed the scene with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Rain arrived at the training ground ahead of her classmates, eager to wish them luck before they departed. She explained to Mina that she was doing her internship at UA, where larger battlegrounds provided more space for training. Mr. Aizawa gathered everyone, reminding them that they represented Class 1A and needed to behave well. He instructed them not to lose their cases and informed them that their train would arrive shortly, during which he would distribute their tickets. As the train pulled up, her friends came to give her a final hug, expressing their encouragement and support. Kirishima reassured her that they would stay in touch, even if they were both tired. After their goodbyes, Rain followed Mr. Aizawa as they left the train station. A sleek black car pulled up, and Mr. Aizawa opened the door for her before joining her in the back seat. He mentioned that the car was not his choice, but rather Yagi's. Rain realized she had spoken her thoughts aloud and felt a bit embarrassed. She handed Mr. Aizawa the list of quirks they had requested, which she had prepared in advance. During the ride, he focused on the quirk lists, likely strategizing for their training. Rain felt confident in her abilities, recalling how she had faced tougher challenges before. When they arrived at Training Ground 1, Mr. Aizawa asked for the remaining folders to distribute to the others while she changed into her hero costume. Stepping onto the training grounds, Rain saw her teachers reviewing the quirk lists she had provided. She had included a special page outlining the quirks she had already mastered, hoping to focus on controlling the more challenging ones, especially the darker aspect of her powers. Mr. Aizawa explained that they would work on strengthening her other quirks, as there might be situations where she would need to use them. Present Mike praised her for providing the extra list, and they discussed their first training goal, controlling the dark wolf within her. Rain felt her heart race at the thought, aware of the power that lay dormant inside her. Mr. Aizawa reassured her that they would teach her how to manage it, and Midnight would be there to intervene if necessary. Taking a deep breath, Rain agreed to the plan. Yagi handed her a specially made HS, assuring her it would adjust to fit her even in her wolf form. As she secured it, Midnight activated a mechanism that revealed a thick concrete beam with a steel ring and heavy chain. Rain felt a mix of nerves and determination as Yagi attached the chain to her HS. When she was ready, they encouraged her to release the dark wolf. Rain closed her eyes, focusing on letting the darker side of her powers take over. It was a swift transformation, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself on all fours, a deep growl escaping her new form. Her teachers instructed her to let the wolf act freely, assuring her they would step in if things became too intense. The wolf lunged forward but was halted by the chain, causing Rain to feel both the thrill and the challenge of controlling her power. Midnight instructed Rain to focus on regaining control, her calming voice contrasting with the agitation of the wolf within. The wolf lunged fiercely, causing cracks to form in the concrete beam. Rain concentrated on Midnight's words and felt the shift within, but the wolf's anger surged again, leading to another powerful lunge that echoed through the space. Midnight urged Rain to observe the wolf's eyes, noting that Rain was close to reclaiming control. With determination, Rain focused harder and felt their body begin to transform back into human form, though they fell to one knee in the process. Midnight praised Rain and encouraged them to try again. For the past 4 days, Rain had awakened early to meet with teachers at UA, eager to make the most of the internship. After the first day, Rain felt transformed, as the dark wolf had relinquished control, allowing them to work together as a team. Excitement bubbled within Rain at the thought of sharing their progress with friends, especially Kirishima, who was diligently working to become the best hero like his idol, Red Riot. Though they hadn't spoken much during the week, Rain was confident they would catch up once school resumed. Day 2 presented challenges as the teachers wanted to see how Rain could utilize their quirks with both the dark and good wolves present. While Rain excelled in telepathy and animal instincts, only the good wolf could access certain abilities. The dark wolf was primarily a forceful presence, as Yagi had described. With practice, Rain hoped to unlock more potent quirks. On days 3 and 4, Rain trained with Midnight and Present Mike to bring forth each quirk. Revisiting the USJ stirred memories of past struggles, but the Dark Wolf remained subdued, allowing Rain to unlock a quirk that could halt fires and tidal waves with a simple command. Rain felt a surge of pride and surprise at their progress, even managing to access more powerful quirks like fire and electricity. Midnight expressed her astonishment at Rain's rapid development, boosting their confidence and reinforcing their aspirations of becoming a great hero. After a long day of training, Midnight and Present Mike took Rain out to patrol the city, an exhilarating experience that included meeting several pro heroes who were impressed by Rain's quick mastery of control. Both mentors had a knack for embarrassing Rain, who felt a blush creeping onto their face, hidden only by their mask. As Day 5 began, Rain's mind buzzed with anticipation for the day ahead. "Good morning, Rain," Yagi greeted as Rain prepared breakfast. "Good morning, Yagi," Rain replied with a smile while cooking bacon, eggs, and toast. The aroma filled the kitchen, prompting Yagi to compliment the meal. Rain assured him it would be ready shortly. As Yagi retrieved a protein shake from the fridge, Rain had suggested these to help him build strength and save on groceries. Once breakfast was served, Yagi dug in while Rain tidied up the dishes, placing them in the dishwasher. After finishing their meal, Rain started the dishwasher, knowing it would be done by the time they returned. "You better go get ready. I'll make sure we have enough water," Yagi reminded. Rain nodded and headed back upstairs to prepare for the day ahead. 2 days ago, I decided it would be easier and quicker to change into my hero costume at home instead of the locker room. After getting changed, I packed my backpack with a change of clothes and my sneakers, since I wore steel-toed combat boots with my hero outfit. I left my room and went back downstairs to find Yagi waiting patiently by the door, looking down at his phone with a troubled expression. I asked if something was wrong, and he quickly slipped his phone back into his pocket, insisting it was nothing. I sensed he was lying but chose not to press further. We left the house and got into his car, heading to the training grounds at UA. As we arrived, I greeted Aizawa, who looked up from his phone and smiled slightly. I set my backpack down on one of the benches and asked what we would be doing that day. Aizawa explained that we would head to the stadium for hand-to-hand combat training. He emphasized the importance of knowing how to defend oneself without relying solely on quirks. I picked my bag back up, ready to begin. Aizawa led us to the stadium grounds, where he pulled out a small remote. With the press of a button, several homemade dummies rose from the ground. When Aizawa asked how much I knew about hand-to-hand combat, I admitted I didn't know much at all. He reassured me that he would teach me the basics today and that I would be battling in the coming days. I was curious about who I would be facing, but he explained that it was a valuable lesson to be prepared for any opponent. We started training, and as the sun began to set, Aizawa called it a day. He complimented my progress, which made me smile. Tomorrow we would work on combat with weapons, as there might be times when I would need to defend myself with random objects. After changing, I prepared to head out for dinner with Yagi. Aizawa mentioned he had to patrol that night, but he needed to speak with Yagi before we left. I grabbed my bag and headed to the locker room to change. Once I returned, Yagi turned his attention to Aizawa, commenting on how quickly I was learning. Aizawa noted that I was an exceptional student. They discussed my legal guardian, and Aizawa revealed he was considering adopting me, which surprised Yagi. Before their conversation could continue, Yagi received a call about a villain attack in Hosu City involving Nomu creatures. He instructed Aizawa to ensure I got home safely and dashed out of the stadium. When I returned, I noticed Yagi was gone and asked Aizawa about a strange text message I had received from Izuku. It contained coordinates, which made me anxious. Aizawa reassured me and suggested we head home. During the ride, I tried to get Aizawa to reveal what was happening, but he remained tight-lipped. I wondered if the villains were attacking again. When we arrived, he told me to get some rest and not to worry about Yagi's duties. After he left, I grabbed some pre-sliced fruit and sat on the couch. I turned on the TV, and the news confirmed my fears. A reporter announced that villains had released Nomus into the city, and as the camera panned down, I saw dozens of them wreaking havoc. Even the pro-heroes fighting the Nomu were struggling to defeat them. They needed someone who had faced these creatures before. The thought crossed my mind that I could reach the scene and return before Yagi figured it out. However, he would recognize my wolf forms instantly. Still, there were so many Nomu, he couldn't be in multiple places at once. That realization solidified my decision, and I quickly changed into my hero costume before leaving the house. I unleashed my Dark Wolf form and used my inhuman speed to race toward Hosu City. Fortunately, Hosu City was not far away. By the time I arrived, several buildings had sustained damage and were engulfed in flames. A pro hero with a water quirk was working diligently to control the fire while two others struggled to fend off a single Nomu. I charged toward the Nomu, knocking it away from the two heroes. I growled fiercely, baring my teeth at the beast. One of the pro heroes questioned my presence, but I ignored him. The Nomu regained its footing and launched another attack. I quickly dodged and circled back, sinking my claws into its back. The creature howled in pain as my teeth found their mark on its neck. I employed the same technique I had used in the USJ to incapacitate the Nomu. The pro hero, frustrated, exclaimed that they had the situation under control, revealing a temperament reminiscent of Bakugo. I dismissed his concerns, telling him that our priorities were more important than his bruised ego. The female hero expressed her gratitude, and I nodded in acknowledgement before rushing off to assist the next group. However, my sensitive ears caught the familiar voice of Izuku, diverting my attention. I followed the sound to an alley where Izuku was with Todoroki and Tenya. An injured pro hero lay on the ground nearby, and at the far end of the alley stood a man dressed in red with a homemade cloth mask covering just his eyes. I leaped over my friends, teeth bared and snarling at the intruder. The villain taunted me, calling me a new victim. Izuku urged me to retreat, but I communicated with him telepathically, explaining that I had received his message. The villain, identifying himself as Stain, dismissed my presence, labeling me as naive yet noble for wanting to protect my friends. My Dark Wolf urged me to confront Stain, and I roared defiantly, standing my ground as the villain approached. Suddenly, I felt a surge in my mind that forced me to rear back on my hind legs, my wolf arms raised, freezing Stain in place. He struggled to move, but I held him firmly while using another quirk to erase his abilities. I instructed Todoroki to encase the villain in ice, and as he complied, something inexplicable happened. A mist emanated from my outstretched arm, enveloping Stain's head. Within moments, he was knocked out. The Dark Wolf's voice echoed in my mind, apologizing for what I couldn't see. Confused, I questioned it, but then my vision abruptly faded. I could hear and feel everything, but my sight was gone, as if the lights had been turned off. Midoriya's voice rang in my ears, and I felt my fire quirk igniting within me. I struggled for control, but the Dark Wolf was relentless. I attempted to apply Aizawa's teachings, but nothing worked. The Dark Wolf's influence was overpowering, and I felt a sense of dread as I realized what was happening. Rain wanted to speak with Mr. Aizawa before their practice began. However, Mr. Aizawa insisted they would talk later and directed Rain to practice on the dummies without using any quirks. Rain could sense his teacher's frustration and hoped their conversation would help resolve things between them. After a rigorous training session, Rain wiped the sweat from her brow as her time was up. Mr. Aizawa informed her that, now that she had learned the essentials of hand-to-hand combat, he had arranged for her to have a battle partner. When she asked who it was, he revealed it would be him. Rain was taken aback, unable to believe that her teacher wanted her to fight him. Despite her unease, she took her ready stance and prepared to begin. The first punch she threw was swiftly countered by Mr. Aizawa, who flipped her onto the ground. Ignoring the impact, Rain quickly got back on her feet, determined to try a combination of moves. However, each attempt was met with Mr. Aizawa's skillful blocks, sending her back to the ground repeatedly. Frustrated, she pushed herself to keep attacking, but he continued to thwart her efforts. Finally, Mr. Aizawa called an end to the sparring session, acknowledging her great effort and assuring her that with more training, she would eventually be able to defeat him. He helped her to her feet and asked what she wanted to discuss. Rain took a seat beside him on a bench and expressed her regret about the incident in Hosu City. She explained how witnessing the chaos and remembering the past events at the USJ had deeply affected her, especially the thought of him getting hurt. Mr. Aizawa appreciated her concern and acknowledged that her actions had saved his life. He expressed gratitude, something he rarely did, and pulled her into a side hug, reminding her to keep this softer side of him a secret. Rain promised to keep it safe, smiling behind her mask. They shared a moment of camaraderie until Yagi arrived, asking if Rain was ready for dinner. She mentioned needing to change first, and he nodded in understanding. Before parting, Mr. Aizawa warned her about an upcoming exam to assess what they had learned during their internship. Rain looked forward to it and headed to the locker room to freshen up. 3 days earlier in Hosu City, a figure observed the chaos from a tall water tower, reveling in the destruction caused by the Nomu. Frustration brewed as they awaited the arrival of a specific individual. Just as doubt crept in, the familiar roar of a girl echoed through the air, signaling her presence. The figure smiled, knowing she had arrived. Plans were set in motion to watch her actions and seize the opportunity when she was alone. As the girl engaged in battle with the Nomu, her strength was evident, having grown since their last encounter. However, when she joined her friends to confront Stain, the figure's excitement turned to irritation as the heroes arrived, disrupting their plans. Frustrated by the interference, the figure vowed to capture her another time and retreated, knowing they would have another chance. In the present day, Rain enjoyed dinner with Yagi, who was approached by fans but managed to secure a private area for their meal. While she admired the attention he received, she wondered if she would handle such fame as a pro-hero. The next day at school, Mr. Aizawa's warning about the exam proved accurate. The class was divided into small teams for various tasks, including rescuing hostages and solving crimes. The excitement was palpable, but Rain was also aware of the stakes. Only those who passed would attend a summer camp for advanced training. Determined to succeed, she focused on completing the task and ensuring her team earned their place at the camp, even as some classmates faced the possibility of failure. It would be disappointing not to see them there. The day before, on our only day off that week, I had gone to the mall with the girls. Mina had declared it a girls' day. Yagi had given me his credit card and told me to have fun, but I felt uneasy about him so casually handing me his money. He was already letting me stay at his place while I attended UA, which was more than enough. While we were at the mall, I decided to visit the salon with the girls. I really liked the style I had back in middle school. It suited the tough persona I projected. At least, that's what Mina and the others called it. I wondered what everyone else would think when I arrived at class that morning. So, when I woke up, I got dressed and put on my long red and black hooded jacket before leaving the house. I didn't want to arrive too early. I wanted to make sure everyone was there. As soon as I reached UA, I checked my phone and saw it was almost time for class to start. I walked quickly to the classroom, keeping my hood up. When I reached the open door, I could hear Kirishima and a few others wondering where I was. I walked into the classroom. I announced my presence to Kirishima while taking off my hood to reveal my new hairstyle and color. They all looked at me in astonishment, even the girls who had already seen it. I made my way to my seat and took off my jacket. Kirishima exclaimed that my haircut was incredibly cool and manly, a true badass look. Bakugo chimed in, dismissing Kirishima's compliment and criticizing my hair. I glanced back at him, almost laughing at his own hairstyle, and pointed out that he had no right to comment on anyone else's style. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought that crossed my mind. Bakugo, frustrated, shouted loudly, challenging me. I rolled my eyes, and Mr. Aizawa, who had been observing, told Bakugo to quiet down, noting that he could hear him from down the hall. Bakugo fell silent, crossing his arms in annoyance. Mr. Aizawa then instructed everyone to take their seats, as he wanted to discuss the finer details of the summer camp we would be attending. His usual stoic and tired expression was evident. Someone raised a hand, questioning Mr. Aizawa about the students who had failed the exam and whether they would attend the summer camp. Mr. Aizawa explained that it was merely a tactic to motivate us to improve. I noted his sly smirk, which only I seemed to recognize. I pointed out that this meant he had lied to us twice. He acknowledged it, stating that not everyone is always truthful. He then informed us that we needed to be at school by 6 a.m. on Monday, as we would leave at 6:30 sharp. For those who had failed, extra work would be assigned to help improve their skills. The students who had failed groaned, and I offered Kirishima a sympathetic smile. Mr. Aizawa continued, explaining that we would be doing training to enhance our quirks, urging those who had failed to pay close attention. As we stood up from our seats, Mr. Aizawa pressed the button to bring out our training uniform cases. While walking down the hallway to the locker rooms, Toru excitedly suggested that Class 1A should go to the mall to prepare for the trip. Thankfully, Yagi had told me to keep his credit card, but I still messaged him to confirm it was all right to use it. After receiving his approval, I told Toru I would be thrilled to join. She seemed more excited about the class shopping trip than anyone else. Rain was currently unconscious, and there was no need to worry. He would be out for several hours, and all that was required was to keep an eye on him until the pro heroes arrived. Claws brushed against his face, a reminder that the Dark Wolf had returned his mask. As the Dark Wolf faded away, Rain shifted back into his human form, his vision clearing. He scanned the area, taking in the astonished expressions of his friends and the injured pro hero, especially Midoriya's wide-eyed gaze. He felt the need to clarify before Midoriya could ask any questions. He had no explanation for what had just happened. The sight of the pro hero's bleeding wound drew his attention, and he crouched down, placing his hand over the injury. Using his healing quirk, he focused on stopping the bleeding and closing the deep gash. The pro hero looked down at his scarred wound, then back at Rain, curiosity evident in his eyes as he asked how many quirks Rain possessed. Rain simply shrugged in response. Suddenly, they were interrupted by the arrival of other pro heroes and police officials, who quickly turned their attention to the unconscious Stain. Their expressions were a mix of astonishment and anger, and Rain sensed that trouble was brewing. The previous day had felt like a punishment. Although he and his friends had avoided consequences for their actions in Hosu City, Rain felt the weight of Yagi's and Mr. Aizawa's disappointment. After a brief conversation with the police and pro heroes, he had only managed 30 minutes of sleep before being roused for training. They pushed him relentlessly until he collapsed from exhaustion. Today, however, he was determined to show them he was ready, despite the challenges they had set before him. As he walked to the stadium, he chose not to wait for Yagi. He wanted to demonstrate his readiness and that he had learned from his mistakes. Upon arriving, he found himself the first to reach the grounds. He took a seat on a bench and waited. Soon, his phone chimed with a message from Yagi, inquiring about his whereabouts. Rain replied that he was already at the stadium, waiting for Yagi and Mr. Aizawa. Yagi responded, teasingly asking if Rain had learned his lesson. Rain expressed his regret about going to Hosu City, acknowledging it was the wrong choice. Yagi reassured him that he was forgiven but mentioned he would not be joining the training session due to paperwork, leaving Mr. Aizawa to oversee Rain's final day of training. Yagi promised a dinner outing at his favorite place later that evening. Rain expressed gratitude for Yagi's forgiveness and wondered if Mr. Aizawa would be as lenient. Yagi encouraged him to talk to Mr. Aizawa, assuring him that he wasn't as strict as others might believe. Rain tucked his phone away as Mr. Aizawa arrived. The morning had been a welcome change, allowing Rain to sleep in without the usual early wake-up call. After the previous day's training with Mr. Aizawa, Toru had sent a group text to coordinate a mall meetup. When he finally got out of bed, he took a quick shower and dressed in comfortable clothes. As expected, Toru's group text arrived, and he quickly replied, pulling on his Converse and ensuring he had everything before heading downstairs. He stopped by the kitchen, where Yagi was busy with something, to inform him he was leaving. Yagi wished him fun, and Rain nodded before stepping outside. While walking to the mall, his phone rang. It was Kirishima, who wanted to know if Rain would sit with him on the bus. Rain agreed, smiling behind his mask, and they arranged to meet at the UA entrance. As he approached UA, his walk turned into a small jog. He didn't want to keep everyone waiting. Upon arrival, he spotted his classmates gathered at the bus stop, and Kirishima's cheerful voice called out to him, prompting a chuckle as he was swept into a friendly hug. It made Rain feel like there was something more to it. She looked over her shoulder as Shigaraki's hand brushed against her throat, a low growl escaping her. Shigaraki instructed her to act natural, as if he were an old friend. He wanted to talk to her, warning that the moment all 5 of his fingers touched her neck, she would begin to crumble. His last digit lightly rubbed against her skin, causing a tingling sensation but no pain. Rain reminded him that with so many people around, a hero would surely intervene. Shigaraki countered that while anyone could use their quirk at any moment, laws and rules assumed individuals had morals. She sighed, stopping her growl. She asked what he wanted to talk about. He suggested they sit down for a chat, noting that almost everyone was focused on the hero killer, leaving him unnoticed. He questioned the difference between himself and Stain, the hero killer, as they took a seat beside a large water fountain. Rain expressed her inability to understand or agree with him. At least Stain had a reason for his actions. He didn't destroy heroes for the sake of it. Shigaraki tightened his grip on her neck, sighing as he revealed that he now understood why the hero killer frustrated him. He blamed All Might, explaining that people could smile thoughtlessly because All Might did. As his grip tightened further, cutting off her air supply, Rain reached up to grasp his wrist, but he squeezed harder. He hinted that a very important person had a message for her, leaning closer to whisper, "See you soon." Confused, Rain felt a mix of fear and anger. Shigaraki expressed his enjoyment of their conversation, continuing to squeeze her neck until another familiar voice called her name. Kirishima appeared, demanding Shigaraki to let her go. The villain immediately released her, and air rushed back into her lungs as she gasped and coughed. Shigaraki apologized for the misunderstanding and left as Kirishima rushed to her side, checking if she was all right. Rain looked back at the villain as he disappeared into the crowd, feeling a surge of anger and confusion. She instructed Kirishima to get security to call the police. When he asked who Shigaraki was, she explained that he was one of the villains who had attacked the USJ. When Kirishima returned with a security guard, she recounted the incident, and the police quickly arrived, along with a few patrolling heroes. They asked her the same questions as before, ensuring that Shigaraki hadn't lingered. She felt drained from repeating the same story. The detective thanked her for the information and suggested protective custody until they could determine who had sent Shigaraki the message. Rain firmly refused, insisting she had a summer training camp to attend the next day. She argued that going into protective custody would make her appear weak, something she had worked too hard to avoid. The detective looked at her, almost pleading, but she insisted they were done. He nodded and escorted her out of the interrogation room, leading her through the halls to a back door that opened into a side alleyway, away from prying eyes. Night had fallen, and Rain felt the weight of exhaustion settle over her. Suddenly, she heard her name being called and turned to see Yagi jogging toward her. He wrapped his arms around her in a tight hug, and she reassured him that she was all right as he pulled back to inspect her bruised neck. Detective Tsukachi greeted Yagi, who was in his small mite form. Tsukachi expressed concern over Rain's refusal of protective custody, but Yagi defended her right to make that choice, acknowledging her growth in developing her quirk. As Yagi prepared to speak with the detective, Rain noticed Kirishima still lingering nearby. She approached him, and he hugged her tightly, examining her neck with concern. She assured him she was fine and expressed surprise that he hadn't left yet. Kirishima admitted he had been worried and wanted to wait for her. She smiled behind her mask, feeling safe in his embrace. Yagi called for Rain to follow him, and she reluctantly let go of Kirishima, smiling at him as she promised to see him the next morning. Kirishima returned her smile with a toothy grin, feeling hopeful. Kirishima walked away, joining Yagi next to his car. He couldn't help but worry about Rain. The entire time he sat in the police station, she was all he could think about. Lately, she had consumed his thoughts. Rain was incredibly beautiful, even with her scars. Holding her close made his heart race, and he was relieved to know she was too exhausted to focus on her heightened senses. He was certain she would have heard his heart pounding. She felt so right in his arms, and he didn't want to let her go. He wished she were entirely his, but he was too nervous to express his feelings. When Yagi and Rain arrived at his house, she immediately began packing. Thankfully, while she was at the police station, someone had bought everything she needed for the upcoming trip. As she gathered her belongings, she opened her laptop and called Sandy. After 3 rings, Sandy accepted the video call. Rain greeted her, trying to keep the worry from her voice as she mentioned packing for the summer training camp the next day. Sandy quickly noticed something was off and pressed Rain to share what was bothering her. Rain, while folding clothes for the week, sighed and explained that during a trip to the mall with her class, a villain from the USJ incident had approached her. Sandy reacted with alarm, and Rain reassured her that she hadn't been harmed, but the encounter had left her uneasy. The villain had spoken about the hero killer and suggested that Yagi was at the center of a larger problem. Rain chose to withhold some details, not wanting to add to Sandy's worries. After wrapping up their conversation, Rain packed her bag and prepared for bed. She reflected on the unsettling encounter as she settled in for the night, but sleep eluded her. The next morning, her phone alarm blared, waking her from a brief sleep filled with nightmares. After a quick breakfast of fresh fruit, she headed to school. Upon arriving, she found only Mr. Aizawa and the bus waiting. She greeted him and asked if there was anything she should be prepared for during the camp. Mr. Aizawa teased her about the mystery of the camp, and their light banter was interrupted when the other students from Class 1A arrived. After loading their bags, they all boarded the bus, with Rain and Kirishima sitting in the back alongside Bakugo and his friends. Mr. Aizawa announced they had a 2-hour journey ahead. Rain, feeling tired, leaned her head against the window. Kirishima noticed her fatigue and offered his shoulder for her to rest on. Gratefully, she accepted and soon fell asleep. She was gently shaken awake by Kirishima, who informed her they had arrived at their first stop. Rain rubbed her eyes and stepped off the bus with him, taking in the beautiful view of a vast forest. Just then, a black car pulled up, unnoticed by most of the group. Denki voiced Rain's curiosity about the stop, and their attention was drawn to the car as 3 people emerged, looking strikingly like cats. One of them, a man in a frilly skirt, caught Rain's eye. Midoriya excitedly recognized them as the Wild Pussycats, a team he had admired since childhood. Mr. Aizawa exchanged greetings with them, and they explained that the students would be training in various fields alongside Class 1B, who were already at the camp. Denki expressed his surprise at training with Class 1B, and Bakugo's discontent was evident. The Pussycats informed the students that they would need to navigate through the beast's forest to reach the camp, giving them a 3-hour time limit. Denki's reluctance to enter the forest echoed the sentiments of several classmates, setting the stage for the challenges that lay ahead. Rain sighed as she approached the ledge, preparing to jump over the wooden fence. She urged her classmates to follow her before leaping off the edge. Kirishima called out to her as she fell, and just before landing, she summoned her tamer wolf to assist her. She hit the ground with a loud thud, cracking the forest floor beneath her. Looking up, she saw her classmates scrambling as the cliff she had just jumped from began to crumble. Quickly, she moved aside as her classmates tumbled down. Once the dust settled, she made her way over to Kirishima, helping him to his feet. Kirishima checked on her, expressing concern for her well-being. Rain reassured him that she was fine and emphasized the need to navigate through the forest together as a team to meet their time limit. Bakugo challenged her leadership, but she brushed it off, insisting they needed to move forward. As they entered the forest, it lived up to its name, with enormous creatures emerging from the surroundings. Rain growled and activated one of her explosive quirks, blasting a few of the beasts as her classmates joined in. The deeper they ventured into the woods, the more formidable the creatures became. After a while, they took a break, leaning against trees and resting on boulders, clearly fatigued from using their quirks. Even Bakugo appeared worn out. Rain checked the time on her phone and realized they had already been out for 2 hours. She inhaled deeply, picking up the scents in the air until she identified the direction toward the camp. Glancing back at her classmates, she realized they were moving too slowly to reach the camp within the 3-hour deadline. Rising to her feet, she wiped the sweat from her brow. Kirishima asked her what was wrong, and she explained that they needed to speed up. She decided to scout ahead to clear a path. Despite his worries, she assured him she would be fine and asked him to keep the others a minute behind her. Kirishima nodded, and she gave him a reassuring smile before setting off. Bakugo questioned her departure, and she informed him of her plan. He refused to stay behind with the others, so she agreed to let him join her, instructing Kirishima to explain their plan to the rest. Scouting turned out to be a wise decision. With Bakugo, who often got in her way, they managed to clear a path through the forest, following markers that indicated the right direction. Rain panted heavily as she broke through the tree line, darkness settling over the forest. In the distance, she spotted a building where Mr. Aizawa and Pixie Bob were waiting. She waved to her classmates, signaling that the area was clear of any threats. Class 1A emerged from the trees, weary from their journey, some looking ready to collapse. As they approached their teacher, Pixie Bob expressed her admiration for their teamwork, noting that previous classes had often split up. Mr. Aizawa acknowledged their arrival but pointed out that they were 2 hours overdue. Rain quickly checked her phone and felt a pang of guilt. He instructed them to stay in the building with Class 1B and advised them to get to their assigned rooms and rest, as training would begin the next morning. Rain recalled how she had seen Kirishima at school the previous day as he helped her back to her feet. She understood his excitement about seeing friends, but her smile faded behind her mask. Perhaps the girls could offer her advice on how to express her feelings for Kirishima. It wasn't long after arriving at the UA gates that the public transit bus arrived. They boarded easily, as there were only 3 other passengers. Mina looked around and exclaimed about the bus being crowded, while Rain enjoyed a brief conversation with Midoriya, Todoroki, and Kirishima. Momo announced that they would split up for 2 hours and meet back for lunch, offering to buy with her credit card. Kirishima asked Rain if she wanted to eat together later, and she agreed with a smile, even though he couldn't see it. As he joined Bakugo, Denki, and Siro, Tsu asked if Rain was coming along, but she decided to catch up later. Rain retrieved the shopping list from her pocket, noting how extensive it was. Suddenly, a hooded figure approached her, casually slinging an arm around her shoulders and mentioning her involvement in the hero killer incident. She was surprised that anyone knew about it, as their names hadn't been widely publicized. The training began unexpectedly early, with Mr. Aizawa waking them before dawn. They ran miles, did push-ups, and engaged in various cardio and strength training exercises. By lunchtime, they were exhausted. Instead of enjoying prepared meals, Mr. Aizawa instructed them to cook for themselves, which Rain didn't mind since she was experienced in the kitchen. As they prepared their meals, Pixie Bob guided them to the ingredients. Rain quickly selected some items and took a seat next to Kirishima and Midoriya, with Todoroki on Midoriya's other side and Bakugo beside Kirishima. Cooking was second nature to Rain, and she made a delicious dish of cooked vegetables and chicken in a honey and soy sauce glaze over white rice. Her stomach growled as she sat next to Kirishima, noticing that his meal looked overcooked. She offered to share her food with him, and he expressed admiration for her cooking. As he tasted her dish, he exclaimed how delicious it was, causing a blush to form beneath her mask. She unstrapped the bottom half of her mask to eat, still covering her scars. While sharing her meal with Kirishima, she noticed Aizawa eating with the wild pussycats and a young boy she had seen the previous day. The boy appeared upset and excused himself from the table. Rain felt a strong urge to speak with him, a feeling that stemmed from her experiences in foster care. She resolved to keep an eye on him. Over the next 2 days, she observed the boy, learning that his name was Koda. Unlike most children who watched their training with fascination, he seemed to harbor resentment towards them. The desire to connect with him grew stronger. Mr. Aizawa announced that they would be competing with Class 1B that evening in a fun activity to relieve tension. Class 1B would hide throughout a marked path in the forest, while Class 1's goal was to navigate without being too frightened. Mina expressed her excitement, but Aizawa quickly reminded them that those with the lowest scores would stay behind for additional training. Kirishima groaned, and Rain offered him a comforting pat on the shoulder as they were led away with a few others. With an odd number of participants, Pixie Bob noted that Rain could sit this one out, which she agreed to. She had other plans and soon caught a whiff of Koda's scent. Following it through the woods, she climbed to a high cliff where she found him gazing out over the forest. She commented on his adventurous spirit, causing him to look over at her, startled. "What does it matter to you?" the young boy asked, his tone sharp. The older figure gazed out over the forest, reflecting on his own rebellious past. He understood the boy's struggle. "I was just like you at your age, wanting to carve my own path." "You don't know anything about me," the boy retorted. "Then enlighten me." "I can probably guess what's troubling you," he replied, glancing at the boy, whose emotions were barely concealed. You've lost people close to you, likely your parents. Making friends is hard because of your quirk, and you doubt its worthiness for hero status. It's possible your parents were heroes themselves. Koda raised an eyebrow, confusion evident on his face. You figured all that out just by looking at me? He asked. Yes. It's one of my quirks, and I've experienced similar pain. I know how you feel, Koda. I'm also an orphan. I don't know who my parents are. Really? Did you say quirks? Koda inquired, intrigued. Yes and yes. I don't know how I ended up with so many quirks. If I knew my parents, I could ask them. Don't resent heroes just because your parents are gone. Your quirk is worthy of a hero, and I believe you'll become one. You just need to work hard. No matter what, your parents are watching over you and are proud. Suddenly, the scent of burning wood filled the air, and he turned to see blue flames rising in the distance. Fear gripped his heart. Koda, you need to get back to the lodge and alert the heroes. Something isn't right, he instructed, eyes fixed on the flames. A dark chuckle echoed from a cave behind them, and a muscular man emerged from the shadows. The older figure instinctively pulled Koda behind him, his claws extending from his fingertips. Ah, look, a little UA student. Just what I need, the villain sneered, advancing closer. Back off, or this UA student will give you a world of trouble, he warned, stepping back with Koda. I'm afraid I can't do that. The boss wouldn't be pleased, the villain replied. Koda, listen carefully. When I say so, I want you to run back to the lodge as fast as you can. Warn the professionals about what's happening, he whispered, keeping his gaze locked on the approaching threat. I can't just leave you here, Koda protested. I can handle myself. Please, do as I say. He felt Koda nod behind him. Now, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, the villain taunted, smirking as he prepared to attack. Go now, Koda, he roared, launching into action as the boy sprinted away. Using one of his quirks, he attempted to push the villain back, but the man only laughed, growing larger. Frustration surged within him as he let his wolf form emerge. Ah, how cute! But it won't stop me from hurting you, the villain taunted, charging at him. He was knocked aside by a powerful swing, crashing against the mountainside. As the villain approached, he was suddenly kicked away, and the older figure looked up to see Midoriya glowing with a neon green aura. Are you okay? Midoriya asked, concern in his voice. The older figure nodded, joining him at his side. Now I have to deal with two of you? That's fine by me, the villain sneered. Midoriya launched into an attack, and the older figure fought alongside him. Together, they managed to subdue the villain, and she quickly shifted back to her human form, adjusting her mask. How did you know I was up here? She asked, curiosity piqued. Koda was running down the mountain and told me, Midoriya explained. Did he make it back to the lodge? She questioned, and Midoriya pointed behind him. She turned to see Koda peeking from behind a boulder. We need to return to the lodge. I'll inform Mr. Aizawa and the others, Midoriya said, and she nodded, picking Koda up before sprinting down the mountain. Mr. Aizawa, the villains are attacking, she called out, still carrying Koda. I know. Get back to the lodge and stay there, Mr. Aizawa replied. There's no time. I can hear chaos unfolding, she insisted, setting Koda down. I have to help. Before Mr. Aizawa could object, she dashed off, her ears guiding her through the forest until she met up with Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki, and a few others. Where's Koda? Midoriya asked, glancing around as the villains loomed before them. I left him with Mr. Aizawa. He's safe, she assured him. Out of my way, extras. I'll handle these losers, Bakugo declared, stepping forward with explosions crackling in his hands. Kaken, no. We need to work as a team, Midoriya urged, but Bakugo charged ahead, only to be quickly overpowered. A man in a white mask and top hat captured him in a small round ball. Fury ignited within her as she transformed into her wolf form, stepping forward alongside Midoriya and Todoroki. Let him go, she demanded. Catch us if you can, the masked man taunted, fleeing with Bakugo. She sprinted after him, her eyes locked on the marble containing her friend, determined to rescue him. A lizard-like creature halted and turned towards them. Tokoyami called out, and his darker form emerged, stopping the barrage of weapons aimed at them. Rain swiftly moved around and seized the lizard man's arm, throwing him against a tree, rendering him unconscious. Todoroki was instructed to encase the creature in ice, which he promptly did. While they were occupied, Rain took off running again, this time alone. She focused on the masked man and, as she got close enough, leaped into the air. Her sharp fangs caught the fluttering black cape of the masked man, pulling him down from the trees. As she pivoted, marbles flew through the air. Spotting the one containing Bakugo, time seemed to slow as both she and the masked man lunged for it. Before either could reach it, Midoriya snatched it up, staring at it intently. Rain shifted back to her human form and donned her mask once more. Suddenly, a warm hand gripped her throat, while another hand, surrounded by bright blue flames, hovered dangerously close to her head. She flinched at the heat radiating from the flames. The purple mist appeared, accompanied by Shigaraki, who stood beside the masked man. The deep, menacing voice of her captor whispered threats into her ear, warning her not to move. The masked man taunted them, revealing a marble between his teeth. Midoriya looked down at the marble in his hand, only for it to vanish. The white masked man tossed the real marble to the ground at Midoriya's feet, causing it to burst open and release an unconscious Bakugo. As Midoriya stepped forward, Rain shook her head, insisting she would be fine and urging him to inform the others that she would return. Just then, the purple mist enveloped them all, and she felt a dizzying impact to the side of her head. A quiet groan escaped her lips as she regained consciousness. Her head felt fuzzy and ached. Instinctively, she tried to reach up to soothe her throbbing head, but her arms wouldn't move. Slowly, she opened her eyes, blinking away the blur to find her hands trapped in a metal box similar to the one the pro heroes had used on Bakugo during the sports festival. A thick metal chain secured the box to the floor. She attempted to move her ankles, only to find them strapped to a chair bolted down as well. Desperately, she tried to lift her arms to break free, but all she achieved was a rattling of the chains. A familiar voice broke through her thoughts, and she looked up to see Shigaraki, prompting a growl to escape her. She lunged forward, but the other villains beside him merely smirked. One of the men stood in a sleek black and silver bodysuit, his skin completely covered. Beside him was the man who had previously grabbed her by the throat in the forest. Next to him was a girl dressed in a school uniform, and the last man was the white masked figure who had led them on a chase through the woods and trapped Bakugo in the marble. Panic surged through her as she searched the room for Bakugo, but he was nowhere to be found. Another growl escaped her as she turned her attention back to Shigaraki. Shigaraki's companion made a comment about her dislike for him, which only fueled her anger. Confusion mixed with fury as she demanded to know how he knew her name. He claimed to know a lot about her, but the mystery of her masked identity intrigued him. As he approached, she struggled against her restraints. He warned her to stay still, or he would disintegrate more than intended. Ignoring his threats, she continued to thrash in the chair, and he grabbed her throat, forcing her to endure the touch of his hand on her mask. In a panic, she fought against him, but he managed to pull the mask away, revealing her scars to everyone in the room. Shigaraki traced the scars with a finger, and she instinctively snapped her fangs at him, barely missing. He retaliated with a slap that turned her head, but she growled and glared at him, her teeth and claws extending in response. Just then, a large man with a contraption on his head and neck entered the scene, diverting attention from Shigaraki. The large man addressed her, acknowledging their past connection. Confused, she demanded to know who he was. He revealed himself as All for One, claiming to have knowledge of her mother. Shocked, she questioned how he knew her and what he knew about her biological mother. The man revealed a shocking truth, stating that my mother had once been his wife. I stared at him, wide-eyed in disbelief, as he chuckled at my reaction. He then requested everyone to leave, wanting a moment alone to reconnect with me, his daughter. His words flooded my mind with questions. Why had he come to find me now after I had spent years searching for both him and my mother? Why had he abandoned me? Where was my mother now? Once the room was empty, he crouched down in front of me, his empty eye sockets giving him an eerie appearance. It seemed as if his eyes were permanently closed. He gently traced the scars on my face, expressing sorrow for my condition. I simply stated that I had endured bad experiences. Despite being my father, he was still a dangerous villain. He acknowledged my response and then shifted the conversation. He asked if I had ever wondered about my numerous quirks, revealing that he had begun transferring them to me when I was younger. Shock and confusion washed over me as I processed his words. I demanded to know why he would do such a thing, blinking away tears that threatened to spill. His answer was chilling. He wanted to make me stronger, to prepare me to defeat All Might and the heroes who supported him. Anger surged within me at the thought of his intentions. I could not and would not be a part of his plans. I pressed him about my mother, insisting that it was important to me. I had spent my entire life searching for my parents, and I needed to know where she was. He finally relented, revealing that my mother was dead. A wave of sadness crashed over me as I turned away from him. He explained that my mother had supported his experiments, but when she discovered what he was doing to me, she took me away. He coldly stated that he had turned her into a Nomu, claiming that I had ended her existence. I gasped, struggling to breathe as disbelief washed over me. I demanded to know why he would do such a thing, but he simply stated that no one could stand in the way of his work. I declared that his work was over and that I would never allow him to manipulate me or anyone else. He insisted that I had no choice, but I stood firm in my resolve to never aid a villain, regardless of who they were. He threatened that I would join him, even if it meant subjecting me to the same fate as my mother. I defiantly challenged him, vowing to never betray the heroes. He left the room, but soon after, another man entered, leading a Nomu on a leash. The man smirked, stating that his boss had ordered him not to kill me, just to hurt me a little. He released the Nomu, which approached me menacingly. I growled in response, ready to fight back. The Nomu struck me hard, causing blood to spill from my lips as I coughed. I could feel the damage it inflicted on my ribs, making it difficult to breathe. Through my swelling and bruising eyes, I saw my father crouching before me again, asking if I had changed my mind. I gasped for air, defiantly telling him to go away and spat blood in his face. He responded with a harsh slap that turned my head. He ordered his subordinate to continue the attack, but I felt a smirk forming on my lips. I warned the man that in 5 seconds he would be knocked out, and the Nomu would be defeated. He laughed, dismissing my claim, but I had a plan. As the Nomu approached, I yanked the chain it was attached to, snapping it in two. With swift movements, I dispatched the Nomu and used the broken chain to choke the villain until he went limp. Breathing heavily, I declared that I had warned him. I grunted in pain as I used my quirk to heal my injuries. I opened the door and began searching for a way out, pausing as I heard voices approaching from the distance. Slowly, she crept down the hallway and peered around the corner. The burnt man was speaking harshly, expressing frustration over her escape. He ordered his companions to find her, insisting that she couldn't interfere with their plan to take down All Might. Realizing she had been discovered, she quickly turned and ran back down the hall. As she turned another corner, she found herself face to face with a group of villains. They spotted her and shouted for their comrades to capture her. In a moment of desperation, she dashed into a nearby door, revealing a vast warehouse filled with stolen items. As she navigated through the maze of cardboard boxes, she was suddenly grabbed by a Nomu. In response, she let her nails extend and swiftly dealt with the creature. It released her, clutching at its neck as she hit the floor with a thud, groaning in pain. Struggling to her feet, she pressed on through the warehouse, hiding whenever villains passed by. Finally, she made it outside, feeling weak from overusing her healing quirk. She needed to put as much distance between herself and the villains as possible and find help. She couldn't let all for one kill Yagi. The dark sky loomed overhead, but the city lights urged her onward. Leaning against a building to catch her breath, she realized she was still bleeding but couldn't use her healing quirk again without risking unconsciousness. Determined, she moved around the building, focusing on the one person who might be close enough to assist her. Relief washed over her as she spotted the house she had been searching for. She dragged herself up the small porch and leaned against the doorframe, pressing the doorbell. After a few moments, the door opened, revealing Mr. Aizawa. He was shocked to see her and quickly caught her as she fell forward, exhausted. He carried her inside and gently placed her on the couch, brushing her hair away from her face. She managed to tell him that she had fought her way out and needed to warn Yagi about the danger he was in. Mr. Aizawa urged her to stay still, assuring her that Yagi could take care of himself. But she insisted that he was not safe from All for One. Mr. Aizawa left the room to fetch a first aid kit and call Recovery Girl. While he rummaged through cabinets, she glanced at the TV, where the news was reporting live from a scene. Seeing All Might and All for One made her heart race. She couldn't just lie there while her father threatened her friend. Covering her mouth to stifle her groans, she used the last of her healing quirk to mend her injuries. Slowly, she pushed herself off the couch and quietly left the house, transforming into her wolf form as she stepped outside. With the villains still searching for her, she instinctively knew where to go. Allowing her wolf instincts to take over, she raced through the streets until she reached the site of the battle between All Might and All for One. Heroes shouted for her to stop, but she charged into the fray, leaping onto her father just as he was about to strike All Might. Morphing back into her human form, she stood protectively over her friend, declaring that she would not allow him to continue. Her father recognized her defiance, and she retorted that his men had been easy to deal with. As both Yagi and All for One regained their footing, the tension escalated. Her father threatened to kill them both, and she summoned a barrier to deflect his attack. The beast within her surged forward, and she transformed again, ready to fight. Despite being swatted away, she quickly got back up and charged at him once more. As the battle raged on, she felt the weight of her exhaustion. All for One loomed over her, taunting her about her weakness. The voice in her head urged her to fight, insisting that a sacrifice was necessary to defeat her father. Confused, she searched for the source of the voice but found no one. The voice reassured her that it wasn't a life sacrifice but something else. Realizing that she might need to sacrifice her quirk, she focused on her healing ability. Declaring her intention, she felt a strange sensation as her body transformed. The beast within her shifted, rising to its full height, and large red and black bat-like wings sprouted from her back. With her new form, she felt invigorated, and the attention of everyone, including her father, turned toward her. Letting out a powerful howl that shook the ground, she prepared to face the flying Nomu that her father commanded. Rain effortlessly seized the figures soaring through the air, tearing them apart as he stalked toward his father. He could see the frustration etched on his father's scarred face as he turned away from the number one hero. Tentacles shot from his father's hand, but this time, Rain's claws found their mark, severing them cleanly. Each quirk his father unleashed failed to reach him, and Rain could hear the grumbles of frustration as he confronted him directly. Grabbing All for One by the throat, Rain lifted him several feet off the ground, breaking the apparatus around his neck. Yagi's voice broke through the tension, urging Rain not to follow in his father's footsteps, reminding him that he was better than that. The words resonated with Rain, prompting him to drop the enemy to the ground. Although the new form spoke with a deep and guttural tone, Rain affirmed that he was not like his father. As he turned to walk toward Yagi, a sharp pain pierced his back. He let out a roar of anguish, glancing down to see a hardened tentacle retracting from the wound caused by his father's quirk. Yagi's alarmed shout filled the air as Rain slowly turned to face his father. The wound closed almost instantly, thanks to his resurrection quirk and enhanced abilities. With determination, he stomped toward his father, seizing him by the throat once more and gazing skyward. With a fierce snarl, he declared it was time for one last ride. Spreading his wings, he propelled them high into the air before diving straight down into the concrete ground, sending dust, dirt, and debris flying in all directions upon impact. As the dust settled, Rain's newest form began to fade, returning him to his human state. He surveyed the crater he had created, with his father lying unconscious but still breathing in the center. Summoning the last of his strength, Rain crawled out of the crater and faced the heroes who watched in shock and awe. He spotted Yagi rushing toward him and fell to his knees, the injuries from the battle weighing heavily on him. Yagi wrapped his arms around Rain, gently placing him on the ground. Rain could hear Yagi's concerned voice, urging him to stay awake and reassuring him that help was on the way. Despite Yagi's encouragement, the fatigue overwhelmed Rain, and he struggled to keep his eyes open. As he slipped into unconsciousness, Yagi's voice faded into muffled sounds, leaving him in darkness. Kirishima and the others who had been held back during the fun activity could hear the battle raging from inside the makeshift classroom. As more students were brought in, Kirishima's thoughts were consumed by Rain. Why hadn't she been brought in? Was she out there fighting the villains? Worry etched deeper into his face as he noticed more students from Class 1B being escorted inside. He paced by the window, hoping for a glimpse of her, but she never appeared. He saw Midoriya, Todoroki, Tokoyami, and a few others rushing toward the building, carrying an unconscious Bakugo. Rain was not with them. Fear surged through him. Had she been captured by the villains? Kirishima spotted the group led by Midoriya as they entered the classroom. He rushed over to them, followed closely by Mr. Aizawa. Kirishima asked Midoriya if he had seen Rain out there. Midoriya replied that she had been captured while trying to help Bakugo. He suspected that capturing Bakugo had been a diversion, and the villains had intended to take Rain instead. Mr. Aizawa inquired about the situation, and Midoriya explained that after a villain with burnt skin had grabbed Rain, another villain had thrown Bakugo's containment marble back at them before they vanished in a mist. Vlad King, confused, asked why the villains would want one of their students. They needed to figure that out, but for now, they had to ensure everyone was accounted for. Vlad King confirmed that he had contacted the pro-heroes, who were on their way. As the two pro-hero teachers checked off names from their class lists, they discovered that Rain was the only one missing. Vlad King announced that the buses had arrived and instructed the students of Class 1A and Class 1B to assist those who needed help and to exit in an orderly manner. Kirishima helped carry Bakugo with Midoriya and Todoroki, and they left the classroom and the building before boarding the bus. As the bus pulled away, Kirishima looked out the window toward the woods, hoping that what Midoriya had said was not true. His heart sank as he could only hope that Rain was safe and that the pro-heroes would find her. Throughout the bus ride back to UA, Kirishima's thoughts remained on Rain. Bakugo had yet to regain consciousness, and he worried about him and the other injured students. When they arrived at UA, all the injured students were taken to Recovery Girl's office. Fortunately, Bakugo regained consciousness, but he was furious about being overpowered by a villain. Kirishima worked to calm him down, and eventually he succeeded. As Recovery Girl examined Bakugo for hidden injuries, Kirishima glanced at the flat-screen TV, which displayed a live news report. The camera showed All Might fighting a villain with a strange contraption on his neck. The villain seemed to have the upper hand with multiple quirks, reminding Kirishima of Rain. Suddenly, a large wolf knocked the villain away from All Might, and Kirishima's eyes widened as he recognized Rain. Kirishima exclaimed in disbelief, wondering how she had escaped from the villains. The camera zoomed in on her as she stood protectively over All Might, declaring that she would not let anyone harm others, even if it meant confronting her father. The news chopper caught their voices, and Kirishima felt a wave of shock. He knew Rain had been unaware of her parentage, and this revelation must have been overwhelming for her. A battle erupted between Rain and her father, and Kirishima watched anxiously as she fought with all her might. Even in her beast form, she struggled against him, ultimately being overpowered. Kirishima urged her to get up as her father approached All Might. Just then, something extraordinary happened. Rain's beast form began to shift. She stood on two legs, resembling a werewolf from a movie. Kirishima's eyes widened further as two black and red bat wings sprouted from her back, transforming her into a more formidable presence. The villain attempted to use his quirk on Rain again, but this time it had no effect. She launched an attack, gaining the upper hand. Kirishima cheered along with the other students watching. Rain seized the villain by the throat, but just as she was about to deliver a decisive blow, she was struck by a tentacle from the villain's arm. Kirishima gasped, worry flooding through him as he watched her react fiercely, cutting off the tentacle and turning to confront her father once more. Rain lifted him by the throat and used her wings to propel them into the sky. The camera followed them, capturing the moment before they descended, creating a massive cloud of dust and debris that obscured the scene. Kirishima's heart raced as he hoped for Rain's victory against her father and the villains. Once the cloud dissipated, Kirishima let out a sigh of relief as Rain emerged from the crater she had created. When All Might reached her, Kirishima watched as she collapsed, and the news feed abruptly cut off. He jumped to his feet, feeling a surge of panic. He expressed his frustration, insisting that he had every right to worry about her after she had been kidnapped by villains, only to escape and confront another threat. Uraraka, trying to calm him, acknowledged his feelings and apologized for her earlier comment. Recovery Girl then entered the conversation, suggesting that Kirishima accompany her to the hospital where Rain was being transported. Without hesitation, Kirishima followed the school nurse out of the room. In a dark and silent void, Rain felt disoriented, unsure if she was lying still or floating. She sensed nothing, no pain, no anger, no presence of the beast within her. Was she dead? A soft, feminine voice called her name, drawing her attention. She turned her head, searching for the source of the voice, and felt an urge to move towards it. With each step, the emptiness beneath her transformed into solid ground. Gradually, the darkness faded, revealing an open field filled with wildflowers. This scene was familiar to her from her childhood in America. In front of her stood a large tree, and beneath it was a woman with her back turned. As Rain approached, the woman turned to face her, revealing beautiful brown eyes and flowing dark brown hair. The woman introduced herself as Patricia, Rain's mother. Overwhelmed, Rain questioned her identity, and Patricia confirmed their connection with a warm smile, opening her arms wide. Rain rushed into her embrace, feeling a wave of emotion wash over her. Patricia expressed how much she had missed Rain, who shared her longing to find her mother as she grew older. Patricia explained that she had taken Rain to America to protect her from her father, who had turned from a hero into a villain. She reassured Rain that her father had intended to exploit her abilities for his own nefarious purposes, but she did not have the answers as to why he had changed. Rain felt guilt wash over her, recalling the tragic circumstances of her mother's death. Patricia reassured her that she could never hate her daughter, emphasizing Rain's strength in the face of adversity. As they embraced tightly, Rain asked what would happen next. Patricia urged her to return to the world and continue her journey as a hero, encouraging her to prove that she was nothing like her father. Despite her reluctance to leave, Patricia reminded Rain that her time had not yet come and that she had a future filled with promise ahead of her. As they shared one last hug, the beautiful field began to fade, and Rain held onto her mother's hand until the darkness enveloped her, causing Patricia to vanish. Meanwhile, Kirishima arrived at the hospital with Recovery Girl, anxiously waiting in the waiting room. He argued with the doctors, desperate to see Rain, but they informed him that he needed to wait until they assessed her injuries. A nurse guided him to the waiting area, where All Might and Mr. Aizawa were also present. Kirishima sat quietly, staring at the door, reflecting on the events of the past 2 weeks. During the wait, Kirishima spoke with Mr. Aizawa, learning that he was there not only as a teacher but also as Rain's mentor. When the doctors finally returned, Kirishima sprang from his chair, eager for news. They informed them that Rain was in critical but stable condition. Kirishima quickly asked if they could see her, and the doctor allowed it, cautioning them about what they would witness. Despite the doctor's warnings about the tubes and injuries Rain would have, Kirishima was unprepared for the sight that met him. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state shattered him. He took a seat beside her, gently holding her hand, determined not to cause her any more pain, even in her unconscious state. That was where he remained, steadfast and hopeful. The decision to stay by her side was easy. The fear of missing her awakening loomed over him. Principal Nizu had announced that dormitory buildings would be constructed on the UA campus for all students due to the increasing villain activity targeting the Hero Corps students. As a result, classes were suspended until the construction was completed and everyone was moved in. The dorms were finished surprisingly quickly. All Might had stayed with Rain the previous week while he packed his belongings for the new Class 1A dormitory. Before they could settle into their assigned rooms, Mr. Aizawa laid out the rules. Students were not permitted outside the dorms after 9 p.m., they had to prepare their own meals unless they left campus to bring food back. No food deliveries were allowed, they had to clean up after themselves, room inspections would occur, and wild parties were strictly prohibited. Additionally, if groceries ran low or if they wanted something special on grocery day, they needed to create a list of necessities. As classes resumed, his concern for Rain consumed him. It was difficult to concentrate on Mr. Aizawa's lectures with her empty desk beside him, and a persistent thought nagged at him. What if she never returned to class? The idea of someone else taking her place was unbearable. Each day after school, he would bring his homework to the hospital and sit with Rain, talking to her while he worked on his assignments. As curfew approached, he would return to the dorm, only to repeat the cycle the next day. Today was a day off, and he went straight to the hospital as soon as he woke up. Many of their classmates had visited Rain, leaving flowers and stuffed animals. Even a few heroes, both those who had been present that day and others who had watched it unfold on TV, came to wish her a swift recovery. He knew that if she were awake, she would not want all the fuss. He sighed, holding her hand gently while a book lay open on the small rolling table beside him. With a test approaching, he needed to study. He was certain Rain would want him to keep up with his studies and perform well in class. Just then, a nurse entered the room, and he smiled at her as she approached Rain to check her vitals. He inquired about Rain's condition, and the nurse confirmed that her blood pressure and pulse were stable. She then changed a plastic bag filled with clear liquid. When she asked if he needed anything, he declined, explaining that he had a test coming up and that Rain would want him to focus on his studies. The nurse assured him that if he ever needed anything, he could come down to the nurse's station. As she turned to leave, the heart monitor suddenly began to beep rapidly, causing both of them to look up in alarm. The room was filled with a sense of urgency as doctors rushed in. Panic surged as the narrator asked what was happening while a nurse guided them away from Rain's bedside. The nurse instructed them to stay put until the situation was under control. The narrator's gaze shifted to Rain, who was beginning to shift into her beast form. Her eyes, however, were no longer her own. They reflected a wildness that sent a shiver down the narrator's spine. In a sudden burst of strength, Rain knocked the doctors aside and pulled the tube from her throat, growling and snapping at those around her. A nurse shouted for restraints, and the narrator stepped forward to help hold Rain down. She snapped dangerously close to the narrator's arm, but they pleaded for her to calm down, assuring her it was just them. Despite the narrator's words, Rain remained unresponsive. More personnel entered the room, assisting in restraining her arms and legs. A doctor prepared a syringe, injecting a sedative into her fore. It wasn't long before the medicine took effect, soothing Rain and closing her eyes once more. The medical team quickly assessed her condition. The narrator inquired about what had happened, and a doctor explained that Rain had likely been having a nightmare. After administering the sedative, the doctor reassured that there were no injuries, and she was breathing on her own. They mentioned that once the sedative wore off, she would fully awaken. Curiosity prompted the narrator to ask if they could stay with her, to which the doctor replied affirmatively. They instructed the narrator to press a red button when Rain woke up and assured them that they would be paged. Grateful, the narrator took a seat beside Rain, placing their hand on top of hers as the doctor departed with the others. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as the narrator waited for Rain to regain consciousness. They hoped the doctors were right and that she wouldn't experience another episode. Something had changed in her appearance. Her pointy, Doberman-like ears had remained, a stark reminder of her transformation. The narrator wondered if her eyes had changed as well. With worry consuming their thoughts, the narrator abandoned their studies, unable to concentrate. Suddenly, they heard a soft sound from Rain. Turning their head, they squeezed her hand gently, urging her to respond. They called out to her, asking if she could hear them and encouraging her to squeeze their hand. A wave of relief washed over them as they felt her fingers tighten around theirs. Reaching for the red button, the narrator soon heard a nurse's voice asking how they could help. The narrator responded, informing them that Rain was waking up. The request for the doctor was urgent, and the response was swift. The doctor entered the room with a couple of nurses, ready to assess the situation. The concern was palpable as they focused on Rain. The doctor asked if she had opened her eyes yet, and the answer was no, but there was a small sign of life when she managed to squeeze my hand. Encouragement filled the air as the doctor urged Rain to open her eyes, and soon, they fluttered before revealing her familiar hazel color, slightly darker than usual. Rain's voice broke through the tension as she recognized me, and I welcomed her back, relieved that she remembered. The doctor inquired about the events leading to her condition, and Rain's response was heavy with emotion. She wished she could forget what had happened, but she knew it was important to share. As she recounted the summer training camp, I listened intently, shocked to learn about her encounter with a villain alongside Midoriya. The revelation that one of the villains was her father, a figure she had never known, brought a pained expression to her face. I felt a mix of sorrow and guilt, wishing I could have been there to support her. Rain concluded her story with the moment she collapsed in All Might's arms, and I admired her strength for not shedding a tear. The doctor assured her that her memory was intact, a positive sign, and began checking her vitals. I watched as he assessed her breathing and stitched wounds, the atmosphere tense yet hopeful. When Rain asked about her injuries, the doctor explained the extent of the damage: a broken arm, a fractured leg, and broken ribs, along with some internal injuries that Recovery Girl had managed to heal without surgery. The realization that she had been unconscious for 2 weeks shocked her. She learned that she had briefly woken up but had been sedated after becoming agitated. The doctor mentioned a change in her appearance, and I pointed out that her beast-like ears had remained, a permanent feature now. Rain, curious, attempted to touch her head but found herself restrained. The doctor decided it was time to remove the restraints, and as soon as she was free, Rain touched her ears, a mix of surprise and delight crossing her face. The doctor explained that they had given her something to assist with her transformation, but it seemed the ears were here to stay. Rain inquired about her stay in the hospital, and the doctor informed her that Recovery Girl would be returning to help with her healing. He encouraged her to rest and regain her strength before she could leave. With a gentle pat on her shoulder, he departed with the nurses, leaving me alone with Rain. As I wiped away my tears, Rain noticed my distress and asked what was wrong. I expressed my worry for her and the pain of hearing what she had endured. She reassured me, reminding me that she had faced worse challenges before. Kiri expressed feelings of guilt for not being there during the attack. Rain reassured Kiri that no one could have predicted the events that unfolded, emphasizing that even if Kiri had been present, the villains would have found another way to execute their plan. Kiri hesitated, feeling responsible for not performing better in class, but Rain gently took Kiri's hand, urging her not to worry. Rain acknowledged the flowers and stuffed animals surrounding her, indicating that she had received visitors while unconscious. Kiri informed her that classmates and some heroes had come to see her, and she had collected the cards for Rain to read later. As Rain began to feel sleepy, Kiri encouraged her to rest, promising to share everything that had happened in the past 2 weeks upon her awakening. With a smile, Kiri watched as Rain's eyes slowly closed, feeling a wave of relief at her friend's recovery. 2 days later, Rain was finally being released from the hospital after a couple of extra healing sessions. She was eager to move into the new dorms and unpack her belongings. Yagi, Kirishima, and Mr. Aizawa had packed her things, but Rain insisted on unpacking everything herself. As she finished dressing, Yagi entered her hospital room in his small mite form, and she smiled at him. Rain was more than ready to leave, having had her fill of hospital food. Yagi chuckled and grabbed her bag with a change of clothes. They exited the room, and the doctors and nurses lined the hallways to bid her farewell. Rain was puzzled by the attention but appreciated the gesture. Once in the car, Yagi directed the driver to UA. She glanced at her new phone, a gift from Yagi since her old one had broken during the battle with her father. With classes still in session, she had time to unpack before Kirishima's visit. The car ride was brief, and soon they arrived at UA. The vehicle navigated through the gates and around the main building, stopping in front of the tall dormitory. After exiting the car, Yagi began to show Rain around. He pointed out the gym, fully stocked kitchen, dining room, entertainment room, and lounge on the ground floor. Rain was particularly excited about the kitchen, imagining cooking for her entire class after using the gym. They took an elevator designated for the girls' dorms, and Yagi explained that the other elevator was for the boys. Both wings had laundry and mail rooms on the second floor, along with dorms for several teachers. When they reached the third floor, they walked down the hallway, where each room was labeled with a classmate's name and number. Yagi unlocked Rain's room, revealing her belongings still in boxes, except for her bed, dresser, and desk, which were already set up. The walls were painted black, and the window offered a beautiful view of the main building and the city beyond. Yagi handed her the key, reminding her to lock up before going to class. Grateful, Rain thanked him, and he left her to arrange her room as she wished, cautioning her not to overexert herself during her recovery. Alone, Rain looked around her new space, realizing it would soon feel like a home rather than a storage area. After unpacking her last box, she felt proud of her efforts. The room was now decorated with posters, her clothes were neatly organized, and a group picture of Sandy and the kids adorned her desk. She contemplated calling Sandy to update her on the situation, knowing it would worry her to hear about the villain's attack and Rain's injuries. Despite the aches from her efforts, Rain was determined not to appear weak. Deciding to check out the gym, she changed into workout shorts and a t-shirt, grabbed her dorm key, and left her room. After locking the door, she took the elevator down to the ground floor and pushed open the door to the gym. Inside, she was greeted by an array of exercise equipment, and she decided to start with the treadmill. Rain stepped onto the treadmill, adjusting the speed and distance before the machine whirred to life. She inserted her earbuds and turned up the music, but it wasn't long before her body protested. After a short run, she stepped off, feeling a sharp ache in her ribs. Seeking relief, she took a seat on one of the benches, allowing a few moments for the pain to subside. Once it did, she made her way to the kitchen, searching for something to eat and drink. She settled on a simple cup of sliced apples and a bottle of water, then sat down at the long table. As she ate, she prepared herself for the challenging task of explaining to Sandy why she hadn't been in touch for 2 weeks. Finding Sandy's number, she initiated a video call. The call rang a few times before Sandy answered, her face lighting up the screen. Rain apologized for her silence, explaining that she had half expected Yagi to reach out instead. Sandy, puzzled, asked why Yagi would contact her. Rain sighed, knowing she had to share the difficult story of the past 2 weeks. She recounted the events at the summer training camp, the terrifying moments of being kidnapped by villains, the shocking revelation about her father being their leader, the intense battle, and the sacrifice she made to defeat him, which had left her in a coma for 2 weeks due to her injuries. As she spoke, she noticed the worry deepening on Sandy's face. Rain continued, explaining that Principal Nizu had arranged for dorms to be built on campus following the attack on her class, and she had just moved in. Sandy expressed her concern, asking if Rain was okay and what the doctors had said upon her release. Rain reassured her, mentioning that while she felt sore, the doctors had advised her to take it easy for a while. However, she had no intention of sharing this with Mr. Aizawa. She couldn't afford to fall behind after missing so much training. Sandy cautioned her to listen to the doctor's advice to avoid re-injuring herself. Rain changed the subject, inquiring about Sandy's life. Sandy shared exciting news about an opportunity for her and the kids to move to another state where they would be treated equally, which Rain was glad to hear. While they talked, Rain began preparing dinner for the entire class, something she had missed. Cooking for a large group helped her reduce stress, and she knew her classmates would appreciate a good meal after their classes. She decided to make burgers with all the fixings and homemade fries. By the time their conversation wrapped up, the food was ready, and it was time for everyone to return to the dorm. She set out plates, condiments, lettuce, tomatoes, onions, pickles, buns, and fries on the island bar just as the door to the dormitory opened. Mina's voice rang out, exclaiming about the delicious smell wafting through the air. Rain wiped her hands on a towel and walked to the kitchen doorway to greet her classmates and Mr. Aizawa. She announced that she had made burgers, and Uraraka rushed toward her, nearly knocking her off her feet with an enthusiastic hug. Rain grunted slightly in pain but reassured her that she was fine. Uraraka expressed her surprise that Kirishima hadn't informed them about Rain's release, to which Rain explained that she had asked All Might to keep it a secret to surprise everyone. Suddenly, Uraraka's expression shifted to concern as she worried about potentially hurting Rain. Rain insisted she was perfectly fine and encouraged everyone to help themselves to the meal. Mr. Aizawa reminded her that she didn't have to cook for them, emphasizing that she should be resting. Rain countered that she had already rested for 2 days and the 2 weeks in a coma, and she needed to get moving. As everyone began to serve themselves, Kirishima checked in on her, expressing his concern about her overexerting herself. Rain reassured him again, urging him to eat before the food was gone. Mr. Aizawa then requested a moment to speak with Rain privately. He led her to the living area, where he took a seat on the couch and gestured for her to join him. He asked how she was feeling, and she replied that she was doing fine, though a little sore. She knew she was downplaying her discomfort, but she didn't want to worry him. Mr. Aizawa informed her that he had excused her assignments from the past 2 weeks, so she wouldn't need to make them up. He also advised her to come to him if anyone bothered her about what had happened, promising he wouldn't tolerate any harassment. Rain was taken aback by this softer side of her usually strict teacher. She thanked him, nodding appreciatively, and he responded casually, reminding her to avoid getting hurt in the future. Rain chuckled softly, promising she would. He reached over and pulled her into a hug. At first, she was taken aback, unsure of how to respond, but she soon relaxed and returned the gesture. He then told her to go eat, mentioning that he would come down later after finishing his work. Still a bit stunned from the hug, she nodded and got off the couch. He added one more thing, warning her that if she ever came to his door hurt again and didn't stay put when instructed, she would have to train vigorously every day for a month. He made sure she understood. She nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. Mr. Aizawa cracked a small smile as he got off the couch and walked away. She shook her head with a small smile of her own before heading into the kitchen to eat with her classmates. "You should have joined me, Rain. Now you can watch as I destroy the #1 hero. His fate will be on your hands." Rain struggled to push herself to her feet, urging the voice in her mind to speak, but it remained silent. She watched as All for One approached All Might, lifting him off the ground. "You caused this, Rain. Goodbye, All Might." A tentacle-like appendage emerged from the villain's body and struck Yagi. Rain gasped as she sat straight up in bed, breathing heavily. These nightmares had plagued her for the past 2 weeks, replaying a haunting scenario. What if she hadn't been able to stand and stop her father? What would life be like after Yagi's demise? Most likely she would be gone too. She would never have joined her father, not in a million years. These relentless nightmares robbed her of sleep, and every attempt to return to slumber only led her back to the same torment. She grabbed her phone from the nightstand, checking the time, 4:45 a.m. It was always the same. With a sigh, she pulled herself out of bed and headed to her closet to retrieve her school uniform. Today marked her return to training with her class. She had tried attending class the day after her hospital discharge, but it hadn't gone as planned. Flashback. She woke up at her usual time, dressing in comfortable clothes. The previous night, after joining her classmates in the kitchen for dinner, they had complimented her cooking everyone except Bakugo, who rarely offered kind words. Still, she sensed he had enjoyed the meal, which was enough for her. Determined to cook breakfast for everyone, she left her room and took the elevator down to the ground floor. Upon entering the kitchen, she began preparing a simple breakfast of scrambled eggs, sausage, bacon, and toast. Just as she started on the eggs, Mr. Aizawa entered the kitchen, surprising her with his early presence. "Good morning," she said, pouring the egg mixture into the hot pan. "Morning. Why are you up so early?" he replied. "I thought I'd make breakfast for everyone." "Want some coffee?" she asked, stirring the eggs to prevent them from sticking or burning. "You know you don't have to do that. They can cook for themselves and they need to learn," Mr. Aizawa said, grabbing a cup from the cabinet and filling it with coffee before taking a seat at the table. "I don't mind doing it. I actually missed cooking for a large group," she shrugged. By the time the eggs were done, the rest of her classmates had come down from their dorms. She set out plates and utensils on the counter, and everyone began filling their plates. After making her own plate, she ate while washing the pans she had used before placing them in the dishwasher. Once finished, she returned to her dorm to get dressed. As she looked at herself in the full-length mirror while changing, she noticed the lingering pain in her ribs but masked it well. Her gaze fell upon the scars on her stomach and chest, and she wondered what the doctors thought when they saw the word monster carved into her flesh. She was surprised they hadn't questioned her about it. Perhaps Yagi had explained it to them, as he was the only one who knew about her scars. Thoughts of her time in the coma flooded her mind. Did her classmates see the scars on her face while she was unconscious? That thought quickened her heartbeat. She would have to ask Kirishima when she went back downstairs. Quickly, she dressed in her school uniform and grabbed her backpack. After locking her dorm, she headed to the elevator. Everyone else was already dressed and ready for school. Upon returning to the kitchen, she found her classmates chatting while Mr. Aizawa had presumably finished his meal and left. They had all placed their dishes in the dishwasher, so she filled it with detergent and turned it on, planning to put everything away after school. When it was time to head over to the main building, she walked with Kirishima, lagging slightly behind. "Are you sure you're okay to be starting back? I thought the doctor told you to take it easy," he expressed concern. "I'm doing fine, Kirishima. I feel strong enough to return to class, plus I don't want to fall behind," she assured him, nodding, though he couldn't see her forced smile behind the mask. "All right if you're sure. Kiri, there's something I need to ask you," she said as they listened to their classmates discussing various topics. "What is it? When I was in the hospital, did they?" "You know," she hesitated, sighing as she cut herself off. "See your face?" he asked, and she nodded. He shook his head. "I knew you wouldn't want that, so I took some bandaging that the nurses had left and covered your scars. I promise you that no one saw them." "Thanks, Kiri," she said, smiling genuinely this time. That eased her mind significantly. She wouldn't want them to see the ugly scars permanently etched into her face. Upon arriving at the main building and entering the classroom, she took her seat next to Kirishima. Mr. Aizawa began the lesson as usual before leading them out to the training field. "Today, you will pair up and spar without using your quirks. What if you encounter a villain like me who can erase your quirk? You need to learn how to defend yourselves. I will pair you up, so when I call your names, get into position." One by one, Mr. Aizawa called out names until he reached Rain and Kirishima. They exchanged glances before moving to the last available spot. "All right, begin. I'll be watching and correcting anything," Mr. Aizawa instructed. As the rest of the class began to spar, Rain looked at Kirishima. "Are you sure you're up for this?" "I've told you I am. Now come on. We don't want to get yelled at, do we?" he replied, shaking his head. They began to spar, and Rain recalled the training Mr. Aizawa had given her during the internships. Kirishima had clearly learned a lot, as he made for a solid sparring partner. I launched a combination of attacks at him, but he dodged effortlessly and landed a punch against my ribs. It wasn't particularly hard, yet I instinctively clutched my side and fell to the ground, groaning in discomfort. Kirishima knelt beside me, concern etched on his face as he asked if I was all right. I assured him I was fine and attempted to rise, only to find my legs giving way beneath me. He insisted I wasn't fine, noting that I couldn't even stand after such a light hit. Calling out to Mr. Aizawa, our teacher quickly approached upon seeing my predicament. I protested, insisting I was okay, but my body betrayed me again as I tried to get up. Mr. Aizawa looked down at us, his expression serious as he asked what was happening. Kirishima explained that I had barely been hit and was unable to get back on my feet. Mr. Aizawa sighed, expressing his concern that I shouldn't have come to class that day. I insisted I could be there and that it didn't hurt that badly, but he firmly told Kirishima to carry me to Recovery Girl and to stay with me until he heard what she had to say. Kirishima picked me up gently, and I continued to hold my ribs as the rest of the class paused their sparring to watch. Mr. Aizawa's voice cut through the air, reminding them to keep training. I turned my gaze away, feeling the weight of their judgment. I knew they saw me as weak, and deep down I felt it too. After Kirishima took me to Recovery Girl, he remained by my side as she scolded me before using her quirk to heal my injuries. He stayed even after she finished, waiting for Mr. Aizawa to arrive. When he did, he dismissed Kirishima to return to class and then turned his attention back to me, expressing his disappointment. Recovery Girl had informed him of the doctor's orders, and he was upset that I hadn't been honest. I explained that I didn't want to appear weak after my intense battle with my father. Mr. Aizawa's words resonated with me as he reassured me that I had nothing to prove to anyone. He reminded me of the hardships I had faced, including being kidnapped and injured during my fight with my father, and that I had already shown my strength by enduring a 2-week coma. I agreed not to participate in training sessions for the time being, but I still wanted to attend class and complete my assignments. He accepted this, and for the next 2 weeks, I focused solely on my homework. Today marked a change. Recovery Girl had been using her quirk on me every 3 days, and I was finally fully recovered. After working out at the gym yesterday without any pain, I felt a sense of normalcy return, though the nightmares still haunted me. I confided in Kirishima about them, explaining how my mind was consumed with what-if scenarios during sleep. He suggested that my recurring dreams were a reflection of my worries. It was still early, so I stayed in my pajamas and headed downstairs to prepare breakfast. I had taken on the responsibility of making breakfast for everyone before class and dinner in the evenings. I missed Sandy and the kids and longed to visit them, but things were hectic. This morning, I decided to make breakfast wraps quick and easy to prepare, and I could cut them in half to serve more. As I finished cutting the last wrap, my classmates began to come down, already dressed. Mr. Aizawa hadn't joined us, so I assumed he had left early. Before they dispersed, I grabbed 4 wraps and a travel mug of coffee. Once in class, I placed the food on his desk and took my seat next to Kirishima. 4 months had passed since my injury, and I had sacrificed my healing quirk to unlock a new form. Those months had been long and challenging. My nightmares persisted, waking me each night with memories of my battle against my father. Each dream was different. Some were direct, while others dragged on torturously, often revisiting painful memories from my childhood. I wished for a quirk that could erase these nightmares or bad memories altogether, but that seemed too much to hope for. After a nightmare, I found it impossible to return to sleep, as the cycle would begin anew. I had spoken to Yagi about my struggles, and he suggested I see a therapist, but I was reluctant. My past experiences with counseling had led to more medication than help. I knew Kirishima was curious about the scars on my face, but I couldn't bring myself to share my story, not even with Yagi, who understood the challenges faced by quirk users in some parts of America. Despite my exhaustion, my school performance remained strong, though it often put me in a foul mood, making even Bakugo seem pleasant by comparison. The tension between Bakugo and Midoriya had been escalating, and it was becoming increasingly annoying. I was close to telling them both to quiet down or even unleashing my frustrations on them, but that would jeopardize my place at the school. I had invested too much time and effort to ruin this opportunity. Most importantly, I didn't want to disappoint Yagi, Mr. Aizawa, Kirishima, or anyone else. I especially didn't want to let down my teacher and foster mom, Sandy. She risked a lot to get me here. The dim light from the street lamps outside filtered through the window, casting shadows across the ceiling of the bedroom. Staring up at it, a sigh escaped as the weight of past traumas invaded the peacefulness of sleep once again. It had become a familiar cycle, one that had blurred the lines of time. A glance at the clock revealed it was 12:35 a.m., and the realization that sleep would elude her yet again settled heavily in her chest. She had learned by now that wandering through the night rarely brought her the solace she sought. Pulling herself from the bed, she dressed quickly, donning her mask before heading into the bathroom. A walk might help clear her mind, even if it had failed her in the past. After changing, she grabbed her phone, a pack of cigarettes, and her lighter, slipping on her boots with quiet determination. Locking her dorm room behind her, she stepped into the stillness of the night. The dorms were mostly silent, save for the soft sounds of a few students snoring nearby. Descending the stairs to the main floor, she exited the building. The campus grounds were calm, and she took a cigarette from the half-smoked pack, lighting it as she walked. The nicotine soothed her nerves, if only for a moment. Her thoughts drifted back to the lair where the villains had taken her. The revelation that her father was a villain weighed heavily on her mind, especially knowing he had injured Yagi years ago. She hoped the heroes could keep him imprisoned, preventing him from causing harm to anyone else. Questions about her mother lingered too. She had seemed different when she visited during her coma. Perhaps Yagi could help her uncover the truth about her mother's past. Leaning against a tree, she stubbed out her cigarette, just as a low rumble reverberated through the ground. A bright light flickered in the distance, illuminating the mock city on campus. Confusion washed over her as dust began to rise into the air. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the training city, pulling out her phone to text Mr. Aizawa. She sent a message, hoping he was awake. Her phone buzzed back with a warning not to approach, but she dismissed it. Ignoring the risk, she made her way to the mock city, determined to uncover what was happening. Once there, she navigated through the alleyways until she spotted a flash of green light zip past her. Frustration bubbled within her as she recognized Midoriya and Bakugo in the midst of a confrontation. Deciding enough was enough, she stepped into their path, raising her hands to halt their reckless exchange. Her glare could have silenced a storm, and they quickly slowed their aggressive movements upon seeing her. She expressed her annoyance, stating that their constant bickering was not only irritating but detrimental to the entire class. They were supposed to be a team, not rivals at each other's throats. Bakugo's dismissive attitude only fueled her anger further as he insisted their conflict was between him and Midoriya. She challenged him, asserting that he had no real understanding of pain. In a moment of raw emotion, she tore off her mask and threw it to the ground, revealing the scars that marred her skin. The sight of them shocked Midoriya into silence. She spoke of the true meaning of pain, recounting the torment she had endured at the hands of those who were supposed to care for her. Her words painted a vivid picture of suffering that transcended physical wounds, delving into the mental anguish that accompanied her experiences. In that moment, she laid bare the reality of her struggles, hoping to convey the depth of her pain and the urgency of their need to work together as a unified front. Reliving day after day through nightmares of the past was exhausting. The anxiety of encountering something that could trigger a memory at the worst possible moment was overwhelming. The pain of not knowing who her parents were, only to discover that her father had killed her mother because she refused to let him use her child as a test subject for quirks, was unbearable. She felt a surge of anger and frustration, wishing for the chance to have a parental figure in her life. Tears began to trickle down her cheeks as she expressed her feelings, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. Midoriya hung his head, wiping away his own tears before looking up at her with sympathy and understanding. She bent down to pick up her mask from the ground, dusting off the dirt. Midoriya acknowledged her words, realizing they had been acting immaturely. They were supposed to be heroes in training. She turned to Bakugo, shoving her mask into the back pocket of her jeans, and pointed out that they were arguing over something they could change. She wished she could change the fact that her father was a villain and that she felt responsible for All Might's retirement before turning to leave. As she walked away, she stopped in her tracks when she saw Yagi and Mr. Aizawa standing nearby, shock evident on their faces. She approached the two pro-heroes, and Mr. Aizawa wrapped his scarf around her torso while Yagi embraced her in a strong yet comforting hug. Yagi expressed his sorrow for everything she had endured, acknowledging the harsh realities of the foster care system. He reassured her that her father's actions were not her fault and that she should place the blame where it truly belonged. She nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Yagi encouraged her to follow Mr. Aizawa while he spoke with her classmates, promising to ensure they would meet with him afterward. The stern tone in Mr. Aizawa's voice made her glance back at Midoriya and Bakugo as she followed him, feeling that the punishment for being out past curfew was worth it, as if there was an end to her nightmarish pain. Mr. Aizawa and she walked out of the mock city training area toward the dorms. He remained silent, disappointment radiating from him. She sighed internally, feeling the weight of the moment. When she attempted to speak, he instructed her not to, stating they would discuss things once they reached his office. She nodded and continued to follow him until they arrived at the dorm. They entered and headed straight to his office on the first floor. She didn't dare look at him as he retrieved something from a cabinet. Before Midoriya and Bakugo arrived, Mr. Aizawa handed her a black t-shirt and instructed her to put it on. She quickly changed, not wanting to take up more of his time. Once seated across from him, he asked why she had been out of her dorm. She explained that she had gone for a walk to clear her head due to trouble sleeping. He noted that she did a good job of hiding her exhaustion but that he could tell when someone wasn't taking care of themselves. He gently inquired about her scars, acknowledging it was a personal topic. She nodded, revealing that only Sandy knew the true story behind them, as she had rescued her and the other children from a difficult situation. Mr. Aizawa reminded her that she could have come to him, Yagi, or any of her classmates if she was struggling. She admitted she didn't know how to reach out and didn't want to burden anyone with her problems. He reassured her that she was not a burden, citing Sandy's kindness and the support of the pro-heroes in her life. He emphasized that he genuinely cared, encouraging her to come to him whenever she needed to talk. She wiped away her tears, grateful for his understanding. He jokingly warned her not to spread the word about his softer side, maintaining his reputation. She promised she wouldn't, and he shifted the conversation to her recent display on television, curious about how her beast form had transformed. She explained that she believed it was part of a quirk she had always possessed, mentioning a voice in her head that instructed her to make a sacrifice to achieve this new form. The only thing Rain didn't know was whether she had to repeat the same actions every time or if it would resolve itself. Mr. Aizawa informed her that they would work on that. He believed Midoriya, Bakugo, and Yagi would arrive shortly. He made it clear that he would need to address the situation and assign a suitable punishment. Rain nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, Yagi opened the office door and ushered the two boys inside, directing them to sit in the chairs next to Rain. Midoriya settled on her right, while Bakugo took the chair on her left. Yagi remarked that he would leave Mr. Aizawa to handle his students before exiting the office. Shoyuta brought a hand to his head, rubbing circles on one of his temples. He sighed, expressing his frustration at having 3 problem children instead of just one. Rain glanced between Midoriya and Bakugo. Midoriya hung his head in shame, while Bakugo stared at the wall, avoiding eye contact with the pro-hero. Mr. Aizawa had already spoken to Rain about being out past curfew and questioned what the two boys had been thinking. Midoriya quickly explained, his eyes teary, that he had gone out for a walk because he couldn't sleep and had seen Bakugo in the mock city. He wanted to check on Bakugo after everything that had happened, but soon they found themselves arguing and fighting. Mr. Aizawa was not pleased. He pointed out that they had decided to destroy school property and reminded them that they were supposed to work together as a class. Since they had broken the rules, he decided that all 3 of them would be placed on house arrest. For the next month, starting the following morning, they would return to the dormitory after classes and be responsible for cleaning, cooking for their entire class, and handling any other tasks assigned by him. He warned them that he could expel them but chose not to this time. He made it clear that another incident like this would lead to expulsion. The 3 of them responded in unison, acknowledging their punishment. Mr. Aizawa dismissed Rain, allowing her to return to her dorm room. He instructed Midoriya and Bakugo to see Recovery Girl for any needed attention before heading to their dorms. As Rain left the office, Midoriya stopped her, expressing his regret for not knowing what had happened to her and feeling foolish for fighting with Bakugo. Rain reassured him that it was fine and encouraged him to mend things with Bakugo, believing they would all be happier if they did. After reaching her room, Rain unlocked the door and entered without changing her clothes. She lay down on her bed, closing her eyes in an attempt to catch some sleep. However, she was soon awakened by another nightmare, a recurring issue that she suspected would not cease even after feeling slightly better about confronting Midoriya and Bakugo. The frustration from their constant bickering mixed with her exhaustion made it difficult to rest. Unable to return to sleep, she headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She opted for a simple meal of French toast and a variety of freshly cut fruits. While the French toast cooked in the skillet, she began slicing strawberries and blueberries when Bakugo entered the kitchen. Still feeling a bit angry from the previous night, Rain gave him a brief side glance as he silently poured himself a cup of coffee and sat at the table. She continued working at the stove, taking out the first batch of French toast and placing more slices in the skillet. When Bakugo asked if she needed help, she replied that she could manage. He responded with a simple acknowledgement. As she prepared the apples for slicing, Midoriya entered the kitchen, followed closely by Kirishima. Rain greeted them and explained what she was making. Kirishima offered to help, but she assured him that she had everything under control and encouraged him to take a seat. While slicing the apples, Midoriya asked her where she was from in the United States. Kirishima, confused, inquired about what had happened the previous night. Rain explained that she had seen Bakugo and Midoriya fighting in the mock city and had intervened, leading to a discussion with Mr. Aizawa about their curfew violation. She shared that she was from Tennessee, one of the states that did not accept people with quirks, as she gathered plates, forks, and napkins for breakfast. Kirishima seemed ready to question the reasons behind their conflict, but Midoriya spoke up first. He wondered why quirk users faced such rejection. The explanation came easily. The southern states were filled with religious individuals who viewed those with quirks as devils in disguise. The presence of criminals only worsened the situation, making innocent lives miserable. In contrast, other states were more accepting, with schools and heroes like those in their current location. However, the country remained largely divided, and while there was hope for change, it felt unlikely. Bakugo, ever brash, declared that he would take action against those who discriminated. But the response was cautionary. Engaging in violence would lead to severe consequences, including the possibility of losing one's quirk through forced procedures. The reality of the situation weighed heavily, as quirk users had to conceal their abilities to avoid unjust charges, even when acting in self-defense. Kirishima expressed frustration at the unfairness of it all, wishing for someone to initiate change. The response was a resigned acknowledgement of the situation, just as the rest of the class entered the kitchen for breakfast. After the meal, the day dragged on, filled with thoughts of the impending punishment awaiting Midoriya, Bakugo, and himself. Lunch was unappealing, but he forced himself to eat, not wanting to worry anyone. His mind wandered to Yagi and Mr. Aizawa's suggestion to talk to someone, as well as thoughts of his biological mother. He resolved to speak with Yagi after school, and before he knew it, the day had ended. Mr. Aizawa called for them to stay back as the rest of the class left, presenting papers for them to sign, acknowledging their actions and the consequences discussed previously. Bakugo signed without hesitation, while Midoriya and he read through the documents before adding their signatures. After dismissing them, he remained behind to ask Mr. Aizawa for permission to see Yagi, feeling the need to discuss something important. Mr. Aizawa granted permission but urged him to be quick, not wanting to appear biased. With a small smile, he left the classroom and made his way to Yagi's office. After knocking, he entered to find Yagi pausing his work upon seeing him. Rain explained that he wanted to talk, absent-mindedly rubbing his arm as he took a seat. He shared his thoughts about his past, particularly the revelation from his father regarding his mother's fate. The weight of the conversation pressed down on him as he struggled to voice the pain of having been involved in her transformation into a Nomu. Yagi reassured him that his mother had already been lost the moment she was turned, emphasizing that he bore no responsibility for her death. Despite the comfort, Rain still felt the burden of guilt and a deep desire to learn more about her life before everything changed. Yagi promised to gather information, acknowledging that it might take time. He assured Rain that he would provide any necessary details to his detective friend without needing anything from him in return. Grateful, Rain prepared to leave, aware that Bakugo would be waiting impatiently for him. After navigating the halls and reaching the dormitory, the sounds of Bakugo's frustration echoed through the building. Following the voices, he entered the kitchen, where Bakugo's anger intensified upon seeing him. Rain brushed off the confrontation, stating he would clean up after changing. As he headed to the elevator, Kirishima caught up with him, expressing concern. Rain reassured him, sharing his conversation with All Might and his anxiety about uncovering details about his mother. Kirishima offered hope that Yagi would be able to help him find the answers he sought. "You deserve to know who your family is, no matter what they've done or who they are," he said with a small smile. Soon, the elevator doors opened, and they both stepped inside. He asked how long the punishment would last, to which she replied that Mr. Aizawa had placed them on house arrest for a month. The hope was that during this time, Bakugo could learn to control himself and work with Midoriya as a team rather than treating him like an enemy. The elevator stopped at the floor with her dorm room. She shook her head when he asked if he could walk with her to her dorm. Kirishima followed beside her until they reached her door. She mentioned that she should let him get changed and asked if she would see him later. She offered to help him with his homework if he needed it, smiling behind her mask. Although no one could see her smile, her eyes conveyed warmth. He thanked her, and she nodded as she unlocked the door and entered her room. She waved goodbye to Kirishima one last time before shutting the door behind her. Once inside, she tossed her backpack onto the bed and grabbed the clothes she had laid out earlier. After changing out of her school uniform in the bathroom, she put the uniform into the dirty laundry basket and slipped into a pair of knee-length black shorts and a black tank top. Leaving the bathroom, she made her way back to the elevator to begin day 1 of house arrest. It had been about 2 weeks since the house arrest started, and it hadn't been a bad experience. Midoriya, Bakugo, and she had agreed to take turns making breakfast and dinner, with her cooking on the first day. Midoriya had taken the next week, and now it was Bakugo's turn. They also decided that during their last week, all 3 would help with meals. As for cleaning duties, there wasn't much to do. They all made sure to keep things spotless because Mr. Aizawa would inspect everything at the end of the week, and their classmates were careful not to make a mess. She hadn't heard anything from Yagi regarding information about her mother, who had mentioned it would take some time. She sighed as she sat down at the kitchen table with a soda after finishing cleaning what she referred to as the living room, which had a large couch and a big screen TV. It wouldn't be long before Bakugo would come in to start on dinner. She yawned and stretched before feeling her phone vibrate in her pocket. Seeing Sandy's name on the screen, she answered the call, curious about why she was calling. Bakugo closed his textbook and checked the time on his phone, realizing it was time to start dinner. He leaned back in his chair, thoughts drifting to Rain. What she had shared 2 weeks ago lingered in his mind. Her experiences made him feel a sense of empathy, but he didn't want to appear weak. Despite his tough exterior, he had come to respect her. He also noticed that Kirishima seemed to have a soft spot for her and wished the big guy would just ask her out already. It was frustrating when Kirishima came to him for advice about liking someone. Rising from his desk, he left his dorm and headed to the elevator. He pressed the button, and when the doors opened, he pressed the button for the ground floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he heard Rain's voice. He wondered who she was talking to, likely Kirishima. When he didn't hear another voice, he assumed she was on the phone. Quietly, he approached the kitchen doorway to listen in. Rain was indeed on the phone. He was about to walk away to give her privacy when she spoke again. She expressed to Sandy that she didn't want to see another therapist who would just push medication on her. She had been to 3 already, and they didn't understand what she had been through. She wanted someone who truly understood her struggles, not just someone who would tell her everything would be okay. After a brief pause, she thanked Sandy for understanding and mentioned that Bakugo would be down soon to start dinner, and she needed to finish her homework. She then asked to speak to someone else on the line. Bakugo leaned against the wall as she switched the call to speaker while packing her backpack. Rain's younger brother, Jax, asked when she would come back home. She replied that she would try to visit during a long break and reassured him that she would return to keep him out of trouble, which made him giggle with happiness. Once the call ended, Bakugo moved away from the kitchen doorway and nodded at Rain as she passed by. She returned the gesture with a small nod and a strained smile. He entered the kitchen and began preparing dinner. Rain thought to herself that Bakugo was a surprisingly good cook. She was impressed that he excelled at something beyond his tough demeanor. It seemed that what she had said that night had made an impact on him. The week of Bakugo cooking for them and their time spent cooking together had flown by, and now they were on the last day of house arrest. Currently, Midoriya, Bakugo, and she were busy making dinner. They all agreed to make katsudon since they were running out of dinner ideas. Rain was busy cutting vegetables for the dish when Mr. Aizawa entered the kitchen. He asked Rain to come with him for a moment, and she put down her knife and followed him out. He led her to the couch, where they both took a seat. Mr. Aizawa spoke in a hushed tone, explaining that Sandy had called him about a week ago, asking for help in finding someone for Rain to talk to about her problems. Rain sighed, rubbing her hands down her face in frustration. She had already expressed her reluctance to seek help. Mr. Aizawa acknowledged her feelings but mentioned that he had done some research and found a group that had experienced similar challenges. They were having a meeting the following night, and he handed her a piece of paper with the address and the group's name. He reassured her that the group kept everything confidential and emphasized that he was suggesting she consider attending. He offered his support, not just as a teacher or mentor, but as a friend. Rain nodded, agreeing to think about it. After their conversation, Mr. Aizawa returned to his work, and Rain sighed as she watched him leave. She glanced at the paper in her hand before folding it and placing it in her pocket. Throughout dinner and the next day at school, Rain found it difficult to focus, the paper weighing heavily on her mind. During lunch, Kirishima interrupted her thoughts, asking what she was planning to eat and if she was okay. She assured him she was fine but admitted she had a lot on her mind. Kirishima offered to talk about it later, and she accepted. After lunch, Rain sat with the Baku squad but barely touched her food. Her appetite diminished despite the tough training they had endured. She glanced around at her classmates, noting how they were engaged in conversation, even Todoroki, who was usually quiet. She forced herself to eat a few bites, not wanting to worry Kirishima. By the end of the day, Rain made her decision. She would check out the group and see what it was like. If it helped, she would continue attending. If not, she could always talk to Yagi, Shota, or Kirishima about her feelings. As she walked out of class with Kirishima, she battled internally about when to bring it up. They soon reached the Class 1A dormitory. Nervously, Rain asked Kirishima if they could sit down for a moment to talk. He agreed, and they settled on the steps of the building. Rain rested her arms on her knees, focusing on her hands as she rubbed them together. She explained that Mr. Aizawa had pulled her aside the previous day to discuss a group that could help her. Kirishima responded positively, encouraging her to go if it made her feel more comfortable. Rain admitted she had been thinking about it and was considering attending. She hesitated before asking if he would accompany her, explaining that Mr. Aizawa suggested she take someone she trusted. Without hesitation, Kirishima agreed to go with her and asked about the meeting time. Rain pulled the paper from her pocket and handed it to him. He recognized the location and expressed his support, assuring her that he would be there to listen and offer advice whenever she needed it. Grateful, Rain smiled at him, feeling a warmth in their connection. As Kirishima stood up, he suggested they tackle some homework before the meeting. Rain nodded in agreement, and as they walked inside, she sent a quick text to Shota, informing him that Kirishima would be accompanying her to the meeting that evening. He received a text as soon as they arrived at the dorm room. Mr. Aizawa expressed approval of Rain's decision and reminded her to text him before leaving and when they were on their way back, assuring her he would come down to the gate to let them back in. Kirishima, curious, asked who Rain was texting as he set his backpack on her bed. She explained it was Mr. Aizawa, informing him that Kirishima would be accompanying her to the meeting that night. Kirishima was surprised to learn she had their teacher's number, which she had received during her internships when he helped guide her. Kirishima inquired about her training with Mr. Aizawa, and Rain shared that she had also trained with All Might, Midnight, and Present Mike. Kirishima expressed his surprise that she hadn't mentioned it before, especially since she had won the sports festival. Rain admitted she had been discouraged after facing multiple rejections from agencies, feeling overwhelmed by the experience. Kirishima reassured her that it was their loss, making her chuckle. They decided to start on their homework, aiming to finish before they had to leave. When they arrived at the meeting location, Rain asked if Kirishima wanted her to go in first or wait outside. He encouraged her to go in, and they walked down a hallway to an open door marked with a sign for Shannon Kelly's support group for troubled souls. Taking a deep breath, Rain entered, with Kirishima following closely behind. Inside, the room was spacious, with chairs arranged in a circle and another set labeled for moral support, where two people were already seated. As Rain took her place in the circle, she noticed Kirishima sitting with the two individuals in the support section. The group leader welcomed everyone back and acknowledged the new members, inviting them to introduce themselves. One person stood up to share their name, and when it was Rain's turn, she introduced herself, receiving a warm greeting from the group. Shannon Kelly, the group leader, encouraged everyone to ask questions to get to know Rain and the other newcomer. Yuki, a member of the group, asked Rain where she was from, and she replied that she was from the United States. Another member asked her age, noting that she looked younger than the others, to which she responded that she was 16. A girl with bright blue hair recognized her as the winner of the UA Sports Festival, while another member reminded the group that she was also involved in the battle with All Might and All for One. Shannon reminded everyone that the group was a support space, not a judgmental one, and then gently asked Rain to share why she had come to the group. Rain glanced at Kirishima, who offered her a reassuring smile. Taking a deep breath, she expressed her need for help, explaining her previous negative experiences with therapists who focused on medication. She revealed that her foster mother had contacted her mentor and teacher, seeking a group where Rain could find understanding. One member questioned her about her foster father, revealing a connection to a notorious figure. Rain shared her painful past, detailing how she had been subjected to experiments during a summer training camp when the League of Villains attacked. She recounted how she had been taken while trying to save a classmate and how she learned about the experiments conducted on her. When asked about the nature of those experiments, Rain explained that her quirk allowed others to bond with her, which had been exploited. The group reacted with shock at the brutality of her experiences. Shannon then asked about Rain's life in America, but Rain hesitated, shaking her head and indicating she wasn't ready to discuss it. Shannon acknowledged Rain's feelings, understanding that it was her first meeting and that there was no pressure to share more than she was comfortable with. "Can you share your experience at UA and how you ended up here in Japan?" She nodded in response. It was her foster mother who helped her gain admission to UA. Her foster mother was friends with All Might, who decided to sponsor her after hearing about her. She explained that she went through the entrance exam just like everyone else, not wanting to receive an opportunity that others had to work hard for. She continued to share her journey with the group, talking about the friends she had made, the USJ incident, the sports festival, her struggles to find an agency for internships, and the excitement of being mentored by 3 of her pro-hero teachers. She also mentioned the summer training camp and moving into the new dorms. Everyone listened attentively without judgment, which felt refreshing to her. Throughout her life, she had often faced criticism for having multiple quirks. It seemed that despite everything she had been through, she had persevered, which made her a strong person. As the meeting came to a close, Shannon announced that they would have meetings every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m., wishing everyone a great weekend. The group began to disperse, and she watched as Shannon started folding chairs to stack them in the corner of the room. Kirishima and she decided to help before leaving. They offered their assistance, and Kirishima picked up a chair, folding it with ease. Shannon appreciated their kindness but noted that it was getting late. Kirishima reassured her that one of their teachers had told Rain to text him when they were on their way back, and he would let them back on campus. Shannon agreed to their help, and they continued folding chairs. As they worked together, Shannon expressed her hope to see Rain again on Monday. Rain smiled behind her mask and assured her she would be there. Shannon then revealed that she could see the pain in Rain's eyes, which surprised her. Shannon explained that part of her quirk allowed her to perceive others' pain, as well as project visual and physical sensations onto others. Another aspect of her quirk enabled her to calm people's emotions. Rain found this ability fascinating and asked if Shannon had attended UA. Shannon shook her head, sharing that her family had been poor, and she had to start working at a young age. One day, while serving a customer, she caught the attention of someone from a large corporation who recognized her potential and became her mentor. He helped her get an education while employing her, allowing her to support her family and attend college. Rain was amazed by Shannon's story and expressed her admiration. Shannon encouraged them to leave, saying she could finish up the rest. Rain quickly folded the last 2 chairs and joined the others as they left. She sent a text to Mr. Aizawa, informing him that the meeting was over and they were heading back. He replied promptly, stating he would be waiting at the gate to let them in. Despite it being her first meeting, she felt a slight weight lifting from her, possibly due to being near Shannon's quirk. She was determined to return on Monday and attend every meeting thereafter. It had been about a month since her first meeting with Shannon's group. She had listened to many personal stories from others, but her own remained untold. She knew she would eventually have to share her story, but the thought made her anxious. She feared that revealing her past might intensify her nightmares. Perhaps she could seek Kirishima's advice. He had been a good friend and had supported her during difficult times. Kirishima noticed her deep in thought and asked if something was bothering her. She admitted that she was contemplating whether to share her story at the upcoming group meeting. Kirishima encouraged her, suggesting that expressing her feelings might help alleviate her fears and possibly even lessen her nightmares. He pointed out that sharing her experiences could also help someone else in the group, especially with new faces present. Rain considered his words as they walked back to the dorms, appreciating his support. She thanked him for everything and he smiled widely in response. As they entered the dorm, Mr. Aizawa called for Rain to meet him in his office. She handed her dorm keys to Kirishima, telling him to go ahead, and followed Mr. Aizawa to his office, ready to see what he needed. As they stepped into the office, Rain noticed Yagi sitting there in his small mite form, looking a bit concerned. Rain asked what was going on, and Yagi invited them to take a seat. Mr. Aizawa perched on the edge of his desk, and Rain folded their arms, eager for answers. Detective Tsukachi had compiled a file about Rain's mother, but there was something else as well. Yagi revealed that the police had found something significant that he believed Rain should have. He paused for a moment before handing over a leather-bound book that Rain hadn't even realized he was holding. It belonged to Rain's mother. Overwhelmed, Rain rubbed their hand over the book, feeling a mix of emotions. Rain decided to read through the materials later, mentioning a need to help Kirishima with his homework. They stood up and left the office without another word, grappling with the fear of what the file and book might reveal. What if there were things better left unknown? Walking through the dormitory, Rain entered the elevator and pressed the button for the girls' dorms. Once the doors opened, they headed straight to their room. Upon closing the door behind them, Rain spotted Kirishima sitting on the bed, waiting. Kirishima looked up, his gaze immediately drawn to the items in Rain's hands. Rain explained that the materials contained information about their mother, and Kirishima expressed excitement, but Rain's expression betrayed their anxiety. Kirishima noticed and asked why Rain looked upset. Rain admitted to the fear of regretting what they might discover. Kirishima reassured Rain, reminding them that they had asked Yagi for help, and he had delivered. He offered to stay with Rain after finishing their homework to look over the file together. Rain felt a warmth at Kirishima's words, realizing that their feelings had deepened into something more profound than a simple crush. Grateful, Rain thanked Kirishima, blinking away tears. Kirishima moved closer, wrapping his arms around Rain in a comforting embrace, assuring them that everything would be fine. They agreed to complete their homework first before examining the file. As they worked together, Rain's mind kept drifting back to the information in the file. Kirishima, sensing Rain's nervousness, frequently offered gentle touches to their back, helping to calm their nerves. After finishing the last math problem, Kirishima praised Rain for their efforts, which made Rain smile despite the lingering tension. Once the homework was packed away, Kirishima handed the file back to Rain, encouraging them with a supportive presence. Taking a deep breath, Rain opened the file, and their hearts sank at the sight of a picture of a beautiful long-haired brunette smiling back at them. The detective had provided this image, and Rain began to read the information. Patricia N. Newport, age 34, hailing from Jackson, Mississippi. She was American and had taken Rain to her hometown. Kirishima urged Rain to continue reading, and they discovered that Patricia had a quirk called Resurrection and Animal Shapeshifter. She had attended UA and held the hero name Hellhound, which seemed fitting. However, the mood shifted when Rain reached the last page and read their father's name. Confusion and concern washed over them as they shared the troubling news that the heroes had wanted Patricia to leave Rain's father or act as a spy, but she had refused both options without explanation. As a result, the heroes had classified her as a villain, despite her never committing any crimes. Kirishima questioned why they would label her a villain, and Rain speculated that perhaps Patricia had written an explanation in the book. They held the leather-bound book tightly, contemplating its contents. Kirishima offered to read it with Rain, but Rain felt it was something they needed to face alone, promising to share what they discovered the next day. Kirishima agreed, emphasizing that Rain could always come to him for support. With a small smile, Rain thanked him, and Kirishima gave a comforting hug before leaving the dorm room, leaving Rain to ponder the revelations ahead. Patricia and Newport had not planned on leaving her dorm, so she set her belongings aside and changed into her pajamas. After removing her mask, she leaned back against her headboard and picked up her book once more, opening it to the first page. Some believed that writing down thoughts and daily events was good therapy, so she decided to give it a try, but she needed to keep this hidden from her husband. She could only imagine his reaction if he discovered it. For anyone who might find this, her name was Patricia and Newport, with the pro-hero name of Hellhound. If something were to happen to her, reading this would provide a starting point. She had spent most of the night reading her mother's journal, which contained detailed information about her father's plans, including the downfall of All Might. Everything was written before the first confrontation between All Might and All for One, and it included disturbing details about her father's experiments on people. Flipping to the last page, she felt a surge of disbelief. That man had used their precious baby for his inhumane experiments. She could no longer endure it. She had thought she could change him, that he would change for her, but she was mistaken. She resolved to take Rain away to a place known only to her. He could inflict pain on her, he could even end her life, but she would never reveal where she was taking her daughter. If these were to be her final days, she needed to express one last thing. To the friends who had urged her to become a spy, she regretted not listening. Love made people do foolish things they would never dream of doing while single. She was sorry for not being able to prevent everything from happening. If they ever encountered her daughter, she pleaded for them to keep her safe, to watch over her, and to ensure her father could never reach her. She wanted them to teach her things she had never had the chance to learn. And finally, to her daughter, she expressed her sorrow for what her father had done. If she had known sooner, she would have put an end to him. What she had done for Rain was out of love, and she hoped her daughter would not resent her for it. She hated herself for even considering leaving her, but she would hate herself even more if she allowed Rain to continue suffering in that hell. She urged her daughter not to repeat her mistakes, to attend UA, to become a hero, and to never let love sway her decisions. She loved her more than her own life and would sacrifice everything to keep her safe. This was not goodbye, but rather a promise to meet again. Patricia closed the book, releasing a shaky breath. As she read, she had struggled to comprehend how her mother could leave the heroes to join her father in villainy, but now she understood it was an attempt to change him. Her mother had maintained her hero mentality until the end, sacrificing her life to protect Patricia. Tears fell as she clutched the book to her chest and rose from her bed. Kirishima had told her that if she needed anything, she could come to him. Leaving her dorm room, she quietly made her way to the boys' side of the dormitory, careful not to make a sound until she reached Kirishima's door. She knocked lightly, and after a few moments, the door opened to reveal a groggy Kirishima, rubbing his eyes. Upon seeing her tear-streaked face, he wrapped her in a comforting embrace. They talked throughout the night, and Patricia shared the contents of her mother's secret journal. Kirishima offered comfort in the sweetest way possible, keeping her close until they both drifted off to sleep. However, Patricia's rest was short-lived, plagued by nightmares. She left a small note for Kirishima, ensuring he wouldn't worry about her absence. Throughout the day, thoughts of the book and its revelations consumed her, making it difficult to focus, though she masked her turmoil well. After classes, they returned to the dorm to finish their homework before heading to that evening's meeting. The upcoming meeting weighed heavily on her mind. She felt ready to share her experiences, unlike the others who had already opened up about their pasts. Fear gripped her, but she also felt a desire to help others by sharing her story. She hoped Kirishima wouldn't pity her or think she was too broken. As Kirishima finished his last homework question, he asked her to check his work. She took his paper and reviewed it, smiling as she confirmed everything was correct. He was improving, and she felt a sense of pride in being his tutor. He beamed at her, thanking her for her help, and a blush crept across her face at the nickname he had given her. Everyone needed a helping hand once in a while, and she was glad to be there for him. I still appreciated it, though. A smile crossed my face as Kirishima glanced at his phone, noting that they had finished their homework earlier than usual. He mentioned that my improvement meant the homework was getting done faster. As I packed my things into my backpack, he suggested that I get ready while he changed. We would drop off my belongings at my dorm before heading out. Kirishima nodded, and I grabbed some comfortable clothes, heading into the bathroom to change out of my school uniform. After quickly changing, I took a moment to look at myself in the mirror, trying to calm my nerves. I hadn't shared with Kirishima that I planned to tell my story that night, and I hoped it wouldn't change anything between us. Taking a deep breath, I left the bathroom and slipped on my boots. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Kirishima looking me over, and I felt a blush rise beneath my mask. I asked if he was ready to go, and he nodded. We left my dorm room, locking it behind us, and made our way to the boys' side of the dormitory. Kirishima invited me into his room while he changed clothes. I took the opportunity to look around, noting the posters of heroes, a desk, a TV with a gaming system, and his bed adorned with Crimson Riot bedding. Once he finished changing, we left his dorm to head to the meeting. They arrived at the meeting place with 20 minutes to spare. I wanted to get there early to talk to Shannon before the rest of the group arrived. As we walked inside, I saw Shannon busily setting up chairs in a circle. She had already arranged the moral support section's chairs, so Kirishima took his usual seat. I went straight to the circle to help her and chat. I asked Shannon if I could speak with her for a moment while I helped set up. She agreed, curious about what was on my mind. I confessed that I wanted to speak to the group that night, and her surprise was evident. I explained that I had thought about it all night and during classes, realizing that sharing my experiences might help someone else. She nodded, encouraging me, and I felt a sense of determination. As more members of the group arrived, I took my seat in the circle while Shannon finished setting up the last few chairs and took her place at the head of the group. She greeted everyone warmly and introduced me, stating that I would be sharing my story in hopes of helping others overcome their pasts. The mention of my name drew everyone's attention, and I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding before standing in the middle of the circle. I glanced at Kirishima, who offered me a reassuring smile. I began by expressing my uncertainty about how to start. Shannon encouraged me to take my time, and I took another deep breath to steady myself. I explained that I was from the United States, where many believe it to be a land of opportunity. However, in some areas, that opportunity does not extend to those with quirks. I shared that I was one of the unfortunate individuals who grew up in a place where quirk users were viewed negatively. Being part of the foster care system, I had to keep my quirk hidden for years. I had heard from various foster parents and teachers that having a quirk was unnatural, and that those like me should be kept away from society. But one day at school, my quirk activated, leading to a terrible encounter with a group of teenagers. They cornered me on my way home and attacked me, leaving me with scars that I still bore. I recounted my attempts to defend myself, feeling powerless against them. I didn't remember how I got home that day, but I vividly recalled what happened next. The foster home I was in at the time noticed my injuries and questioned me about them. One of the teens who had attacked me told my foster parents that I had a quirk, and they used that as an excuse for their actions. Instead of helping me, they removed me from school to hide the truth. Those teenagers were my foster parents' biological children, and the torment I faced continued. I described how I was subjected to daily abuse, being whipped and harmed for no reason. Eventually, the Department of Children and Family Services conducted a routine checkup. They had learned I had been pulled from school and came to investigate. When they saw the abuse happening through the window, the caseworker immediately called the police. The perpetrators were arrested for their actions. I knew that if I spoke about the attack, they could have faced more severe charges, but I chose to remain silent about it. I was then sent to another foster home, where things only got worse. What could be worse than what Rain had already endured? She shared her story while scanning the room, her heart heavy with memories. The foster home she had lived in took in children and teens with quirks, not out of kindness, but for their own twisted enjoyment. Rain was the only teenager in the house, and something deep within her compelled her to protect the younger kids from the suffering she had experienced. She willingly took the punishments meant for them, telling the adults that any wrongdoing was her fault. During her time there, she was treated like a servant, forced to endure pain so that the others would be spared. If any of the 7 other kids misbehaved, she faced the consequences. She was subjected to beatings, confinement, and neglect, all while trying to shield the innocent. One day, overwhelmed with anger and desperation, she confronted the adults. But in her weakened state, she was unable to fight back, and she chose one of the worst moments to stand up for herself. As she revealed the scar on her stomach, a word carved into her flesh, gasps filled the room. The word monster had been etched there after a brutal beating. The tormentors had dragged her to the basement, where they intended to inflict even more harm. She had to intervene to protect the younger children, knowing that this abuse had continued for days. It was only when one of the other kids confided in a compassionate teacher that the cycle of torment began to break. The teacher alerted the authorities, who arrived just in time to rescue Rain from the depths of her suffering. After days in the hospital, she finally found her voice again, recounting everything that had happened to her. When she was released, she learned she would be moving to a state where people with quirks were treated with respect. Initially skeptical, she soon discovered that not all places were like her past. Her new foster mother welcomed her and the 7 kids she had protected, treating them all as her own. It took time for Rain to open up, but eventually, she expressed her gratitude for the kindness she had received. Her foster mother helped her find a mask to cover her scars, easing her insecurities. Rain's journey continued as she enrolled in UA, determined to become a hero and protect those who could not protect themselves. Recently, she had learned about her father, but her mother remained a mystery. With the help of the #1 hero and a detective, she uncovered her mother's story. She read her mother's journal, filled with details of the struggles she faced with Rain's father, who had been conducting cruel experiments on people, including Rain herself. When her mother discovered the truth, she fled Japan, believing she was leaving Rain in safety. But her father transformed her mother into a Nomu, a creature of destruction. Rain had faced the Nomu in battle, only to later learn that it was her mother trapped within that monstrous form. The guilt weighed heavily on her, especially when her father claimed that her actions had caused her mother's death. Though her teachers reassured her that her mother had died the moment she was transformed, the burden of guilt lingered. Many assumed she would follow in her father's footsteps, but Rain was determined to forge her own path as a hero. She urged everyone to rise above their pasts, to become more than what they had endured. As she concluded her story, the group surrounded her in a warm embrace, offering their support. Even Kirishima joined in, and for the first time, Rain felt a sense of relief wash over her. The weight of her past began to lift, and a newfound peace settled within her. Kirishima noticed the scars on Rain's face, particularly the word monster etched into her skin. It filled him with a deep sense of empathy for the pain she must have endured, yet his feelings for her remained unwavering. In fact, they only intensified his desire to protect her and ensure her safety. He admired her strength, having overcome so much while appearing unscathed on the surface. Throughout the week, Kirishima found himself distracted, contemplating asking Rain to the fall festival. However, each time he gathered the courage to approach her, his nerves got the better of him. He sighed as he changed into his training uniform. Bakugo, noticing Kirishima's demeanor, expressed his annoyance. He rolled his eyes and urged Kirishima to just ask her out already. Kirishima admitted he had a lot on his mind, prompting Bakugo to call him out for being too chicken to make a move. The others in the locker room chimed in, confirming that Kirishima's feelings for Rain were obvious. They encouraged him to act before someone else seized the opportunity. Bakugo, surprisingly agreeing with Denki's advice, pushed Kirishima to take action. Feeling a surge of determination, Kirishima resolved to ask Rain out right after class. When he finally saw Rain, his nerves returned. She was engaged in conversation with the girls, waiting for Mr. Aizawa to start class. The day dragged on, but Kirishima's resolve only strengthened. After class, he walked with Rain to her dorm, as they often did, to work on homework together. Once inside, Rain changed into comfortable clothes, giving Kirishima a moment to gather his thoughts. He considered various ways to ask her out but ultimately decided against writing a note, fearing it would be overlooked. Rain's voice broke through his thoughts as she sat on her bed with her textbook open. She asked what part of the homework he needed help with, noticing his distracted demeanor. Kirishima finally mustered the courage to express his feelings, asking if she would like to attend the fall festival with him. To his surprise, Rain revealed she had been thinking about asking him the same thing. They both laughed at their mutual feelings, and she accepted his invitation with a shy smile. Kirishima felt a wave of excitement wash over him as he eagerly anticipated the festival. As they discussed the festival's activities, Kirishima shared how much fun it would be, filled with carnival games, food, and the presence of pro heroes ensuring safety. Rain expressed her enthusiasm, admitting she had never attended a festival before. Kirishima promised to show her everything, and they returned to their homework, both unable to fully concentrate as thoughts of the upcoming event filled their minds. 2 weeks passed, each day inching closer to the festival. Kirishima's excitement was mixed with nervousness, especially since the girls were aware of his plans and encouraged him. Rain had shared her own apprehensions about attending, having never experienced such events due to her past. Fortunately, her nightmares had lessened since she began sharing her story in a support group. While they still occurred, they were less frequent, allowing her to focus better in class and during training. Finally, the day of the festival arrived. Kirishima felt a sense of relief knowing it fell on a weekend, freeing him from homework worries. He woke up early, having enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep without troubling dreams, ready to embrace the day ahead. As I rummaged through my closet, I sought something comfortable yet appealing for Kirishima. Although I knew he wouldn't mind, I felt good about myself and wanted to wear something nice. I settled on a pair of black jeans and a t-shirt. Perhaps at the festival I could find gifts for the kids and Sandy for Christmas, and maybe something for my friends, too, especially for Kirishima. After taking a shower, I changed into my chosen outfit. While my hair dried, I decided to do a bit of drawing, something I had been putting off for a while. One of the kids Sandy had taken in always requested a drawing, so I thought I would create one featuring my entire class. I had started it long ago, but it was just a rough draft. I sat at my desk, pulling out my coloring pencils, regular pencils, pens, and my large sketchbook. Drawing had been an escape during difficult times, and now it served as a calming activity. I had plenty of references from previous drawings of my classmates, so I picked up a pencil and began lightly sketching the outline, planning to go over it with a pen later. I was halfway through my drawing when a knock echoed at my dorm room door. Leaving the sketchbook open, I got up and opened the door to find Kirishima standing there. He wore a simple pair of jeans and a Crimson Riot t-shirt, his red hair spiked as usual, complemented by a red bandana and Crocs. He asked if I was ready to go, looking me up and down with a smile. I replied that I just needed to grab my keys and return to my desk to collect them. After locking the door, we stepped out into the crisp air, a sign that fall was approaching. Kirishima mentioned that we wouldn't need to take the bus since the festival was just a few blocks away, so we decided to walk. As we strolled down the sidewalk, we chatted about various topics, mostly the festival. Kirishima shared stories from past festivals, mentioning contests, heroes signing autographs, and the delicious food and music that awaited us. His enthusiasm was contagious, and I found myself growing more excited. He expressed that the best part was the vendors, where people sold all sorts of items. I agreed, saying it sounded like a lot of fun. Kirishima glanced at me with a smile, complimenting my appearance with a playful wink. I felt a blush rise beneath my mask and thanked him, returning the compliment. As we arrived at the festival, Kirishima pointed out the closed-off street bustling with people and vibrant decorations celebrating fall. The air was filled with music and the enticing aroma of food. Kirishima guided me through the crowd, showing me various vendors and their unique trinkets. At one stand, I found a few items perfect for Sandy and the kids for Christmas before continuing down the street with him. We paused at a vendor selling collectibles, where Kirishima excitedly picked up a large figurine of Crimson Riot, expressing his admiration for it. He then asked if I wanted something to eat and drink, to which I agreed, telling him to get whatever he liked. After he left to fetch our food, I couldn't resist picking up the figurine he had admired. Seeing the excitement in his eyes earlier, I quickly purchased it, knowing it would make him happy on Christmas. Once I thanked the vendor, I made my way to the tables, choosing one that was slightly away from the crowd to unhook my mask. Not long after, Kirishima returned with our food and drinks. He hoped I would enjoy the meal, claiming it was a favorite of his. I joked that if it tasted as good as it smelled, It might become my favorite too. He assured me it would be. As he took a seat across from me, I glanced around to ensure no one was watching before unhooking my mask and diving into the delicious food. The flavors were incredible chicken, white rice, and a medley of vegetables, accompanied by small cups of a light pink sauce for dipping. I savored every bite, and Kirishima watched with a smile, clearly pleased. We spent the day at the festival, trying new foods, playing games, browsing vendor stands, and even dancing to the lively music. We encountered several pro heroes, some of whom stopped to chat with us. Before leaving, I managed to sneak away for a moment to get Kirishima's Christmas present signed by Crimson Riot. Earlier, we had visited a stand where both old and new heroes were giving autographs and taking pictures. Seeing Kirishima so excited to meet his idol truly made his day. I had never heard of the hero until I met Kirishima, and the most surprising part was that he recognized me. He explained how he had seen her at the sports festival and that battle with her father on TV. After he signed the figure for Kirishima, she returned to the last vendor's stand to wait for him. She arrived just in time as he was leaving the bathroom. As they walked back to UA, they continued to talk about the day. His excitement about meeting his favorite hero was infectious, and it was heartwarming to see him so happy. Once they reached campus, they headed up to her dorm. She quickly unlocked the door and set her things down on the bed. Kirishima picked up her sketchbook, curiosity evident on his face. She quickly asked him not to look at it, claiming the drawings were terrible, and snatched it back, closing it tightly. He insisted on seeing her work, promising not to judge. Trusting him with her secret meetings and conversations, she finally relented, asking him not to laugh. Kirishima reassured her with a grin, and she handed over the sketchbook. His smile widened as he opened it, flipping through the pages filled with her drawings. She watched nervously, biting her thumbnail, as he examined each piece, his eyes revealing his admiration. He asked if she had drawn all of them, and she nodded, feeling a rush of warmth at his praise. He expressed his amazement at her talent, making her cheeks flush beneath her mask. She explained that drawing had been an outlet for her back in America, and now it was something she enjoyed. Kirishima flipped to the last page, where she was working on a drawing of their entire class. He noted the detail and commented on how much the recipient would love it. She agreed, feeling proud of her work. After setting the book down, they sat on her bed and chatted for a while longer until he had to return to his own room. He mentioned needing to leave since they had class the next day but asked if she would like to go out again. She eagerly agreed, recalling how much fun they had that day. He promised to discuss the details the following day and wrapped his arms around her in a warm hug. She cherished these moments, feeling safe and untouchable in his embrace. As he said goodnight, she returned the sentiment, using his first name, which made him smile. He expressed his fondness for her using it, and she playfully promised to do it more often, watching as his face turned red. They exchanged goodbyes before he left her room. Several months later, training had become both exhausting and rewarding. She finally felt ready to share her past with Yagi and Mr. Aizawa. The nightmares had ceased, and she was learning to control her quirks. Happiness had become a more frequent visitor in her life, largely thanks to Kirishima. Their bond had deepened through numerous dates, and they even trained with Bakugu after school, something she never thought would happen after the incident in the Mock City. Class 1A had undergone significant changes, particularly the relationship between Bakugu and Midoriya, who had learned to cooperate better, resulting in fewer arguments. Although heated discussions still occurred, Bakugu was gradually learning to manage his anger. Since her father had been imprisoned in Tartarus, there had been no further attacks on the school. However, thoughts of her father lingered, and she felt a need for closure. She contemplated asking Mr. Aizawa or Yagi if she could visit him one last time, though she was uncertain if they would permit it. Meanwhile, Mr. Aizawa had been approached by several members of the Baku squad, excluding Bakugu, with a request for holiday parties 3 times a year. To her surprise, he approved, provided the parties remained orderly and everyone cleaned up afterward. With Halloween approaching, they had spent weeks planning the event, dividing responsibilities among groups to ease the workload on the Baku squad. She had ordered new cake and cupcake pans, which had just arrived, and now needed to gather a few final ingredients for her desserts. Not wanting to go to the store alone, she left the kitchen, where she had been washing the pans, and headed to the living room, where everyone was decorating. Spotting Kirishima hanging up fake spider webs, she complimented his work, noting how it was transforming the space into a haunted house. After asking if he could accompany her to the store once he finished, she received his affirmative response. She quickly headed to her dorm to grab her wallet, promising to return shortly. Kirishima assured her he would be done by the time she got back, and she nodded, making her way to the elevator. Rain left the door open and grabbed her wallet, attaching the chain to the belt loops of her black jeans before leaving her dorm. Once she got back downstairs, Kirishima was finished and waiting for her. They left the dormitory and campus, heading to the store that was not far away, so they didn't need to spend anything on a bus. As they walked down the street, Kirishima asked what she was getting at the store. Rain replied that she needed some ingredients for a cake and some cupcakes. Kirishima expressed his excitement about eating them the next day, and Rain chuckled as they arrived at the store. Kirishima grabbed a rolling cart and insisted on pushing it while Rain gathered everything on her list. They walked around the store collecting the items before heading to the self-checkout. Rain used the credit card Yagi had given her to pay, and they left the store with an armload of bags between them. Kirishima wanted to carry all of them, but Rain couldn't let him do that, knowing he had already been kind enough to accompany her. They walked the short trip back to UA and to the dorms. Once back, Rain asked Kirishima if he needed any help with making the treats. He offered to help, but she told him she had it covered and suggested he check if Mina needed assistance with the decorations. Kirishima gave her a quick hug from behind before leaving the kitchen, allowing her to get to work. The next day, after several hours of baking, Rain had finished the cakes and cupcakes, placing them in the fridge to cool overnight. Afterward, she took a shower and went to bed, sleeping in until 10 a.m. when loud knocks on her door woke her up. It was the girls, inviting her to the mall to pick out last-minute costumes with everyone else. Rain wasn't one for dressing up, aside from her hero costume, which she considered more of a uniform. She unfortunately had to tell the girls that she couldn't go since she still had a lot to do with the cakes and food prep for the evening. They were understanding, and since she was already awake, she decided to stay up. She got some clothes from her dresser and changed in the bathroom. Once she was dressed and secured her mask, she went downstairs to start preparing. The cake and cupcakes would take the longest, so she began with those while the coffee brewed. Sitting at the kitchen's long table, she wiped her brow of sweat and rubbed her aching hands. Although she loved to cook and bake, it was tough on her hands. Her classmates hadn't returned to the dorms yet, so she checked her phone for the time and sighed, realizing it was only a little after 4 p.m. The party didn't officially start until 6 p.m., and she still needed to prepare some food with Bakugo. As she reviewed her prep list on her phone, it began ringing with a FaceTime call. She quickly answered, surprised to see it was Sandy, who rarely called her at this time of day. Sandy asked how Rain was doing, noting that she hadn't heard from her lately. Rain mentioned that she had called last week, and Sandy expressed her curiosity about how things were going. Rain shared that things were good, mentioning that her nightmares hadn't been bothering her and that she was still attending her meetings. Sandy asked how Yagi and Shota took the news, and Rain replied that they had been surprisingly sympathetic, which she found bothersome since she didn't want sympathy. Sandy reminded her that they were her mentors and that she could always go to them if she had a problem. Rain acknowledged this and asked what Sandy was doing. Sandy explained that she was preparing buckets for the kids, who were changing into their costumes for a bit of trick-or-treating. Rain thought it sounded nice and knew the kids would love it since it was their first year doing it. Sandy then asked Rain what she was up to, and Rain mentioned she was about to do some food prep for the Halloween party. Sandy joked about Shota actually approving of the party, saying they were making him soft. Rain warned her not to let him hear that and shared that she had just finished making the cake and cupcakes, offering to show them to Sandy. Sandy expressed excitement, and Rain got up to show her the treats in the fridge. Sandy was impressed and complimented Rain's talent, suggesting that if she didn't want to be a hero, she could open her own restaurant or bakery. Rain thanked her and asked what was new with Sandy. Sandy mentioned her normal teaching job and that some pro-heroes had asked her to campaign for equality for quirk users in the southern half of the United States. Rain expressed skepticism about the possibility of change, but Sandy encouraged her to be optimistic, sharing that there were political figures who supported equal opportunities for quirk users. Rain hoped Sandy was right, reflecting on her own painful experiences and the scars that reminded her of them. Sandy reassured her that they just needed to keep the faith and show that not all quirk users were bad. Rain promised to keep in touch and mentioned that Kirishima hadn't asked her out yet, although they had been on many dates. Training had become exhausting, and there was often little time for anything outside of their scheduled days off. A few days prior, Shota had mentioned that some of the pro heroes and Principal Nizu were discussing something significant for Class 1A, but he hadn't provided any. There was speculation about whether it might relate to the villains, but I felt differently. The villains had largely left UA alone, which was a relief. While their presence was concerning, I was grateful for the break from their chaos. Sandy understood the situation well. The rise in villain activity was a pressing issue, and the pro heroes could only do so much. More heroes were needed, which was why changes were being considered in the southern states. I paused my food prep, contemplating a personal matter. I needed Sandy's opinion before approaching Yagi. I had been thinking about my father a lot lately and felt compelled to visit him in Tartarus. Sandy looked at me with disbelief when I mentioned it. She expressed her concern, reminding me of the pain he had caused. Despite her reservations, she offered her support if Yagi approved my visit. I was determined to seek answers that I felt only my father could provide, as neither Yagi nor Shota could help me with my questions. The next day, I planned to talk to Yagi, hoping he could facilitate the visit. Sandy encouraged me to be cautious and to reach out to others if I felt uncomfortable or troubled after the meeting. I assured her I would keep her informed. As we chatted, the younger kids arrived, excited in their costumes. One of the older kids, Jasper, greeted me warmly, and we exchanged pleasantries. Their mother reminded them to be careful with their candy, and Jasper assured her he would keep an eye on the younger ones. After saying our goodbyes, I turned back to the kitchen, only to find Bakugu leaning against the doorway, arms crossed. He had overheard my conversation and wasted no time in expressing his opinion. He criticized my desire to visit my father, questioning why I would even consider giving him the time of day after everything that had happened. I was taken aback, realizing that my discussions with Sandy had been overheard by others. Bakugo warned me that some questions were better left unanswered and that pursuing this could set me back emotionally. I appreciated his concern but insisted that I needed closure. The support meetings had taught me the importance of seeking answers rather than pushing them away. Bakugo reluctantly agreed not to inform Kirishima about my plans but urged me to tell him. He acknowledged Kirishima's feelings for me and suggested that I shouldn't keep such a significant secret from him. I recognized the truth in Bakugo's words and resolved to talk to Ejiro about my intentions. Once the food prep was complete, it was time to cook for the party as the rest of the class returned from gathering their costumes. While we cooked, others set up stations for the party, including areas for the main dishes, drinks, and the cake and cupcakes I had prepared earlier. With Bakugo's help, we carried the food to the table, joined by Kirishima, Midoriya, and Shoto. While the four boys set up cups filled with ice, Rain grabbed the tray of cupcakes and brought them to the table. The girls were admiring the decorated mini cakes. Rain returned to the kitchen to get the larger cake when Shota entered the room. He noted that Rain and Bakugo had prepared quite a lot of food. Rain explained that they wanted to ensure there was enough so they wouldn't have to make more later. Shota agreed, finding it sensible, and offered to help carry the cake to the table. As they approached the fridge, Shota raised his eyebrows in surprise at the sight of the cake. Rain proudly revealed that they had made it, along with the cupcakes. Shota complimented the cake's appearance, and Rain felt a rush of gratitude for the praise. They carried the three-tier cake out to the table, where everyone gasped in amazement at its beauty. Denki excitedly declared it was time to start the party, and the music began to play. The lively tunes filled the room as everyone danced and enjoyed the food. Rain spent most of the party with Kirishima, who even taught Rain how to slow dance, as they had no prior experience. By the end of the night, all the food and cakes had been devoured, and the girls expressed their desire to learn how to bake and decorate cakes as well. When the party concluded, everyone returned to their dorms, but Kirishima stayed behind to help Rain clean up. They began by taking the dirty dishes to the kitchen and tidying up the living room area. Tomorrow, they would return the folding tables to storage, as Shota had left the moment the party ended. Once they finished cleaning the living area, they tackled the dishes in the kitchen. Rain washed while Kirishima dried and put them away. Lost in thought, Rain contemplated the unanswered questions about their father and felt the need to discuss it with Kirishima. Noticing Rain's distraction, Kirishima asked if something was on their mind. Rain decided to share their thoughts, revealing a long-held desire to speak with their father. Kirishima expressed concern about the potential emotional toll it could take, but Rain insisted that the risk was worth it and sought Kirishima's support. Kirishima agreed to support Rain and offered to be there if the nightmares returned, but Rain felt the need to face this challenge alone. They reassured each other of their unwavering support, and Rain felt a growing affection for Kirishima as they continued washing dishes. They hoped that one day, Kirishima would find the courage to express his feelings. 1 week prior, Rain had gone with Shota after school to meet with Yagi. Nervous about the meeting, Rain was unsure of Yagi's response. When Yagi entered his office, he was surprised to see them. Shota encouraged Rain to explain the reason for their visit. Rain took a deep breath and expressed a desire to see their father, emphasizing the need for answers to lingering questions. They acknowledged the risk of facing potential nightmares but were determined to seek closure. Yagi listened attentively, leaning back in his chair, sensing that this moment had been inevitable. The situation was tense as they prepared to enter Tartarus, a high-security prison known for housing some of the most dangerous individuals. Shota, arms crossed over his chest, expressed his commitment to accompany the protagonist, affirming that they would be in good hands. Yagi, with a reassuring smile, promised to do what he could to facilitate their visit. Grateful for Yagi's assistance, the protagonist had also mentally prepared for the possibility of not being able to speak with all for one face-to-face. Yagi assured them he would make a few calls and provide updates in a couple of days. The protagonist felt a wave of relief wash over them, the nervous tension dissipating. Days earlier, after class, Yagi had summoned the protagonist to his office, where he revealed that he had pulled strings to allow both the protagonist and Shota to visit Tartarus prison. They had to schedule the visit during the day, so Present Mike and Midnight were tasked with overseeing the class. The students were puzzled by the sudden departure, but the protagonist had asked Kirishima and Bakugu to keep it confidential, and thankfully, they agreed. Now, seated inside Tartarus prison, they awaited clearance to enter the secured area. The warden had arranged for additional guards to ensure safety. The protagonist's leg bounced anxiously until Shota placed a calming hand on their knee. Understanding the nerves, Shota reassured them that this was what they had wanted. The protagonist nodded, grateful for the support. Just then, the heavy door opened, and an armed guard entered, announcing that they were ready to proceed. Taking a deep breath, the protagonist followed Shota and the guard through the door. As they walked down a corridor lined with cells, the protagonist ignored the catcalls from the inmates, focused solely on their purpose. At the end of the hall, they entered a secluded room equipped with chairs, a TV screen, and another door. On the screen, the protagonist's father appeared, separated by thick glass with a speaker in the center. The guard explained that they could enter at any time, assuring them that the room was equipped with quirk-canceling technology. The protagonist, feeling determined, shook their head when asked if they needed assistance and stepped into the adjacent room. Their father's gaze shifted as the door opened. Surprised to see his daughter, he remarked on the unexpected visit. The protagonist firmly stated their intention to ask questions and demanded answers. Their father expressed surprise at the visit's timing, to which the protagonist replied that they had been busy with their hero course at UA. He dismissed their choice, criticizing the motivations of heroes. The protagonist countered, reminding him of his own past. Tension escalated as they exchanged heated words, with the protagonist demanding to know why he had turned against heroes. He dismissed the Hero Association as corrupt, claiming he sought to unleash potential rather than restrict it. The conversation grew more intense as the protagonist confronted him about their mother, who had tried to protect them. Anger flared as the protagonist stood, their eyes reflecting their inner turmoil, and they growled at their father to refrain from speaking ill of her. The father's disdain for their mother only fueled the protagonist's fury. They revealed that their mother had documented his plans, a fact that left him momentarily stunned. The protagonist relished in the knowledge that he had underestimated her. They declared their resilience, asserting that despite his attempts to control them, they had faced worse adversities and emerged victorious. With a final glare, the protagonist walked toward the door, determined to assert their independence. They declared that their mother's decision to take them away was the wisest choice she could have made. It may have come at a cost, but I could accept that. However, could my father live with the fact that every time he saw a news article with my name, it would remind him that his plan to turn me into a killer had failed? Could he endure knowing that my mother, his wife, was the one who made my success possible? As I opened the door to leave the private room, I paused to deliver one last thought. I wanted him to contemplate his situation while he remained confined, knowing that the only time he would see my face again would be on the news, celebrating my victories over each of his villainous minions. With that, I stepped out, ignoring my father's calls as the door closed behind me. Shota, who had been watching our interaction on the security feed, immediately enveloped me in a hug. I returned the embrace, even as I could still faintly hear my father's frustrated yelling as he was escorted back to his cell. Shota praised my bravery in facing my father again, to which I expressed my gratitude. I admitted that I wouldn't have been able to do it a few months ago, but Shota believed in my strength, noting that I would make an incredible hero in the future. I felt a blush creep beneath my mask at his compliment. Shota suggested we return to UA, offering me the rest of the day off. However, I preferred to return to class and finish the day. He agreed, and we made our way out of the high-security prison. I may not have gotten all my questions answered, but I was at peace with that. It had been a little over a month since the Halloween party, and during that time, we had been training hard and focusing on our studies to prepare for our final exams. Thanks to Rain, I was on track to pass the written portion. We had been studying daily while also working out to prepare for the practical exam. Since the Thanksgiving dinner party with our families at the dorm, I had noticed Rain acting a bit differently. I could tell she missed her family back in America, and seeing us with our families had affected her. I was grateful that my mom had helped her feel more at home. Inspired by this, I had a great idea. I managed to get her foster mother's number from her phone while she took a short break during our study session. After the exams, Rain and I planned to work out in the dorm's gym before heading to one of the arenas to practice our quirks. While I went to my room to change, I intended to call Sandy and discuss my plan. I hoped she would agree to come to Japan for Christmas. I wanted to make it the best Christmas Rain had ever experienced and needed the kids she often talked about to help me. I glanced at the clock and felt relieved to see I still had 30 minutes left for the exam. Once we finished, Mr. Aizawa instructed us to submit our packets, and we would be dismissed for the day. A few classmates, including Rain, had already left, so I quickly answered the remaining questions. After closing the packet, I gathered my belongings and approached Mr. Aizawa's desk to submit my exam. I took out my phone and sent Rain a quick text to let her know I was done and heading to my dorm first. She replied almost instantly, saying she would be waiting in the gym. I hurried to the dorms, went to my room and pulled out my phone, along with the small piece of paper containing Sandy's number. After entering the number, I hit the call button and waited for her to answer. "Hello," came her voice. "Hi, is this Sandy?" I asked to confirm I had the right person. "Yes, this is she." "Who is this?" "I'm Ejiro Kirishima, Rain's classmate," I said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Oh, hello. Is something wrong? Did something happen to Rain?" "No, ma'am. She's perfectly fine. I got your number from her phone because I wanted to talk to you about something," I reassured her. "What is it?" "I'm happy to help. A few days ago, we had a Thanksgiving dinner party at UA, and I noticed Rain seemed a bit down since she was the only one without a parent there. I wanted to make Christmas special for her, so I was wondering if there's any chance you and the kids could come to Japan," I asked, nervously biting my nails as my heart raced. Actually, I was already considering that. I figured she might feel that way. She mentioned Mr. Aizawa approving 3 parties a year for your class. "She did?" I asked, intrigued. "Yes, she calls me once a week. Anyway, I was thinking of coming with the kids and spending the whole week. That's great. I can't wait to meet you all, I said, smiling. I look forward to meeting the person who cares about my daughter. She told you that we like each other? I asked, feeling my cheeks heat up. Of course. She shares practically everything with me. The narrator wondered if their friends could help choose something special for Rain. While gathering clothes to change into, they aimed to save time after the call. They shared with Sandy the idea of asking Rain to be theirs in a memorable way. Sandy's excitement was loud, but she quickly apologized for the outburst. They planned the surprise together before the narrator had to end the call, knowing Rain would soon come to check on them if they took too long. After saying their goodbyes, the narrator hurriedly changed in the bathroom and left the dorm room, heading straight for the gym. Upon exiting the elevator, they entered the gym where Rain was waiting on a small bench. I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. My mother called me, she said, offering a quick explanation that was waved away. I understand how that goes. It's fine, he replied. She asked how he thought they had done on the exam as she set her things down on the bench beside him. He confidently stated that he knew he had passed, crediting her help with his studies. Her cheeks flushed beneath her mask at his compliment. It was no trouble at all. So, are you ready to start training? We need to do some workouts, and then we can head to one of the arenas to practice our quirks with the dummies, she said. He gave her a thumbs up, agreeing that it sounded good. She smiled, a soft chuckle escaping her as they made their way to the treadmill for some cardio. He couldn't help but steal glances at her while she worked out, eagerly anticipating Christmas and the chance to make it a memorable day for her and the day he could call her his. For the past few days, they had completed their written exams before Shota had them begin the second portion. It had been challenging, but they all managed to get through it. She wasn't sure if the entire class had passed, but the written part was a significant portion of the grade. Today, they were supposed to find out the results. She felt nervous, struggling to concentrate on breakfast that morning. After eating, she walked to class with Ejiro, as they always did. Once they arrived, they took their seats, waiting for Shota to enter. All right, everyone, take your seats. We have a lot to discuss this morning before training, Shota announced as he entered with a stack of papers. She glanced around as the other students settled in. First, I have the results of your written and practical exams. Some of you will need to improve, he said, beginning to hand out the papers. When he handed hers to her, she couldn't help but smile behind her mask. She noticed Kirishima's wide grin as he quietly celebrated his passing grade. He held up his paper for her to see, and she quickly returned the gesture with a high five, thrilled that her hard work had paid off, especially with Ejiro, who had struggled before they started studying together. All right, settle down. The next item on the agenda is the Christmas party in your dormitory. Make sure your families know to arrive on campus by 5:30 p.m. and to leave by 9 p.m. Just like for Thanksgiving, remind them to bring their invitations, or they won't be allowed on the grounds, Shota continued. Everyone responded affirmatively, except for her. She knew she would be the only one without family attending, but Ejiro's mother would make her feel welcome. Next, starting December 26th, you will have a 2-week vacation to spend time with your families. Technically, you can leave with your parents after the dorm Christmas party. For those who choose not to go home or can't, the dormitory and campus will remain open. This vacation is only for Class 1A, so other classes will still be in session. She thought about how surprised Sandy would be when she showed up at her house, knowing the kids would be excited. Now for the most important news. After your 2-week vacation, you will participate in a new project sponsored by the Hero Public Safety Commission. This has taken months to set up and will help you obtain your provisional hero licenses. You will be traveling to the tropical island of Nabu. There is more to hero work than just fighting villains. It's also about helping civilians. Nabu Island has a low crime rate, mostly minor issues like pickpockets and petty disputes. You will be the only heroes on the island, as no pro heroes will be joining you. Wait a minute. Are you saying we're going to an island with no teachers or pro heroes, and we have to handle everything ourselves? Denki asked, sounding incredulous. Yes, Kaminari. You will need to learn how to solve everyday problems involving citizens. The pro heroes who have protected the island for the last 30 years will leave the moment you arrive, as they are retiring. You will need to keep the citizens safe until replacements arrive. We get a whole island to ourselves? Awesome! Denki cheered, high-fiving Zero. Remember, this is not a vacation. These are real people with real problems. It will give you a taste of what being a hero is all about. I suggest you stock up on necessary supplies before you leave. I will provide a list for you by the end of the week. Grab your cases, and let's head to the training yard. Today, I will demonstrate what you can expect on Nabu Island. They all stood up and moved to the secret compartment in the wall to retrieve their cases before leaving the classroom. The last several weeks had been relatively calm in terms of schoolwork and training. With the Christmas party just days away, he was excited to give Rain her special gift. Sandy and the kids had arrived in Japan at the beginning of the week, making sure to book a hotel in an area that the class rarely visited. He wanted to keep the surprise visit a secret from Rain, which had been challenging as he met with them multiple times without her suspecting anything. Sandy had helped pick out a beautiful necklace as one of her gifts. Although she wasn't one for wearing jewelry, she could always hang it up somewhere in her room. While searching for that gift, Sandy mentioned that the American Hero Association wanted Rain to speak about her experiences living in the southern United States. Rain's story could assist the Hero Association and the Human Rights Association in improving life for people of all ages in the southern states. This initiative aimed to ensure that quirk users would not face discrimination. Sandy also asked if I would be interested in attending as well. Although I had never been out of Japan, my mother agreed after Sandy explained the situation. Sandy wanted me to speak too, so I visited a local store to apply for a passport. Thankfully, the staff there were very helpful, and it didn't take long for the passport to arrive in the mail. As for asking Rain to be my girlfriend, I had it all planned out. I intended to have the kids help me, but Sandy encouraged me to do it myself. I decided to place a small note inside the locket pendant that would read, "Be my girl?" I was excited to give it to her, but also nervous. I really didn't want her to turn me down. Although I didn't think she would, there was always that small doubt in my mind. I just had to wait a few more days. I knew I could manage it. Rain had noticed a slight change in Ejiro. She couldn't quite pinpoint it, but every time she asked him to study with her, he had to leave campus to see his mother. She hoped she was doing well health-wise. Although she wanted to ask him, she didn't want to seem intrusive. She figured he would share when he was ready. On Christmas Eve, they had a short day at school, mostly spent chatting or catching up on assignments. Bakugo listened to music on his phone while Kiri talked to her. When she returned to the dorms, she began making a Christmas-themed cake. Everyone, including their families, had enjoyed the cake she made for Thanksgiving, which had been fall-themed. For this party, she only needed to make this cake, as everyone else's families were bringing dishes to share. After finishing the cake and placing it in the fridge to cool overnight before decorating, she joined in the living area to help with decorating and setting up the tree. The tree would come down after they returned from their 2-week vacation. Once the tree and decorations were up, Rain returned to her dorm to wrap the gifts she had gotten for Kirishima, Sandy, and the kids. She had initially planned to mail their Christmas presents but decided to give them in person during her surprise visit back to America. She updated her passport online and booked a plane ticket for the day after Christmas. After the party, she would need to pack and be ready to leave campus. She had informed Ejiro about her plans, and he had reacted as if she would never return. She reassured him that she would be back. She just needed to visit her American family. She was glad it eased his mind. After wrapping the last present and ensuring Ejiro's was separate from the others, she changed clothes and hopped into the shower. The hot water washed away the day's grime and soothed her muscles. After her shower, she put on her pajamas and climbed into bed. Not feeling sleepy yet, she played around on her phone until the screen became too much, and she drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Rain slept in, dreading the day. Christmas was not one of her favorite holidays. It made her long for her biological mother, which was no longer possible. When she finally pulled herself out of bed, she took Kirishima's present down to the living area and placed it under the tree, which was already filled with gifts. She then went into the kitchen to brew a pot of coffee. After pouring herself a cup of the rejuvenating liquid, she brought out the cake to assemble and decorate. Although it wasn't a complicated cake, She was a bit of a perfectionist when it came to baking and wanted it to look just right. With the party starting in a few hours, she had plenty of time to make everything perfect. Rain carefully assembled the tiers of the cake before beginning to decorate. Having gathered all the necessary supplies a few days earlier, she felt fully prepared. As she applied the colorful icing to the layers, Kirishima entered the room, his eyes lighting up at the sight. He complimented the cake, expressing his admiration even before it was finished. Rain chuckled and explained that she still had more to do, including putting the cake back in the fridge to keep it from melting while she prepared additional decorations. She showed him a sketch of her design, a habit she had developed to visualize her creations before bringing them to life. Kirishima was enthusiastic about the cake's potential and expressed his excitement. After exchanging pleasantries, he mentioned he needed to run an errand for his mother, who was preparing a dish for the evening's gathering. Rain declined any requests for items but asked him to send her regards to his mother, whom she genuinely liked. As Kirishima left, Rain returned her focus to the cake. Although she knew his mother was eager to see her at the party, she felt inclined to stay in her dorm room instead. With a flight back to America scheduled for the next morning, she had packing to do and wasn't in the mood for festivities. 3 hours later, the cake was completed and safely stored in the fridge. With the parents of her classmates expected to arrive soon, Rain turned her attention to packing. She laid out her pajamas and a change of clothes for the morning on her dresser before retrieving her suitcase. She packed enough clothing for 2 weeks, planning to wash her clothes the day before returning to Japan to ease her transition. As she glanced out the window, she noticed families arriving at the dormitory, which made her think of Sandy and the kids back home. She imagined them gathered around the dinner table, enjoying a meal and wondering about the gifts they hadn't received from her. After finishing her packing, Rain lay on her bed, scrolling through her phone. The sounds of Christmas music drifted up from downstairs, creating a festive atmosphere. A knock at her door interrupted her thoughts, and she recognized Kirishima's voice calling for her. Initially considering ignoring him, she ultimately decided to answer. When she opened the door, Kirishima asked why she was still in her room as the party was starting. Rain explained her reluctance to join the festivities, citing her packing as a priority. Kirishima, almost pleading, insisted that his mother wanted to see her, and after some back and forth, Rain agreed to come down for a short while. Kirishima's excitement was palpable as he revealed he had a few surprises for her. He took her hand, and she felt a rush of warmth from the contact as they made their way to the elevator. Upon reaching the ground floor, they stepped into a lively crowd. Before joining the others, Kirishima mentioned he had something special for her and dashed off into the throng. Rain observed the joyful families around her, feeling a sense of disconnect. Just as she contemplated leaving, she heard a familiar voice call her name. Turning around, she was delighted to see Jack, Sandy, Jasper, and the other kids approaching, with Kirishima standing nearby, grinning. Jack rushed over, and Rain quickly bent down to scoop him into her arms, holding him tightly as he clung to her neck. Sandy and Jasper joined in with quick hugs, and Rain expressed her surprise at their unexpected visit, revealing her plans to return home to surprise them instead. Kirishima explained that he had been in touch with Sandy, orchestrating this heartfelt reunion. His thoughtful gesture brought tears to Rain's eyes, and she felt overwhelmed with gratitude for the effort that had gone into making this Christmas special for her. Ejiro expressed his regret for having lied, wanting to keep it a surprise. Rain waved away his apology, grateful for the gesture, acknowledging that it meant the world to her. Ejiro reassured her that she deserved happiness after everything she had been through. He then revealed that he had something else for her, pulling out a small unwrapped box from his pocket. Rain set Jack down and took the box from him, curious about its contents. Ejiro smiled, encouraging her to open it. Inside, Rain found a beautiful wolf locket necklace. She admired it, expressing her appreciation. Ejiro prompted her to open the locket, revealing a picture of them from the fall festival and an engraved message on the other side. As she read the words, she looked up at Ejiro in disbelief. He confirmed his sincerity and asked if she would be his girl. Noticing the anticipation in the room, including Shota's focused gaze, Rain chuckled, saying she thought he would never ask. Ejiro's smile broadened as he wrapped her in a tight hug, and the crowd erupted in applause, with Bakugo giving a thumbs up that could have been an approving smirk. Rain felt elated, having the man she had loved since starting at UA. As they joined the others to watch the gift exchanges, Rain felt a sense of belonging, recognizing these people as her second family. She mentioned having gifts in her dorm room and asked Ejiro if he could retrieve them. He readily agreed, kissing her temple before heading off, leaving her blushing beneath her mask. Once Ejiro was on the elevator, Rain retrieved a gift she had placed under the tree earlier. Just as she returned, Ejiro came back with an armful of beautifully wrapped presents, checking the names before distributing them to the kids and Sandy. After he sat beside her, Rain handed him the gift she had gotten at the festival, feeling it paled in comparison to his gifts but hoping he would like it. As he unwrapped it and gasped in surprise, she confirmed it was the figurine he had admired at the festival. She revealed that she had even gotten it signed by Crimson Riot, which made him beam with joy. He embraced her, expressing his love for both the gift and her, causing her to blush in response. During the party, Rain said goodbye to her classmates as they left for their 2-week vacation. The kids and Sandy wanted to see her dorm room, so she led them upstairs. While they explored, she stayed close to Sandy, who suddenly had something important to share. Sandy informed her that the America Hero Association wanted her to speak about her experiences in the foster care system, aiming to improve the future for all quirk users. Rain was surprised and curious about who else would be speaking, to which Sandy mentioned that Ejiro would be joining them. Ejiro confirmed his participation, expressing his desire to help change things in America. He wanted to ensure that no one else had to endure what Rain had experienced. She smiled beneath her mask, feeling grateful and excited about the opportunity to show Ejiro everything America had to offer. The story concluded with a sense of hope and anticipation for the future.